Well, Durud, everyone. Durud Patriots. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. Welcome to day 125 of Iran Revolution Live with your wonderful and amazing host, Mr. Armin Navabi.
And your wonderful and amazing host, Goldie Gamari.
Thank you so much. Armin, how are you doing today?
Amazing, because President Trump, as predicted on Iran Revolution Live, came out and said, I'm not happy with the negotiations, which is basically exactly what happened before. He said things are going well, things are going well, things are going well. And then when the military assets were into place, he said, like, things are not going well. I don't like where the negotiations are going. So Goldie and I were wondering if this is a repeat of what happened before Operation Epic Fury. And now he's out there and he said, like, I'm not happy with the negotiations. So it seems maybe we are basically repeating the same pattern. Yes. Yeah.
You have his statement there?
Yes. I was hoping you would ask me that, but I have the short version. But then maybe we want to go and watch the full. Hold on, let me bring it. Oh, maybe we want to also go watch the full version of his meeting with the press, because he just a few hours ago had a meeting with the press, and now here's a part of it that I'm talking about. This is the part that I'm talking about. So.
So they want to make a deal, but I'm not satisfied with it. So we'll see what happens. Iran wants to make a deal because they have no military left, essentially, and they want to make a deal, but I'm not satisfied with it.
Why are you not seeking congressional approval to extend it?
Because it's never been sought before. There's been many times, and nobody's ever gotten it before. They consider it totally unconstitutional. But we're always in touch with Congress. But nobody's ever sought it before. Nobody's ever asked for it before. It's never been used before. Why should we be different?
Are you willing to send anybody to Islamabad?
We have great respect for Pakistan and Islamabad, and tremendous respect for the Prime Minister and the Field Marshal. And they're working with us. They continue to work with us. But the trip is a very long one, and we're doing everything in terms of negotiation right now, in terms of the negotiation telephonically.
So Goldie, what do you think? Isn't this kind of resembling the days before Operation Epic Fury? Like, yeah?
It kind of is. And President Trump actually posted something on Truth Social yesterday, which I find kind of interesting. So yesterday he posted, "Great job by highly respected Navy Commander Kirk Lippold in interview with Jesse Waters on Fox News. Very smart and insightful concerning Iran and more. Thank you, Commander. President Donald J. Trump." Now, I have that interview loaded up and ready to go. And I was thinking maybe before we listen to President Trump's press conference this morning, we can listen to that interview just so that we can keep it kind of chronological. Because I'm wondering if that interview is going to feed into what President Trump is saying and thinking today.
Great idea. Let's do that.
Okay. Because I saw that post by President Trump and I was like, oh, I need to go watch this. But I was waiting for you. Like, I wanted to watch it with you.
Oh, okay.
Fox News alert, it's decision time. Centcom Commander Admiral Brad Cooper has just briefed the president in the Situation Room about what could be the final blow. The U.S. military is preparing for a short and powerful wave of strikes. Targets include the enemy's remaining military assets, leadership, and infrastructure.
Iran is proving to be very stubborn. The talks seem like they are stalled. Are you getting antsy to break the ceasefire?
Well, I mean, I don't know what stubborn is because really nobody knows what the talks are except myself and a couple of other people. They want to make a deal badly.
In case the Iranians needed a little nudge, the Pentagon's contemplating bringing a brand new weapon to the battlefield, the mother of all hypersonics, the Dark Eagle. It can hit targets 2,000 miles away. The enemy's last ballistic missile launchers are in the crosshairs. B-1 bombers have been surging into the region, and they can be armed with up to 5,000 pounds of hypersonics. It's a big payload. We're about to hit day 60 of the war. And if we're going by the book, and if you're asking Congress, that means the deadline for Operation Epic Fury expires tomorrow. But Trump could also do what Clinton and Obama did and ignore Congress and keep firing. The Secretary of War says technically we paused the clock 2 weeks ago.
Is the president intending to either seek congressional authorization for the war in Iran or send us the legally required certification that he needs an additional 30 days to remove U.S. forces?
We are in a ceasefire right now, which our understanding means the 60-day clock pauses or stops in a ceasefire.
If Kane's right, that means Trump has 24 hours. The president's being presented with options. On top of airstrikes, Admiral Cooper also...
Wait, let's go back and listen to that part again, because I think that that's really important here.
What Clinton and Obama did and ignore Congress and keep firing. The Secretary of War says technically we paused the clock 2 weeks ago.
Is the president intending to either seek congressional authorization for the war in Iran or send us the legally required certification that he needs an additional 30 days to remove U.S. forces?
We are in a ceasefire right now, which our understanding means the 60-day clock pauses or stops in a ceasefire.
If Kane's right, that means Trump has 24 hours. The president's being presented with options. On top of airstrikes, Admiral Cooper also reportedly briefed the president on seizing the Strait, a ground assault on the coastline and strategic islands, which would be a shame for Iran because today they're celebrating Persian Gulf Day. Here's a quote from the gay Ayatollah. Foreigners who come from thousands of kilometers away with greedy intentions have no place there except...
Wait, again.
Tough.
Did he say the gay Ayatollah? Oh my God.
Yes. Oh my God, who is this guy? I love him.
Jesse Waters.
A ground assault on the
great.
coastline and strategic islands, which would be a shame for Iran because today they're celebrating Persian Gulf Day. Here's a quote from the gay Ayatollah. Foreigners who come from thousands of kilometers away with greedy intentions have no place there except at the bottom of the waters. Tough talk from a guy with no lips. And the only ships at the bottom of the water are Iranian. We've also turned around 44 vessels heading into and out of their ports. We even seized some. What's the regime done about it? Nothing, because they can't. The troops aboard the USS New Orleans have been enforcing the embargo in the Arabian Sea, intimidating any possible blockade runners. The USS Gerald Ford still seeing action. It's stationed in the Red Sea. We have 3 carriers in the region and a lot of firepower. The State Department's drumming up an international naval alliance in conjunction with Central Command to secure safe passage through the strait. And Friday's the deadline to get on board. We'll see if we have any takers. But America's alliances are ironclad compared to Iran's. A new Middle East is forming, and all the regime can do is watch. The Arabs and the Jews are forging a military and financial alliance. Israel just shared the Iron Dome system with the UAE. First time Israel's ever been that generous with the system. And OPEC is starting to break. The UAE just became a free agent, and they're building pipelines that skip the strait. Iran's sugar daddies, Russia and China, they're on the sidelines. You want to talk about a quagmire? Putin's getting nowhere in Ukraine, and China's economy is starting to crack. The whole Indo-Pacific is swimming with American sailors. Our special forces there have been conducting search and seizure training exercises along our Philippine allies. What are we hearing from the Iranians? They're begging us to drop the blockade. And the gay Ayatollah just announced he's going to guard his nuclear tech like his borders. President Trump says, sure you are.
We want to get the nuclear dust. It's way down there. You need excavators and everything to get it. But we want to get it. We'll take it one way or the other. We'll get it. We'll either get it or we'll take it.
CENTCOM's already drawn up a plan to seize the uranium. The CENTCOM commander briefed the president on that today, so we're ready. The Iranians aren't.
It's actually seditious, in my opinion. You read the New York Times, you actually think they're winning the war. They're sitting in a cave and all their leaders are dead. Everyone's dead around them. Missiles are all over the place. They have no Navy. They have no Air Force. They have no nothing. We can fly right over the middle of Tehran without being shot at because they have no anti-aircraft. They have nothing. And they're reading that they're winning the war. They're trying to figure it out. They get the New York Times, I guess, in some form, and they think we're crazy.
Usually the country with the dead leaders and no military are the ones who lost. You know, the ones whose country's surrounded by aircraft carriers and can't trade. But if the Times can't define what a woman is, I'm not surprised they can't see victory. Senator Dick Blumenthal, who lied about fighting in Vietnam but is still somehow a senator, says the terrorists have us exactly where they want us.
America never succeeds in war unless the American people are behind it. And if what you're seeing as success now is winning, I would hate to see what losing looks like.
The negative nature in which you characterize the incredible and historic effort in Iran is part of the reason, Senator, why the American people view it the way they do. It's why I looked out at our press corps at the Pentagon and called them the Pharisees in the press. And it's
Because
defeatist Democrats like you that cloud the mind of the American people.
The Falcons were beating the Patriots 28-3. But they had Tom Brady. All Iran has is the gay Ayatollah, and he has no legs, lips, and missiles that can't shoot straight. Secretary War Hegseth was on the Hill today for round 2. And guess whose side Democrats are on?
There's no evidence that we are safer because of this war. We did not have any evidence that Iran intended to imminently attack this country in any way, shape, or form. So I disagree with your assessment that we are under threat.
Do you not believe them when they say death to America?
Listen, our adversaries use rhetoric all the time.
The Iranians have been screaming death to America at the top of their lungs for 50 years, and the Democrats are just saying, yeah, they don't really.
Are you kidding me?
That's insane.
The Islamic Republic has killed more Americans than any other state ever in the past 47 years. Like that is not even an opinion. That is a fact. That is empirical evidence. No other leaders, no other regime in the world has killed more Americans than the Islamic Republic.
The Democrats have gone so far with their Trump derangement syndrome that they are now literally defending the Islamic regime. Like, how stupid are these people? Like, these people are literally traitors. Oh my God.
They don't mean it. They don't mean it like that. They're saying death to America, but they're not that mean. Of course, nobody is that evil. They're just, they don't mean it. They actually like America. What the hell? Oh my God. Wow. You don't take your enemy very seriously, do you?
Wow. Unbelievable. Like, President Trump has done something to make the Democrats defend one of the most brutal dictatorships in the world that not only is brutal to its own people, but is like one of the biggest enemies of the United States. Like the infiltration in the United States is insane. Wow.
It's disgusting.
Really mean it. All those are their lungs.
Rhetoric all the time.
The Iranians have been screaming death to America at the top of their lungs for 50 years. And
I mean, it's not the Iranians, it's the Islamic regime, but, you know, we'll let that pass.
Democrats are just saying, yeah, they don't really mean it. All those Iranian missiles we took out, what does she think they were for? Decoration? The Democrats have no credibility on safety. All these people getting raped and murdered is because Democrats either let criminals into the country or keep letting them out of jail. Pocahontas didn't even want to talk about the war. All she wanted to talk about was war crimes,
Elizabeth
the
Warren.
white-collared kind.
The Financial Times reported that your broker tried to buy hundreds of shares in a BlackRock fund invested in defense companies just before the war began. The law clearly prohibits the Secretary.
That entire story is false, has been from the
Let me
beginning,
finish
and
my
was made up out of whole cloth. And anybody that looks at it sees how it was worded from the beginning to make it look like I was involved in something I had nothing to do and never have. I'm not looking for money. I don't do it for money. I don't do it for profit. I don't do it for stocks. And that's part of the reason why I'm able to be effective in this job, because no one owns me.
Warren wants to make Pete into the Wolf of Washington.
Did you, through your broker at Morgan Stanley or otherwise, seek to invest in any defense-related funds right before Trump started the Iran war?
I'll give it to you as a big, fat negative.
Then let me ask you a second question. Is your broker getting your personal sign-off on any investment in individual stocks?
Bigger, fatter, negative.
He's not getting your sign-off before he makes investments in defense stocks? Can I refer you to your
I'm not making
ethics
investments,
agreement?
Senator.
Nancy Pelosi's worth $300 million. Why doesn't Warren walk down the hall and ask her about insider trading? They didn't just want to put Pete in prison. They want to fit him for the guillotine.
Back in World War II, the Allies tried Nazi submarine captains for doing this exact same thing. And guess what the conclusion was? They got executed. Listen to that, Mr. Secretary.
Seth's still frazzled that Pistol Pete double-tapped some coke boats. You seeing a pattern here? Democrats don't want to kill cartels or terrorists. They want to kill an American for fighting them. The military has done an outstanding job. If the Democrats want to attack the administration about anything, attack them about the price of gas. That's in bounds. That's fair, I guess, even though they had gas prices much higher.
The average price of a gallon of gas is now $4.30 in this country.
And you know what? And we're not going to have a nuclear weapon in the hands of Iran. The gas will go down. As soon as the war's over, it'll drop like a rock. There's so much of it. It's all over the place, sitting all over the oceans of the world.
The president knows war isn't cheap and high gas prices are painful, but the thinking is no pain, no gain. And he understands driving seasons around the horizon and wants to finish the job. The market had one of its best days of the year today. The Dow was up 800 points. NASDAQ and S&P closed at all-time highs. Earnings from companies like Caterpillar, huge. And the labor market looks rock solid.
Initial jobless claims hitting the wires at 189,000. 189,000.
Wow.
Wow. That is truly incredible. We're looking at levels truly that we probably haven't seen since the late 60s. This is very, very incredible.
So far, despite the gas price spike, the American economy is weathering the war really well. Iran's economy, they're stripping steel off Ferris wheels to build shopping carts to haul cosmetics into the gay Ayatollah's cave. Be sure to like and subscribe for all the fire.
Oh my God, this guy is amazing. I love him.
Okay, so that was really good, but Armin, that actually wasn't the right video because I searched for Jesse Walters because President Trump was referring to the interview with Navy Commander Kirk Lippold. So I actually played the wrong video, but because it was so good, I just kind of let it go.
Continue.
Yeah, but I
Goldie, before you play that, I have actually some really important news.
Okay.
You know, the Mohsen Rezai, he said that there's a new weapon that they're going to put out.
Yeah.
They actually unveiled it.
Oh,
you want to see?
Sure. Is it Rickroll?
No. They actually unveiled it. So the beginning. Yeah, just watch this. So this is a reminder about what he said. So he's saying that we have these secret, unknown weapons that we haven't unveiled yet. Yeah, like these strategies. So saying, God willing, they're going to unveil it. And now they unveiled it. Watch.
از همون رمز ناشناختگی استفاده خواهیم کرد. در حالی که ما هنوز امکاناتی داریم که رو نکردیم و انشالله به موقع اگر بخوان اونو
Like we have these abilities that we haven't shown yet, and when if they do this or that, we will show them.
تجاوزاتشون رو ادامه بدن ما اونا رو خواهیم کرد.
Look, watch. Wait, look at this. This is so advanced. Oh no, they unveiled it. This is a secret weapon. Okay.
That's
Oh
giving
my
me George W. Bush vibes, remember?
Right.
When that like random like Arab dude threw his like slipper at George W. Bush.
Yes. Oh my god, this is pretty creative.
That's so stupid.
Epticara. This is very creative. Okay. Anyways, just had to show that. It was breaking news, guys. Sorry, I had to interrupt.
Wait, it reminds me of this.
Yeah. Oh my. Yeah.
Wait,
This has.
wait, I'm bringing it up.
The coolest moment of President Bush. I never knew he had so much. Was so reflective. Like so
His
good at
reflexes
dodging.
are amazing. Look at this.
Yeah, reflexes. Yeah. Twice.
Both shoes.
Go back. Go back.
Like
Yeah,
full
he
on, like,
dodged it. He dodged it twice.
President Bush, yeah, he dodged it twice. Like, guys, this is like full on Durka. Like when they have the slippers and they're throwing slippers, like that's such like a I don't know, like a Durka thing. No, throwing shoes is not just a Muslim thing. It's I know Latino people do it. It's called like la chancla or something. What is it? La chancla. So it's like a disciplinary tool from like parents, right? So I know that like Latinos do it. They call it la chancla. I know that like in Asian cultures, they do it as well. Asian, South Asian. It's like one of the ways like parents will like they'll they discipline the children by throwing like a slipper or like slipper at them. We have it in in Iran as well. Like it's called the dampai. So parents will throw like a slipper, right? So but like it's just such a low class like thing when it's like, go back to the video, Armin. like just seeing like the dampa here, like this is just like, who in their right mind would think that this is like somehow like a good thing and that you're not going to be mocked? Yeah. In Greece, so see, guys, we're all of us. There's so many of our cultures that are united by the slipper throw, right? So for us Iranians, we call it the dampai. No, it's not. It's not a Durka weapon. It's not a Durka weapon. I mean, in this case, like they're using it as they're using it as a Durka weapon, but this is pretty much like it's found in a lot of various cultures, like Mediterranean culture, Latino culture, Asian culture, South Asian culture, Middle Eastern culture. So, and there's like a lot of memes about it. Like, yeah. So, anyways, but just seeing it here is like really random. Yeah, Armin, go ahead.
So we have another news, interesting news. In the UAE, in stores, they have replaced the Islamic Republic flag with the Lion and Sun flag.
Yeah.
Look at this. So, guys, the UAE has removed the flag of the Islamic Republic from stores and places with any mention of Iran and replaced it with the Lion and Sun flag. And so this person is saying, I never thought the day would come when I'd feel close to the UAE.
I mean, this is a big deal. This is a policy decision, right? This is a policy decision. Right. I mean, the UAE has, one of the countries that's been the most attacked by the Islamic regime. So this is a very clear policy statement. And I'm glad. This is fantastic. We need to see more of this. We need to see more of that beautiful flag all around the world.
Yes. However, they do need to change. This is apple red. I think they mean red apple. But it's okay.
I mean, grocery store. I'm not going to get into that, but okay. So now let's go to the actual interview that President Trump was referring to. So when President Trump said, great job by highly respected Navy Commander Kirk Lippold. So basically, like, guys, so what President Trump means when he posts this is basically what he's saying is everyone should watch that interview, because that interview is what President Trump might be thinking or considering or things like that, right? So now let's go to this interview. It's 4 minutes long from yesterday.
Kirk Lippold is a military analyst and retired U.S. Navy commander of the USS Cole Kirk. The briefing today for the commander-in-chief about additional options. What do you think is going to happen here?
Well, I think when you look at it, Jesse, the president always considers options. And I think at the end of the day, Admiral Cooper sat down and said, Mr. President, here are the options we have to strike the final blow if necessary. Because at this point, Iran is backed into a corner. The reality of it is the Ayatollah doesn't matter anymore. The IRGC has taken over the government, the military, the economy. They own it in toto.
Yeah.
They are no longer a theocracy. They are a thugocracy because the military is running everything. They are now the target. And I'm sure that Admiral Cooper laid out a very distinct set of target options available for the president as commander-in-chief, and he's going to execute it. 60-day clock, it isn't going to matter, because at the end of the day, the president has a constitutional responsibility for the national security of the United States, and to date, he has executed it almost flawlessly.
Would you, if you were in charge or advising the president, would you say wait until the blockade really implodes the country? Or would you say, you know what, they need a little extra encouragement, finish off the target list, and see if that drives them back to the negotiating table?
I think at the end of the day, Jesse, what you're going to see is between the military and the commander-in-chief, they're going to pick the correct timing. We want to do it when we think it is going to have the maximum impact on the Iranian leadership and especially the IRGC to ensure that they understand we are here for the duration. We are going to ensure that you do not get a nuclear weapon nor have any nuclear program because you've shown that you're irresponsible with it. We need to also press for the ballistic missile program to be dismantled, proxy groups to be done, and the Strait of Hormuz to be open. Whatever is going to achieve those options and the timing for doing it, the president is going to execute it with a larger strategic picture in mind, because we've watched it now with Venezuela and what's going to happen with the oil there in due course when they rebuild that industry, the UAE pulling out of OPEC. When you look at it, do you think that NVIDIA chip exchange that occurred back in October last year, this was part of a strategic plan that the president is executing to build a better world, and he's just doing exactly that. And taking down Iran's nuclear program is just another step in that long chess game.
Yeah, you cannot have all this AI that we sold our friends in the Middle East. You can't have Iran nuclear blackmailing all of our best customers in that region. It's unacceptable. You heard about some of the targeting deck that's still on the table, the leadership, even an assault on the coastline to secure the strait. Do you foresee that happening, a ground assault on the strait, or just more airstrikes?
I would think we're going to see just airstrikes. I don't think we're going to actually get into a ground assault itself. I think one of the key things that need to happen is when you're looking at how we're going to even negotiate with the Iranians at this point, we really need to pull it out of Pakistan. They've never been our friend. They've never been a good ally. They have killed hundreds of Americans through the Taliban in Afghanistan. So the reality is they should have never been a player to begin with. Let's give it to Abu Dhabi. Let's give it to the UAE and make sure that they are now going to become the broker and the king player in the Middle East itself, because they are proving to be an incredible ally. But at the end of the day, Jesse, we're going to execute a plan that is going to disable the Iranian from being able to project any power to the Strait of Hormuz and throughout the Middle East.
Yeah, the president's driving a pretty hard line, and I think that's the key to this. Kirk, thank you so much.
Yeah. Armin, look at this. So President Trump is saying Great job by highly respected Navy Commander Kirk Lippold in interview with Jesse Waters. Very smart and insightful concerning Iran and more. Look at the headline. Look at the headline. 24 hours to strike. And this was an interview from yesterday. And today is Friday.
Interesting.
I mean, I'm not a gambling person, but why would President Trump say that, you know, why would President Trump bring attention to this interview, this 4-minute interview, which has the headline 24 hours to strike, ? And say, what an insightful and fantastic analysis.
They made a lot of other good points as well. I never considered the UAE. Why hasn't the UAE been a good stepped up to be a mediator? Like, that's actually very interesting, because UAE, as much as many problems we might have with the UAE, they have been taking good positions recently. So they need to be rewarded for that. They have been. So maybe that was a very good suggestion. Like, Pakistan is much less reliable than the UAE these days. So
yeah, but the mediator, but Armin, the mediator has to be agreed upon by both sides. So the Islamic
yeah,
regime,
you're right. No,
the Islamic regime
right.
does not want the UAE to be a mediator. The Islamic regime wants, you know, governments that secretly support it to be a mediator, like Pakistan or Oman or whatever, right? Or like Moscow, or, you know, these
and the UAE wouldn't, and you're right, and the UAE wouldn't want to be a mediator for the Islamic Republic as well. So that's actually.
I mean, they might agree to that. Like, I can see maybe the UAE on their side agreeing, but the Islamic regime would never agree to having the UAE as a mediator.
Yeah, the UAE has announced the Islamic Republic to be like their enemy, like their military enemy. So that's why they can't be there. Yeah. Also, Goldie. So the options that have been put in front of President Trump, and President Trump might actually go with one or multiple of these options at the same time. So it's important that we spell it out for our audience. So guys, these are the 3 options that has been offered to President Trump when it comes to a military operation. Either we go with the taking of the islands, like Khark Island, for example. That has become less beneficial than before, still somewhat beneficial, but still less beneficial than before, because the blockade is doing the work that the taking over of the Khark Island would have done anyways, without putting American soldiers at risk. So whatever the chances of taking over Khark Island was before, it's now a bit lower. It's not eliminated, but it's a bit lower, because the blockade is doing the job that taking over the island would do, without putting American soldiers in front of like missiles, like they're doing it from far away from the land, right? So that's option number 1. Option number 2 is to send military inside Iran to take the enriched uranium. That is really difficult and very complicated, but that's another thing that they put in front of President Trump. And the third one, which seems to be, as of right now, things could change, the most likely one is a rapid in and out, massive bombardment and taking out the remaining leadership and some infrastructure, dual use infrastructure. So the analysts, including Murad Vaisi, is like leaning into this one. But again, they might actually choose 2 or all 3 at the same time. But this, as of right now, this is the most likely scenario, that they want to go in fast, rapid fire, boom, 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 take out the remaining people, including Mujtaba, including Ghalibaf maybe, including Vahidi maybe, including Zolgaj maybe, and then getting out and also removing the infrastructure, like the electricity power plants, for example, take that out. So, and then keep the blockade. And with that, basically, whatever pressure is on the Islamic Republic right now, just multiply that pressure by that attack. Yeah, Ajay Radan, yes, guys, yeah, as well. So we'll see. So Goldie, is that your? And also in this interview that you guys just saw, you mentioned that they want to take care of their customers, which is the countries around the Persian Gulf, apparently, like with AI and everything, right? So look at this threat of Nabavian against the countries around the Persian Gulf, the Arab countries. So, guys, Nabavian, Nabavian is becoming more and more relevant, but we have been talking about him for a while. He's a member of parliament. He is part of the Paidari camp, and he was part of the delegation team that went to Islamabad with Ghalibaf and Araghchi, right? So look at this. It's an Iranian, the Islamic Republic member of parliament and member of the negotiation delegation, Mahmoud Nabavian, states that if Iranian leaders are assassinated in any attack, all of the complicit despots in the Persian Gulf will be killed and their palaces destroyed. Guys, look at this. The fact that he says if the Iranian leaders are assassinated, that means that the Islamic Republic thinks that the new rounds of cutlets are about to come. Like, this is the Islamic Republic assessment, is that we are about to start a new round of military operations. And I'm not going to play the whole thing because I don't want to, like, basically you got the gist of it. That's basically what he said here. And he basically showed up in the street protests among the pro-regime people inside Iran. And he basically just threatened the leaders of the countries around the Persian Gulf, say, like, we're gonna assassinate you if they kill us. So that's a big threat.
Do you want to go to President Trump now? Because now that we saw that,
just one last thing.
Go for it.
Pezeshkian and Ghalibaf seek to kick out Araghchi's ouster over subservience to guard. So look at this, is big deal. Iran's president and the parliament speaker are seeking Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi's removal, accusing him, guys, look at this, accusing him of following the Revolutionary Guard's chief instructions in nuclear talks without informing them. Guys, that means Vahidi. We told you on Iran Revolution Live that Araghchi has a new boss. Remember? We told you before it was confirmed. Isn't that crazy? We told you here that Araghchi has a new boss, and that's Vahidi. And now Iran International is confirming that Araghchi is taking orders. Remember, we told you that Araghchi is a puppet and he doesn't make any decisions himself. His bosses just change. If his narrative, if his messaging changes, it's because his bosses has changed. And now his boss is the IRGC leader Vahidi, and Pezeshkian and Ghalibaf are trying to remove him because he's not loyal to them anymore. And guys, why would Araghchi be now listening to Vahidi instead of Ghalibaf and other people? That suggests to us and to you that Vahidi is in charge, and Araghchi can tell that, and that's why he's now loyal to a new master, because he could recognize that this guy has more power. So there's that.
Okay, let's go to President Trump, because you had his video.
Oh, yes. Oh, okay. Let's do that. Sure. Break it up.
And I'm listening. I'll be right back.
Okay. Well, no audio.
Wait, is this a full video?
22 minutes.
Oh, perfect. Okay, great. I'll be right back.
We have great respect for Pakistan and Islamabad, and tremendous respect for the Prime Minister and the Field Marshal. And they're working with us. They continue to work with us. But the trip is a very long one, and we're doing everything in terms of negotiating right now, in terms of the negotiation telephonically. They've made strides, but I'm not sure if they ever get there.
Wow, I'm not sure if they ever get there. We didn't have that in the original clip. I'm not sure if they ever get there. That's a big piece of information that we missed out on the original one.
There's tremendous discord. They're having a tremendous problem getting along with each other in Iran. The leadership is very disjointed. It's got 2 to 3 groups, maybe 4. And it's a very disjointed leadership. And With that being said, they all want to make a deal, but they're all messed up. I spoke with the winner, a very good man. As you know, I was very strongly in favor of him in Iraq. And we had a long conversation yesterday. I congratulated him. He won, and with our help, he won, and we want him to do very well. And I told him that the United States is with him all the way. It was a great victory. The new head of Iraq is somebody that we support very strongly.
Pakistan has opened the land route with Iran. Did they consult you before opening it up to Iran? And are you aware of it?
That was a vicious bee. Goldie told us about this 2 days ago, remember? The land route through Pakistan. I know. By the way, guys, we see the super chats. We're going to respond to the super chat soon. Goldie, should we respond to the super chats first? Because I'm about to leave in about, or do you want to do it later?
I mean, we could respond to the super chats and then I can just finish watching the Trump video without you if you want.
Yeah, because we did tell people that we're going to respond to the super chats more often.
Okay.
We did tell them. Yes. Okay. Do you have the graphics?
Yes. Let me find it. There we go.
There we go. Fantastic. Okay. So we had Amir giving Goldie 5 membership gifts. Thank you, Amir.
Thank you.
Oh, also 5 membership gifts to Liberty Politics. We each get 5. Thank you. Thank you, Amir. And then we got Melissa giving us a super sticker. Thank you so much. And then saying, and then we have KP. Oh,
I'm adding some music to the background for super chat time.
Okay, fantastic. KP saying Trump will be live at 3 p.m. today at the villages of Florida. My spouse is working the details, so it's been a long day already. Leaving for Mar-a-Lago from there. Okay.
Wow. Okay. You know what? I'll tune in. I'll tune in at 3 p.m. See what he says.
Thank you so much for letting us know. And then Victory saying in the prince's interview, thank you for explaining how he answered Israel asset, definitely while simultaneously avoiding trap of distancing himself from Israel via false logic, which by questioner. Yeah, that was an epic answer. He handled that masterfully. And thank you, Victory, for your support. And then we have William saying, why are politicians allowed to lie knowingly without facing perjury charges?
Well, I know in Canada, there's something called parliamentary privilege. So if you're, in committee or if you're, in the legislature, you can basically say whatever you want to say. And even if it's a flat out lie or if it's defamatory or whatever, you have parliamentary privilege. I'm assuming there's probably something similar in the United States. I'd have to look into it. But yeah, there's this well-established understanding that, politicians, when they're, in the legislature, or I guess in the United States would be in Congress or something, they're protected from these sorts of lawsuits because it's meant to, protect their free speech or something. So it's probably that sort of concept.
Huh, I did not know that. Thank you, Goldie, for teaching us.
But okay. Yeah, there you go. So here you go. So the major is saying in the United States, it's called legislative immunity. Yeah. Okay, there you go. So they have legislative immunity. Yeah. In Canada, it's called parliamentary privilege. Yeah.
Interesting. Thank you, William, for your support. And then we have Ali Asgharpur. Ali Asgharpur saying, long live Iran, long live Shah. Well, thank you, Ali. Javid Shah. And then Video something give us a super sticker. Thank you so much for the super sticker. And then we have Tauf. I don't know how to say these. Taufei saying testing 1 2. Okay, we hear you. It's working.
1 2 3. We hear you.
1 2 3. 1 2 3. Okay. Okay. Thank you for the test and the support. And then we have Justin. I don't know what Justin saying, guys, I think it's going to happen soon, like today. Trump is being very quiet and stoic today. particularly with the media, he usually acts like that right before something happens. Interesting. We'll see. And thank you so much for your support. Appreciate it. So, yep, those were the super chats, Goldie.
Okay.
Yes. All right. We could go back to President Trump. Let's see if he's being stoic here.
Everything about it. Yeah, I have great respect. Are you from Pakistan? I have great respect for Pakistan and for the Field Marshal and for the Prime Minister. Yeah, I know that.
No, wait, Armin, we got a last minute super chat really quick.
Last
So
minute.
Steve Fowler 5289 says Alabama USA loves true info and education from Goldie and Armin. Y'all get a big yeehaw. Thank you so much. Yeehaw.
Yeah, thank you.
Go Alabama.
Thank you.
Well, I'm not happy with Italy and I'm not happy with Spain. And they feel it's okay for Iran to have a nuclear weapon. Anybody that feels it's okay for Iran to have a nuclear weapon is not very smart. And it'll be a terrible thing in the future. If they were ever allowed to have a nuclear weapon, you would have problems the likes of which the world has never seen before, and it's not going to happen. And aside from that, right now they have no Navy, it's been wiped out, no Air Force, it's been wiped out. They have no anything. They have no anti-aircraft, they have no radar, they have no leaders, because frankly, their leaders are very disjointed. They have a lot of problems right now. They're not getting along with each other. Their leaders are not
Amazing view, by the way.
getting along with each other. So we raised the tariffs on cars coming in from the European Union because the European Union was not adhering to the trade deal we have. So based on that, now, when they build their plants, of which they're spending over $100 billion, all countries, not just the Union. When those plants open, there won't be any tariffs. But we raised the tariffs because they were not, as usual, they were not adhering to the agreement that we have. We have a trade deal with the European Union. They were not adhering to it. So I raised the tariffs on cars and trucks to 25%. That's billions of dollars coming into the United States, and it forces them to move their factory production much faster. We have right now in the United States over $100 billion of car plants being built. It's a record. We've never had anything like it from all countries, Japan, South Korea, by the way, Canada, Mexico, they're all building plants in the United States. But the European Union was not adhering to the deal that we made. We're dealing with Iran, as you know, it's a very disjointed, unfriendly leadership, unfriendly to each other. They're not getting along. They're very, very confused by what's happened because essentially most of their military has been wiped out. But we just had a conversation with Iran. Let's see what happens. But I would say that I am not happy. Their leadership is very disjointed, very argumentative with each other. They come back, one says one thing,
The last time President Trump said that he's not happy, he boomed them.
Boom. Yeah, exactly. Like that's exactly the segment I played at the beginning, right? I said like he's not happy, he's not satisfied, and this is exactly the language, the vocabulary he had before Operation Epic Fury, and his language regarding him not being happy or not happy changed exactly when the military assets were in place. Exactly the same pattern before Operation Epic Fury.
Watch this before we continue.
Okay,
Look at this.
Talks going with Iran. Are you happy with the progress?
No, I'm not. I'm not happy with the fact that they're not willing to give us what we have to have. So I'm not thrilled with that. We'll see what happens. We're talking later. We'll have some additional talks today. But
this was February 27. This was like 12 hours before They boomed the Islamic regime and destroyed Khamenei. Look, listen.
How are the talks going with Iran? Are you happy with the progress?
No, I'm not. I'm not happy with the fact that they're not willing to give us what we have to have. So I'm not thrilled with that. We'll see what happens. We're talking later. We'll have some additional talks today. But no, I'm not happy with the way they go.
Wow. That's so close to what we're hearing now.
So go back to this, repeat this part here where he says, we're not happy. We'll see what happens. Guys, it's the exact same messaging that he was using on February 27.
We're dealing with Iran. As you know, it's a very disjointed, unfriendly leadership, unfriendly to each other. They're not getting along. They're very, very confused by what's happened because essentially most of their military has been wiped out. But we just had a conversation with Iran. Let's see what happens. But I would say that I am not happy. Their leadership is very disjointed, very argumentative with each other. They come back, one says one thing, one says another. They're very confused. Obviously, their country has been, frankly, decimated. Their Navy is gone. Their Air Force is gone. Many of their soldiers, unfortunately, are gone. They've got to come up with the right deal.
Yep, that part was exactly the same.
I'm not happy. Let's see what happens.
Let's see what happens. And Goldie, this whole idea that the Islamic Republic is fragmented and it's not like a monolith and different parts of it are saying it different. Like before anybody was talking about it, Iran Revolution Live was talking about this happening, like way before everyone else started treating Islamic Republic as multiple different fragments rather than one monolith.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Absolutely. That's why our viewers are 99.9% ahead of the curve. I mean, if people knew how much valuable insight and info you and I provide, we would have way more viewers. But unfortunately, a lot of people don't know. So it's like an open secret, I guess. I don't know, because we're not keeping it secret, but it kind of feels like it's like an inclusive club here. Because you guys know what's going on, right?
Goldie, can you send me that video? That's such a good observation. Like you have like good job having that, like doing that comparison. That was so good.
I'm gonna make a short video about it for my Instagram in Persian later today as well.
Nice, fantastic. I'm gonna bring this up in the discussion group as well.
You should.
Fantastic. Good job, Goldie. You're so good at like noticing these and connecting the dots.
Listen, I'm a geopolitical nerd, former politician, and I have a pretty good memory when it comes to these sorts of things. Like, I don't know why, but it's like when people say something, like sometimes it just like it sticks in my head. And like when President Trump today was saying, "We'll see, I'm not happy," I was like, wait, I've heard this before. So yeah, the Goldie radar is going off right now. The Goldie radar is like, woo! So I'm like on my second Red Bull. But there you go. Guys, I have a feeling that we might not be sleeping much this weekend. Who knows?
Oh, God. Don't drink Red Bull. It's not good for you.
Are you kidding me? I love Red Bull.
It's not good for you. All right.
At this moment, I'm not satisfied with what they're doing.
Did you decide against bailing out Spirit Airlines?
Well, I guess we're looking at it. If we could do it, we'd do it, but only if it's a good deal.
Claiming that they're preparing to shut down this weekend because they haven't gotten a
Well,
deal.
we're looking at it, but if we can't make a good deal, no institution's been able to do it. I said, I'd like to save the jobs, but we'll have an announcement sometime today. We gave them a final proposal.
Mr. President, it's day 60. Are you going to seek congressional authorization for?
Well, no other country has ever done it. It's never been, as you know, most people consider it totally unconstitutional. Also, we had a ceasefire, so that gives you additional time. But no other country's done it. We're in the midst of a big victory. This is a victory like we haven't had since Venezuela, okay, to be honest with you. We haven't had, but, we have a country that lost its way. It really lost its way. That's our country in terms of the military. Now we have a great military. We're on our way to another victory, a big victory. And I don't think that it's constitutional what they're asking for. These are not patriotic people that are asking. You know, when they say, even the losers, even the ones that say all the wrong things, admit that it's been amazing what we've done. The Strait is totally shut down. It's flawless. It's totally 100% shut down. Now, we've been dealing with Iran. They want to make a deal. They're not there. They're not with it. They're sort of, they get close, and then a new group of people come in. They don't know who their leaders are. They have no idea who their leaders are, but they're very confused. And that's because of the success we've had militarily. They essentially have no military. Let me just tell you, the war powers. So many presidents, as you know, have gone and exceeded it. It's never been used. It's never been adhered to, and every other president considered it totally unconstitutional, and we agree with that.
Will Iran affect your China trip, given the blockade?
No, China, it's going to be amazing. The visit with China and Chairman Xi, that's going to be great. We have the trip with China coming up. And I think it'll be an amazing event.
Mr. President, if you can't get a deal on Iran, what next? What will you do?
Well, right now we have negotiations going on. They're not getting there. They are very disjointed. They're extremely disjointed. They're not able to get along with each other as leaders. They don't know who the leader is. Their military has been defeated. If we left right now, it would take them 20 years to build back that country, but we're not satisfied at this moment.
Are you considering new strikes on Iran?
Why would I tell you that?
Spirit Airlines, what has been the holdup on a deal? Are they
looking at it? We're looking at trying to help them. Something we're not looking to get involved with, but if we can, it's 14,000 jobs. I would say we're driving a tough deal, but it's one of those things. We'll do it or we won't. We'll have something for you today or tomorrow.
It seems like the other lenders are balking. They think they'll get bumped down in priority.
Well, they will. You know, we come first. Hey, you know what it is? USA first, America first. That's my point. Including with airlines, including with Intel. You know, we made an Intel deal. You know that, right? We made about $40 billion on that. And someday Fox and Peter is going to talk about it. But we helped out Intel, and we ended up making $40 billion. So we're looking at Spirit, different kind of a thing. But we're looking at Spirit, and we can help them, we will. But we have to come first. We're first. It's America first.
The CEO of Anthropic came to meet Susie Wiles a week or two ago. What is the latest on your position on that company?
Well, only that they had a very good meeting.
You had the Sentcom commander come in here yesterday. Was he briefing you on a different approach, options? What kind of options? How would it look different?
There are options. I mean, do we want to go and just blast the hell out of them and finish him forever, or do we want to try and make a deal? I mean, those are the options.
Do you want to go blast the hell out of him?
I prefer not. Forever? On a human basis, I prefer not, but that's the option. Do we want to go in there heavy and just blast them away, or do we want to do something? They're a very disjointed leadership, as you can understand, Peter, very disjointed. I mean, they're not getting along with each other, and it puts us in a bad position. One group wants to make a certain deal. The other group wants to make a certain deal, including the hardliners. The hardliners want to make a deal, too. Why wouldn't they? They have no Navy. They have no Air Force. They have no anti-aircraft. They have no nothing.
There was some reporting this week that because of all the firepower required for Epic Fury, that there are people in the White House who are starting to worry about our inventory of bombs and missiles. Are you worried?
No, we have more than we've ever had, actually. Because all over the world we have inventory, and we can take that if we need it. But all over the world we have tremendous amounts of inventory, the best. For instance, we're stocked and locked and loaded. Right now, we have more than double what we had when this started. But, you know, we're all over the world. We're in many, many different countries, many different places, all packed up. Now, what happened is Biden came in like a stupid fool, and he gave a lot of.
Goldie, I'm gonna go to the discussion group. Let me actually, guys, I'm gonna put the link to the discussion
I'll
group.
be back in like 1 minute.
Okay. So I'll just tell people, guys. So I'm gonna go to our discussion group in about a few minutes. So I'm putting the link in the chat. The link is also pinned on Liberty Politics YouTube channel to the top of the chat. I'll also put the QR code to the discussion group above my head. You see that? Let me know if that's still working. I hope that's still working. I don't know if I can move that thing around. So that's the QR code to the discussion group, which starts in about 10 minutes from now. So there's multiple places where you can find the link. I'll be there. Oh, people saying fancy, Armin. Yeah, we're getting fancy. Is this fancy? Yeah, we have a QR code now. You guys could come to the discussion group using the. So I'm going to be there, and for the next 2 hours or so, and you could come there and talk to me and ask questions, and also talk to the rest of the discussion group, the people there. So there's some really interesting and amazing people there. Like there's some military experts there. Right. Some people come to the discussion group to talk to the other people in the discussion group, like not even to me. They're like, they come there and like they have a question for like somebody else there. They're not, yeah, but it's getting high level there. So if you're interested, come there and talk to me, ask me questions, or other members there. Oh,
And what's
Goldie,
the
I should
topic
say
today?
the topic is the Admiral Cooper and General Kane's suggestions to President Trump on the military options that he has. So that's what we're going to start with. But then the people there are going to take it in whatever direction that they want after. Yes.
Nice.
Yes.
Very cool.
And Goldie, should I send you the link to this?
Yeah, you can say, or if you want, I mean, you can wait until you come back and we can finish watching it together.
Okay, sounds good.
Because President Trump is going live at 3:00 anyway, apparently. So
Ooh, you're right. You're right.
So I'm gonna play that.
So let me let me write down the time. We were at 11:47 for this one.
Okay.
I mean, I don't even know if you want to come back to this because every time they ask him about Iran, he says the same thing. So I don't.
Well, yes and no. I mean, it's not about whether or not he says the same thing. It's how he says it, right? Like today, how he said it, right? Which reminded me of how he said it back on February 27 before the boom booms.
Right. Okay. Yeah, that's a good point, actually.
Yeah, so that's why I like watching, because I mean, we already kind of know what he's going to say. But it's more about his body language and also how he says it.
That's actually a good point. Okay. Yeah, so we'll watch the rest of it soon. And okay, so guys, I'm gonna head out now. I'll put the link again to the discussion group one more time in the chat, and I'll see you guys there. And I'll be back and join Goldie in about 2 hours. Okay. All right, guys. See you soon. Bye.
Bye. Okay, guys, you're stuck with me. Mwahaha. You are stuck with me. So what should I play for you guys? Okay. Let's go to the update from 2C TV. This is going to be a quick update because his live wasn't very long. So hopefully by the time 2C is done with his live, or sorry, by the time we're done with the 2C update, we can go to President Trump. And would you guys prefer Murad Vaisi I mean, I'm more than happy to go to Murad Vaisi. Okay, you know what? Let me do a quick poll. You guys tell me which one you prefer. Okay. I'll make a quick poll here. And in the meantime, while I'm waiting for the poll results to finish, I'll just play a quick video. I'll play like a poll video or something. Here we go. Wait, guys, for people wondering how to choose, you have to type 1 or 2 in the chat. You have to type 1 or 2 in the chat.
I am cardboard Tusi, standing tall and flat. Don't need food or coffee, don't get sweaty or fat. Hair locked tighter than a government line. Not one strand moves, not even in time. Flick, no blinking, no stress, just stand and stare. Meanwhile explaining things no one prepares. I am cardboard Tusi, hey! Same speech, new day on replay. Cut me out, take me down, still run the show. Explaining it again, real slow. Every live stream, it's the same old show. Same 5 questions, IQ below. Foe. Wait, can you say it one more time? Bro, I just did. Like 8 times. Do, 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 do. Surrounded by chaos, lost in the fog. Explaining basics like it's dialogue with a log. If patience was money, I'd own the street. Instead, I'm cardboard on repeat. Repeat. I am cardboard Tusi, yeah. Hair still perfect, don't need a mirror. Oh, flat but famous, loud and clear. Even cardboard gets it. Why you still here? Yeah, still explaining it. What?
My mic was muted. All right, guys, it was a very, very close race, but Tusi won. Tusi won, so we're gonna go to Mahyar Tusi. We're gonna go to Tusi TV. Don't worry, I will still play Murad Vaisi for you guys. So all good, all good. But see, guys, this is how much, this is how much we love Tusi, right? Mahyar Tusi. Guys, everyone put an M in the chat to show some love for Mahyar and everything he's doing, because we appreciate him so much. Tusi's like the real OG here. Yes, we'll go to Murad Vaisi after. I mean, we're going to go to President Trump when he goes live. Sham election? Oh no, someone's like sham election. Guys, you know why I told you to put an M in the chat? Because the M could stand for either Mahyar or Murad Vaisi, but we're gonna say it's Tusi. But don't worry, I will also give you updates from Murad Vaisi. All good. But let's show Tusi some love, because he also shows us a lot of love. And I will keep an eye on the live stream for whenever President Trump goes live.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Tusi TV. This is your global news channel. I'm Maya Tusi, and the Islamic Republic of Iran are desperate to prevent the latest round of strikes in Iran. They have sent a message to the Americans via the Pakistanis. There are phone calls happening right now as we speak, basically begging the Americans not to resume the strikes again. And also, we have more mysterious explosions across Tehran and other major cities. We're going to show you a couple of photos that we have. And also, there's a lot happening when it comes to the US military preparing for the potential resumptions of the strikes, or perhaps even more than just strikes. But we're going to give you guys all the updates. First, we're going to talk about what's actually happening with the United States and, of course, these so-called ceasefire talks. Now, Commander Admiral Brad Cooper has now presented President Trump. He's done a full briefing for the White House. And we have a number of options on the table now. Of course, we don't know the details, but according to Central Command, we have what we call a final blow strategy with a number of options, including targeting not just the military assets in Iran, but also the leadership, the political and military leadership, as well as the infrastructure in Iran. Of course, it's now the 1st of May. We've had a bit of break since the strikes that started a couple of months ago, but now we have remobilization of troops. We also have a couple of images to show you about what the US military are doing. But on top of that, we now have 6,500 tons of US weapons that have now arrived in Israel over the last 24 hours. That includes military vehicles, tactical equipment, and as well, of course, munitions. So the Israelis are also getting well equipped for the potential resumption. And there is also the situation with the United Arab Emirates, which we're going to talk about, because the Israelis and the UAE side are not cooperating directly. Essentially, Israel has deployed drone detection systems to the UAE, as well as the Iron Dome batteries. This is to help the Emiratis to fight back against the Islamic regime in case they start to hit Dubai and Abu Dhabi and Sharjah again. We're getting some updates from the President of the United States. I'm just going to double check to see if we have this ready for you guys before we continue. I believe let's just double check something quickly. I think we have, do we have the President? The President was speaking, but I'm trying to double check the latest on this. Okay, we will go to the President shortly, but there are a couple of statements coming out as well. But let's talk about what the UAE are actually doing, because they've essentially declared oil war on Iran anyway, a couple of days ago, as we reported. Before we get to what the Arabs are also up to, don't forget the limited offer. If you want to join 2CTV Plus today, you can do it using the promo code COMEDY35. You get 35% off annual memberships. You have 9 days and 6 hours left if you're watching this live. Of course, just click on this red button, claim 35% off now by going directly to offers.2c.tv. It's also at the bottom right of the screen. Offers.2c.tv. The link is also in the description. Limited offer to become a member of 2CTV Plus to get full access to our streaming platform. Now, let's talk about the Emiratis. This is where it gets quite interesting because of everything that's happened over the last few days. So, the United Arab Emirates have now ordered their citizens to leave Iran immediately. But they've also added 2 more countries. That includes Lebanon and Iraq. One of the main reasons for this is because the Emiratis know what's about to happen. And they know that this time round, if the IRGC are to retaliate, or perhaps there is a possibility on paper that the IRGC might do a preemptive attack before the Americans or the Israelis start. So the Emiratis know that this time the Iranian regime might not just target civilian areas in Dubai or Abu Dhabi. They might actually start targeting them in Iran. They might get arrested. They might get accused of being spies for the UAE or for Mossad, for example. So everybody needs to leave Iran immediately. But there's also the situation with Lebanon and Iraq. There are already clashes happening in Iraq, and that's the IRGC launching attacks on the western parts of the country, eastern parts of the country. But this clearly indicates that we are to expect a multi-front war again, but perhaps even more escalated. The United Arab Emirates, they seem to become a very, very brave in this fight, because not only they have now left OPEC, the oil cartel, not only they've also warned their citizens to leave Iran immediately, but they're also poking the bear. This is what they're doing now. This is fascinating. The UAE have now removed the Islamic Republic flag in their shops, in their stores across the country, and they've now replaced it with the actual real Iranian flag, the lion and sun. Now, obviously, for the Islamic Republic, even seeing this lion and sun flag will basically trigger them, and they would treat you as not just the enemy of the Islamic Republic. There is a fatwa. If you use this flag, you are the enemy of Allah, basically. That's what they say, the enemy of Allah, and your crime will be against humanity if you use this flag. So we now have a country right next door to Iran that is using the lion and sun flag. So you can see what's going to happen now. The Emiratis seem to be quite confident now, so clearly they have a bit of backing from obviously both Israel and the United States. While the Islamic Republic have gone to the Pakistanis to beg the Americans not to hit them, this is the third time they've been begging, this is what's happening in the region. From the US to Europe, from Europe to the Middle East. Massive air bridge. Military logistics, equipment, and personnel from the United States are being transferred into the region. Now, while we had last night, Admiral Cooper, General Kane, and others briefing the president and basically presenting him with a number of options on the table. Again, they call it the final blow strategy. I think at this point, if the Americans publicly say we are going to do a limited strikes, the Islamic Republic are not going to see that as limited, and they're going to basically retaliate. So it's just going to go on for another few weeks or a few days or a few months, whatever is going to happen. But there was also a technical problem in the United States, and that was the power of the legislative branch and how Congress, essentially the Senate, could stop the American president on resuming the war. But there is a technicality. So there is a window, and that window has already been expired. So the White House, on a technical level, have considered the war in Iran that started over 2 months ago, they consider that war over. So this way, they don't have to ask for authorization from the politicians in the United States. They can just start a new war, essentially. So a lot of people are worried about saying, oh, on a technical level, constitutionally, the US president will have to ask permission if he wants to extend the powers, the war powers. But actually, we now have a loophole because the window has now been expired. The war is over. And now we have the US military mobilizing more troops and more military equipment to the region. And we also have the Islamic Republic being fully prepared now, according to themselves, in the capital tonight and last night and the night before. We've had the air defense systems in Iran being tested. They've been doing a lot of drills, including this one. This is in Tehran. The last time they did this was in January, February, after the uprising, when the US military were basically mobilizing the troops. And there were a lot of idiots who were thinking that President Trump has chickened out and he's going to basically give a deal to the Islamic Republic at the time. They were doing this. They were testing their air defense activities in the cities in Iran. And within 10 seconds, the whole thing fell apart, because when the US fighter jets and the Israelis were flying around, they destroyed the air defense immediately. And those that still basically existed, they can't stop any of them. they couldn't target the Americans or the Israelis. So they can do the drills if they want to, but it doesn't really achieve anything because they're not really that good at defense. Now, as we said, the Islamic Republic, in a very panicky mode, they have gone to Pakistan again. As you guys know, over the last few days and few weeks, the IRGC have said, we are not talking to the Americans. We're never going to negotiate with the Americans. We're not going to talk about nuclear. We will stop the blockade that the US Navy have implemented. We're going to stop it by force. They've said all this. Meanwhile, behind the scenes, they keep running to Pakistan to beg the Americans to stop the war, to end the war. So they've gone to Pakistan. They have the latest proposal for these so-called negotiations that they say they don't want. They keep saying, we don't want negotiations, but Pakistan, could you please help us deliver this message to the Americans, because we're a little bit terrified. So they can bark publicly, and then obviously privately they are begging. It's the opposite of what the Americans are doing. The Americans are basically saying, well, we are winning. We're doing a blockade and everything's going well. But behind closed doors, they're saying, well, we are still open. If you want to sign the surrender deal, feel free to come and talk to us. We are open to that. Having said that, it's not really going too well because the proposal has been sent to the Americans. The president is considering the options, but the only way that there can be some sort of deal is if the IRGC actually surrender, especially their nuclear program and the ballistic missiles and their proxies. The red lines are very, very tough to meet. So that's happening, but we have multiple mysterious explosions and so-called gas leaks happening. This photo is from western parts of Tehran about 2 hours ago. We had a couple of other blasts in Esfahan and one in Shiraz as well, in the center and the south of Iran. And so these mysterious gas leak explosions, as I explained a few days ago, they always happen in the run-up to the next round of strikes. We had it back in May 2025, just before the 12-day war in June. We had it around January, February this year, before the round of strikes. And now we are having it again constantly every single day. We're having mysterious gas leaks. A lot of gas leaks that happen during ceasefire time for the IRGC. But the IRGC are not staying quiet either, because they know they have to prepare for multiple fronts. So they have the Americans to deal with. They got the Israelis, but from the Iraqi side to the west of Iran, they also have the Kurds. And they have been hitting the Kurds over the last night and over the last few hours. The IRGC drones hitting the Kurdish militants in Erbil. Largely peaceful ceasefire continues. Crazy stuff continues in the region while we are waiting for the IRGC to decide who's actually the leader in Iran right now. PC says, Maya just went to Kosher Kingdom in Golders Green, walked by where the incident began. No police presence in Golders Green. Yeah, I'm not surprised. How does your dad survive? Food, water, gas, money. So I can't really get into the details of how we are fixing that. But yes, they are struggling, but we have fixed the problem. We found a loophole to help my dad and family in Tehran. Having said that, the Israelis, speaking of helping, the Israelis, there was another meeting this morning with the Israeli Defense Forces and the military officials. The statement and the quote from the IDF is, if the nuclear objective is not achieved in Iran, then everything we did will be one big failure. The evil Iranian regime can pounce on the nuclear program any moment. If the uranium is removed from Iran through diplomatic means, we have done our part. Now, they are saying that that is highly unlikely, and they know that they have to prepare not necessarily for Israel to start the strikes, but they know this time round it is highly likely that the IRGC will probably have to do a preemptive attack. Now, there's still no guarantee, but in this situation, compared to back in February, March, at the time I was saying that, well, the IRGC was saying we might do a preemptive attack. That would have been a terrible, terrible idea. They should have just focused on preparing their own defense systems, and they still couldn't really do it properly because the Americans and the Israelis achieved the air superiority and dominance in the skies immediately within a few hours when they started the war. This time round, it is actually in the interest of the IRGC to do a preemptive, because whether they like it or not, unless they want to surrender, then fine. Diplomatically, if they want to surrender, fine. But that's unlikely because, again, they don't even know what they want because there are different factions. There is no unity inside the regime in Iran. When Ali Khamenei, the supreme leader, was still alive, there was still relatively some sort of unity because he was the main boss. He was the head of the mafia. Well, he's gone, and nobody knows exactly what's going on. Vahidi, the head of the IRGC, thinks he's in charge. We have the president, Pezeshkian, who thinks that he's important. Nobody cares about him. And they got different factions with Ghalibaf, who's basically playing all sides. Right now, it will be in the interest of the IRGC to do a preemptive because there's no other way they can survive. Because what they want to do is, if they're not going to diplomatically make a deal, the only option they have is to find a way to drag this along. If there's going to be a conflict again, just drag it along. Keep going and going, just about survive for months and months and months, for a couple of years, until President Trump basically leaves. That's the only option that they think they have on the table. So the best way for them is to basically cause as much chaos as early on possible. And that includes obviously hitting the UAE and Israelis and all the others first. But I don't know if they're actually reading this properly, but it's up to them. Either way, it's a lose-lose scenario for the IRGC because there's no way that they can come back or survive. Now, we also have some activities when it comes to the IRGC's Hezbollah branch. This is the latest video released from the Israeli Defense Forces. Over 40 Hezbollah sites in southern Lebanon have been struck over the last 24 hours. That includes command centers that have been used to advance, obviously prepare attacks against Israeli troops who remain in southern Lebanon, despite the ceasefire. As part of the agreement with the Lebanese government, the Israeli Defense Forces have not withdrawn from the areas that they have occupied already. They've invaded and occupied. They just created a buffer zone, and there is a yellow line. And if Hezbollah get close to that line, the IDF, under the ceasefire agreement, have the right to strike them. And every single day, Hezbollah continues to cause chaos. There is an update actually coming in because 2 IDF soldiers have now been attacked and injured in Lebanon. We're going to go to that shortly. Before we get to that point, they said they're only lightly wounded. There's nothing serious about this, fortunately. Before we get to that, and I will get some more reaction, we're just waiting for the president because he's been saying a couple of things, and which I will read out. He's just departing, I think. The White House, or where is it going? I'll get the information on that in a second. But before we go to that, as you guys know, we are soon, in the next few days, releasing the first ever political satire on 2C TV Plus, The Haters Ball, a stand-up comedy, which is also a game show, which is, again, to fight the cancel culture and woke tards. So you can watch that on 2C TV Plus by going on 2c.tv or download the 2C TV app. Let's watch a few seconds of the teaser of Haters Ball. Then we're going to go back to Lebanon.
You know when a so big you're not sure if you're having the or the having you?
I hate black people with autism. Sorry, I just spit on you, but you love that. I hate fat people because finally somebody f***ing gets it, right?
Yes, the Haters Ball will be on 2C TV Plus with our live audience, and big shout out to our team for this new series on our platform. Yeah, if you are sensitive, of course, probably don't watch it because it's not going to be politically correct. We can watch that on 2CTV Plus. Okay, let's quickly go back to Lebanon, because there was an update. The Israeli Air Force have once again targeted another area in the south. I think this is actually in Al-Zarariya, which is the same location where 2 IDF soldiers earlier on this morning were targeted. Fortunately, they were only lightly wounded, so they are fine. They're in a good condition, and they continue their operation. The Hezbollah guys, they seem to be focusing more on hiding rather than actually being effective when it comes to the offense strategy, because they're not really that good right now at targeting the Israelis, because every day when you have a couple of rockets being launched, they all get intercepted anyway. Again, they're running out of resources, they're running out of money coming from Iran, and if we are to have a multi-front war again, any moment, any day, whatever, it's going to be slightly different to what you had in March and April, because on the one hand, the beginning of it is going to be quite messy because the IRGC will have to use all they have. On the other hand, the Houthis in Yemen, Hezbollah in Lebanon, and the other Hezbollah sister party in Iraq are not receiving the same level of equipment and resources that they did a few months ago. The IRGC knew that they had to provide a lot of support to the proxies back in January and February. In fact, the Iraqi side are going to struggle because most of the Iraqis are now in Iran, try to help the IRGC to prevent an uprising, which is a whole different problem. But the regime in Iran think that they are ready. They seem very confident that they are prepared. In fact, I'm going to show you another video of their regular daily or nightly gatherings. They have massive rallies with Big Bushra Sheikh from the UK. She's a Pakistani communist Islamist who goes to Iran, funded by the Islamic Republic, could do whatever she wants, and then comes back to Keir Starmer's Britain, live freely. But this is what's happening. As you can see in this video, the IRGC are very, very ready to fight. Massive crowd. What is this? What is he doing? What is going on here? This is more embarrassing than the Palestine supporters in London. What? Stop it! Stop doing that. Yeah, these guys are ready for the Americans and the Israelis. Okay, brilliant. So, and I think it all around. What? Someone says, Tusi, why does Fox keep thinking all Iranians are the idiots called the IRGC? I think that says idiots. I don't know who on Fox thinks that, but whoever it is an idiot. But obviously it's not true. But meanwhile, obviously, the Immortal Guard in Iran, who are still waiting for the final command coming from the Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi, they are preparing. I mean, they continue their guerrilla campaign warfare anyway on a daily basis, usually nighttime, as we've shown you over the last few days. But the last time they came out, the Immortal Guard, on behalf of the Crown Prince, was in January. Just as a reminder, comparing to this and what these guys are doing, this is what the Immortal Guard had to face. When they were unarmed in January, they had to face the IRGC, who were fully armed. Complete war zone at the time. One-sided war zone. This is what they had to face. So this time round, as the last time, the Immortal Guard, despite the fact that they were not armed, mostly, they stayed on. They stayed on the streets. They lost 40, 50,000 people unarmed. At least that number could be a bit higher. But this time round, with the coordination with Mossad and CIA and others, also basic experience with everything they've dealt with this time and 2022, 2023, and everything else previously. This is why everybody is on edge. Everybody's on high alert, but they all know there's more pressure, surprisingly, on the Iranian people and the main opposition, the Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi. There's a lot of pressure because this time round, if you're doing the final command for the final battle as the Crown Prince and the team, and if you are the Immortal Guard, the Iranian people, getting ready for the final battle, you have to make sure, if you're coming out, this is the final time. And this time around, you can't just do wishy-washy protests because you're not dealing with a democracy, you're dealing with a dictatorship. You can't go on the streets and ask for freedom. Oh, I want freedom, I want democracy. That's not how it works. This one, they know. They know this. They've been preparing for this for weeks and months, obviously, especially since January, since everything that happened. Now they know what they're dealing with. This is what they know, that there's more pressure on them than ever before. And of course, on the Crown Prince, because he is their leader and he has to obviously do the final call. Obviously not yet, because it's not the end of the war. Once the war has ended, or we know that the regime has been extremely weakened on a basic personnel level on the streets. Obviously, the military infrastructure has been destroyed. But in terms of the personnel, the minions of the militants and Islamists on the streets, they still have control of the streets with the help of the proxies from Iraq, Afghanistan, Pakistan. Once you have basically opened up the streets, then that's when the Immortal Guard can and should come out if they want to do the final battle. So a couple of reactions we also have, and I'm going to go to the president. Someone says, thank you for making these reports easily understandable for the hillbillies from Tennessee like me. Yeehaw! Brilliant. And Christopher says, any word on equipping the Immortal Guard with small arms by the CIA and Mossad during this pause? It's already been happening. And I can't give you more information on this, but there were some hiccups over the last couple of months. Some of the weapons were lost. We know where they went. The Iraqi Kurds stole them. And more has been done over the last few weeks during the ceasefire. But again, it's just a matter of time. So we need to get off the pot. Okay. Iran war 2 or 11 for Ilhan Omar. Ilhan Omar. Last time Congress was involved in war in 1942, no president since has pretty much done what they want until Trump. We missed you yesterday. Greta Thunberg's flotilla was so scary. Yeah, she's so terrifying, guys. Seems to me that the Shia is that you spelt it like Shia Islam, but I think you mean S, is about to hit the fan. The spelling isn't correct. Have you ever met President Trump? I'm sure he would love to meet you. Yeah, he would love to meet me. No, not. I've met his people, his team, but not him directly, personally yet. Actually, stay tuned over the next couple of months on that. You'll find out something very, very interesting by the end of summer, I think. How are the people feeling since bombing has stopped? Well, they're all just waiting, because at this point, everything's in a bit of a limbo. Economically, they're all suffering, but they know that this is there's nothing else they can do about it. But they're all waiting. They're hoping that they know the blockade is basically suffocating the regime, but they're also suffering at the same time. Let's quickly go to the president, and then there's a troll in the live chat, which I want to address. I do love a good troll on a Friday. And President Trump. Okay, but apparently President Trump has now responded to the proposal already. Oh, no. So when we started this live stream, about an hour before, the IRGC, who were publicly saying, we're not going to talk anymore, we're not going to negotiate, we're definitely not going to negotiate the nuclear issue, they went to Pakistan to beg the Americans to talk. The Americans said, send us a proposal. They've sent a proposal. So we came live, we reported that. And the problem here is that the president has already responded saying the Islamic Republic are asking for things that I can't agree to. And he has now rejected the proposal again, as a second time in a few days. And saying, I'm not happy. Okay, so this is the issue of the weapons that he sent to the Iranians. Most of the weapons were stolen by the Kurds in Iraq. He said, I'm not happy with what happened with the Kurds. The Kurds did not deliver the weapons. We will see who has the weapons. Yeah, the Kurdish separatists are going to be in big trouble with their presidents in the next few months, especially after all this is calmed down.
Okay, so that's pretty much the news updates from 2C from earlier today. I'm looking at the White House. They still haven't started their live stream. So we're going to go to Murad Vaisi. And let me pull up this banner. So Murad Vaisi's analysis today, the topic of his live stream from this morning is Sentcom's 3 proposals to Trump for attack. So he's going to be talking about the 3 proposals that Sentcom has provided. And his military analysis is always excellent. So oh, wow. Wait, before we go to that, look at this. Richard Nixon Foundation. Oh my gosh, I always have a lot of time for Richard Nixon Foundation. Let's play this. Look at this, guys. This Richard Nixon Foundation is always great for giving a little bit of a history lesson. So let's play this. I always have time for the Richard Nixon Foundation.
Shah Reza Pahlavi's long reign spanned 8 American presidential administrations. But it was his special relationship and personal friendship with President Nixon that made history and changed history. The Vice President and the Second Lady met the Shah for the first time in Tehran in December 1953. In notes he made at the time, Nixon described the Shah's quiet dignity. He was impressed by his probing, astute questions. He sensed an inner strength. He felt that he would become a strong leader. That 1953 meeting was the start of a uniquely personal relationship based on mutual respect that lasted almost 4 decades. 1 year later, they met again when the Shah came to Washington for 3 days of talks about military assistance and aid. Vice President and Mrs. Nixon welcomed him in Queen Soraya at National Airport. They met again in Washington in 1958. Nixon made notes of the conversations he had with the Shah in Tehran in 1967 during one of several international fact-finding trips he made as a private citizen. Talking about Faradiba, the Shah said, "The Queen has a great personality in her own right, and she will be the first woman regent in Iran history after their coronation a few months later." The Shah told RN, "No possibility to cool down the Arab-Israel conflict." The Shah believes US gave him bad political advice and said, "I will decide what system works for my people." Nixon's seminal article, Asia After Vietnam, was published in Foreign Affairs in October, and his discussions with the Shah played an important role in developing what became the Nixon Doctrine. 2 years later, 2 days after his inauguration in January 1969, the new president received a letter from his old friend. I am fully convinced that with your intimate knowledge of this part of the world, and with due regard to the long-standing friendship and cordiality that exist between us, we will not fail to take every necessary measure for the further strengthening of the relations between our two countries on the basis of mutual respect and trust. In May 1969, the Shah came to Washington for President Eisenhower's funeral. In October, he returned on a state visit that marked a turning point in the relations between the two countries. The new president introduced a new grand strategy shifting the focus of Middle East policy to Iran as the cornerstone of regional stability and America's partner countering Soviet expansion. In 1972, the Shah and Shah Banu welcomed the President and First Lady to Iran. The friendship between Mrs. Nixon and the Empress deepened. This memorable visit has been described as the capstone event in the shift of U.S.-Persian Gulf policy, emphasizing Iranian primacy. At the White House in 1973, the warmth of the welcomes reflected the depth of the friendship. In 1979, the former president traveled to Mexico, to Cuernavaca, to confer and console with the exiled and ailing Shah. He made notes for his meeting with reporters. I look forward to paying my respects to the Shah, a personal friend for over 25 years and a friend of U.S. for over 30 years. As we see the agony of Iran, we realize importance of standing by our friends. If we don't, we will end up with no friends. The next day, he made notes of his conversation with the Shah. The Shah does not refer to President Carter, does refer to fact. He was not well served by human rights activists in his administration, who by insisting on instant democracy in Iran, mortally weakened the Shah. He is depressed by what is happening to Iranian people. He is still knowledgeable, interested in world affairs.
I saw the Shah the last time in Mexico, at Cuernavaca, Mexico. He was then in the last phases of terminal cancer, although he would never admit it or talk about his own problems at all. But he was quite thin and quite pale. But his head still as active and sharp as it had always been. He's a very intelligent, introspective man. What happened to the Shah, I think, could only be interpreted in that part of the world and other parts of the world as well, is that it is dangerous to be a friend of the United States, and it may pay to be an enemy. I think what we have to understand is that the Shah was the best friend of the United States in that area, in the whole Persian Gulf area, and it was Israel's only friend. The Shah, we must remember, in the 1973 war, furnished oil for our Mediterranean fleet when the other countries in the area cut it off. And the Shah tied down the Iraqi forces by supporting the Kurds against the Iraqis so that they never got involved in the 73 war.
A year later, he made a sad and lonely pilgrimage to Cairo to attend the Shah's funeral. At the airport, he gave reporters a personal and historical perspective.
There's no question that the Shah leaving Iran is a tragedy, a personal tragedy for him, a tragedy for the people of Iran who now are suffering repression much greater than they had before, who have 4 million at least unemployed and runaway inflation under a government that is not really a government, it's really a mob. All these things have happened, but also it was, in addition to being a personal tragedy for the Shah, a tragedy for the people of Iran, it was certainly a tragedy for what we call the West. because what was leadership and stability in that part of the world is now replaced by instability.
The next day, he marched alongside the Shah Banu and the Crown Prince in the Shah's funeral procession through the streets of Cairo. The former president, now a private citizen, was the only American dignitary there. Several years later, he recalled that day and spoke about his friend.
When I was there, I was the only dignitary of any rank who came to the Shah's funeral, because here the Shah, who before everybody was bowing and scraping before him, the heads of state and government and so forth, because he was rich and powerful and so forth, and now they all avoided him because he was out of power. And I never forgot that as I was standing there in the big tent where all the VIPs, usually ambassadorial level, not head of state level, were standing, Sadat came walking in, resplendent in his uniform, general's uniform. He saw me, his eyes lit up, and he walked over, held both hands out, and he said, "How good of you to come. How good of you to come." And I said, "Mr. President, it was very courageous of you to receive the Shah after virtually every other country did not grant him sanctuary." And he said, "Courageous, sir? It isn't courageous to stand up for a friend."
Today, as events are unfolding in Iran and the Middle East, the long friendship and unique partnership between two remarkable men, Richard Nixon and Shah Mohammad Reza Pahlavi, can provide an example of how true leadership can work to make a better and safer world. But more than instruction, they can be a source of vision and inspiration.
Wow, incredible. Javid Shah. Yeah, Richard Nixon is one of our top favorite presidents. We love President Nixon. Okay, let's go to Morad Vaisi. And his analysis today is called... So the topic of this morning's live stream that he had is called Sentcom's 3 Proposals to Trump for Attack. So let's watch. And again, guys, the translations are AI generated. So it's about, 90, 95% accurate. I won't interrupt unless it's a major mistranslation, or if it's an important point that needs to be summarized. And I am still keeping an eye on the White House. The White House still hasn't gone live. So whenever the White House goes live, I'll let you guys know.
درود بر شما. بعد از ظهر جمعه 11 اردیبهشت 2585 در ایران و صبح اول می 2026 در شرق آمریکا. ژنرال برد کوپر فرمانده سنتکام و ژنرال دنکین رئیس ستاد مشترک ارتش آمریکا با ترامپ دیدار کردند و پیشنهادهای سه‌گانه‌ای رو برای حمله به جمهوری اسلامی به ترامپ ارائه کردند. این پیشنهادهای سه‌گانه رو خدمتتون میگم. اول جایگاه این 2 نفر رو توضیح بدم که در چه جایگاهی هستن. رئیس ستاد ارتش آمریکا در سلسله مراتب نیروهای مسلح آمریکا نفر 3 حساب میشه. نفر اول فرمانده کل قواست که ترامپ، نفر دوم وزیر جنگ و نفر 3 رئیس ستاد مشترک ارتش آمریکاست. ژنرال کوپر فرمانده سنتکام یکی از 7 فرماندهی نظامی بزرگ عملیاتی آمریکاست. آمریکا حدود 11 تا فرماندهی نظامی بزرگ داره، 7 تاشون عملیاتی هست. مناطق مختلف جهان رو به مناطق مختلف نظامی تقسیم کردن. مثلا یک فرماندهی شمالیه که شامل مکزیک و آمریکا و اینها، کانادا میشه. یکی فرماندهی جنوبی راجع به آمریکای لاتین میشه و مرکزی. فرماندهی آفریقا دارن، فرماندهی اروپا دارن، فرماندهی غرب اقیانوس آرام دارن، شرق اقیانوس آرام دارن. یکی از اینها هم فرماندهی سنتکام. سنتکام فرماندهی ارشد نظامی آمریکا در خاورمیانه و آسیای مرکزی. کل کشورهای خاورمیانه زیر نظر اونن. حمله هم که به جمهوری اسلامی انجام میشه زیر نظر سنتکام. سنتکام ناوگان پنجم دریایی آمریکا در بحرین هم زیر نظرشه. بعضی موقع ناوگان ششم هم که در مدیترانه هست کمک میگیرن. حوزه دریایی سنتکام هم دریای سرخ، خلیج عدن، دریای عرب، دریای عمان، شمال اقیانوس هند و خلیج فارس. حالا اینا بردن طرحی رو به ترامپ دادن که ما برای مقابله با جمهوری اسلامی به لحاظ نظامی چیکار بکنیم. 3 تا طرح بهش دادن. این 3 تا طرح رو میگم، بعد یکی یکی توضیح میدم. 3 تا طرحی که بهش دادن، یکی اینی که در جزایر در جنوب ایران نیرو پیاده کنیم، تنگه هرمز رو باز کنیم. یک طرح دیگه اینه که نیروهای ویژه آمریکا پیاده بشن و اورانیومی رو که در تأسیسات صنعتی اصفهان، هسته‌ای اصفهان هست، خارج بکنن. اینم طرح دومه. طرح سوم یه حمله برق‌آسا و کوتاه مدت. اینها چه فرقی با هم دارن و چه ویژگی هایی دارن و چه هدف هایی رو دنبال میکنن؟ طرحی که برای جنوب داده شده از ابتدای جنگ مد نظر بود. یعنی تفنگدارای دریایی آمریکا بیان در جزایر جنوبی خلیج فارس پیاده بشن با هدف‌های متفاوتی. اولین هدف باز کردن تنگه هرمز بوده. اینی که نیروهای آمریکایی بیان در لارک، هنگام و قشم پیاده بشن. 3 تا جزیره‌ای که متصل به تنگه هرمز هستن. در طرح‌های گسترده تر هرمز هم دیده میشه که بین تنگه و بندر عباس هست. لارک، تمام کشتی‌هایی که وارد خلیج فارس میشن، اونهایش که از محدوده آب‌های ایران عبور میکنن، ابتداعاً از دریای عمان وارد میشن، میرن شمال تنگه، بین لارک و قشم وارد میشن، از کنار هنگام وارد میشن، میرن وارد خلیج فارس میشن. و اونهایی که از خلیج فارس خارج میشن، موقعی که برگشت میان از جنوب لارک رد میشن. این خطیه که عمدتاً از آبهای جمهوری اسلامی رد میشه، آبهای سرزمینیش، آبهای داخلیش نیست. در آبهای سرزمینی کشتی‌های دیگه میتونن بیان عبور و مرور بکنن، به شرطی که عبورشون بی ضرر باشه. عبور بی ضرر هم یعنی اینکه مستمر باشه، توقف نکنه و به کشور ساحلی هم آسیب نزنه. آمریکایی ها دنبال اینن الان تنگه رو به این شکل باز کنن که تفنگداراشون رو در لارک و هنگام و قشم پیاده کنن و بعد کمک بگیرن از نیروهای لشکر 82 هوابرد آمریکا برای که این اگر لازم شد وسعتش بدن. چون این عملیاتی کمترین سطحش اینه که در لارک و هنگام پیاده بشن، سطح بالاترش اینه که در قشم و هرمز هم پیاده بشن، سطح بسیار بالاترش اینه که در بندر عباس هم پیاده بشن. یعنی بندر عباس رو به عنوان منطقه‌ای که سرپل پشتیبانی برای قشم و لارک و هنگام، این رو هم از دست سپاه خارج بکنن. یکی از طرح‌هایی که به ترامپ داده شده اینه. نیرویی هم که بخواد این رو اجرا بکنه عمدتاً تفنگدارایی هستن که در 2 تا ناوگروه هستن. آمریکایی‌ها الان در منطقه 4 تا ناوگروه دارن. یه ناوگروه پنجم هم گفته شده میاد به منطقه. اون 4 تا ناوگروهی که الان در منطقه دارن، یکی ناوگروه هواپیمابر لینکلن، یه ناو هواپیمابر با ناوشکن‌های همراهش، یک ناوگروه هواپیمابر جورج بوشه و ناوشکن‌های همراهش و یه ناوگروه جرالفورد و ناوشکن‌های همراهش که الان قرار جرالفورد برگرده آمریکا. گفته میشه آیزنهاور میخواد به جاش بیاد، ناو هواپیمابر آیزنهاور. این 3 تا ناو هواپیمابر بزرگن و 3 تا ناوگروه همراهشون. ناوگروه 4م که بیشتر به بحث حمله ما مرتبطه، ناوگروه تریپولیه. یه ناو هواپیمابر کوچیک‌تره، حدود 20 فروند F-35 عمود پرواز روش هست، یه تعداد هلیکوپتر سنگین روش هست، یه تعداد هلیکوپتر تهاجمی کبرا روش هست و ناوهای آبی خاکی که همراهش هستن هم تفنگدار دارن هم هاورکرافت دارن. هاورکرافت این قایق‌های بزرگ بادیه که نیرو و تجهیزات رو میتونه به ساحل بیاره. مستقیم در دل ناو هستن، از دل ناو این دک پشت سر ناو باز میشه، مستقیم وارد آب میشن، میان ساحل، نیروها رو پیاده میکنن، میتونن در ساحل بمونن، میتونن دوباره برگردن به ناو. نیازی به اسکله و بندر ندارن. خصلت این ناوگروه آبی خاکی آمریکا که اینقدر مهمه، میگن باشه در منطقه چه تأثیری داره، که الان یه ناوگروهش با فرمانده ناو USS تریپولی هست، 2 تا ناو آبی خاکی هم همراهشه، یک ناوگروه دیگه ای هم الان در دریای فیلیپین، ناو USS باکسر که اعلام شد داره میاد خاورمیانه. من نمیدونم تأخیرش به چه دلیله که نمیاد، در دریای فیلیپین باقی مونده، چون اگر بخواد بیاد از تنگه مالاکا عبور میکنه. معمولا کشتیایی که از تنگه مالاکا در این حد عبور میکنن عکاسا میبینن و عکسشون رو میگیرن. نمیدونم چرا الان نفرستادن، قبلا میگفتن که میاد. اونم 2 تا ناو آبی خاکی همراهشه، اونام هاورکرافت دارن در بدنشون، تفنگدار دارن، 2500 تا اونا تفنگدار دارن، 2200 تا تریپولی، میشه حدود 5000 تا ناو تفنگدار. از لشکر 82 هوابرد آمریکا هم که اونا چترباز هستن، گفته شده یه تیپ میاد. اون تیپ باید حدود 3-4 هزار نفر باشه و مجموع اینها آمادگی میده به آمریکا برای اینکه تنگه هرمز رو در یه عملیاتی باز بکنه. عملیات دیگه‌ای که ممکنه این لشکر 82 هوابرد و تفنگدارا انجام بدن اینه که بیان بعضی از جزایر مربوط به صادرات نفت جمهوری اسلامی رو بگیرن، یعنی جزیره خارک و لاوان رو بگیرن. این قبلا احتمالش زیاد بود، الان احتمالش کمتر شده. چرا؟ آمریکایی ها به این نتیجه رسیده بودن برای که صادرات نفت جمهوری اسلامی رو قطع کنن، چترباز و تفنگدار پیاده کنن در جزیره خارک و لاوان که بیشترین صادرات نفت جمهوری اسلامی توش انجام میشه، یه مقدارم در جاسک در دریای عمان انجام میشه. به نظر میاد با اجرای محاصره‌ای که کردن آمریکایی ها، الان دیگه خیلی نیاز به پیاده کردن نیرو در خارک و لاوان ندارن. چرا؟ چون اگر نیرو در خارک و لاوان پیاده کنن، هدف اینه جلو صادرات نفت جمهوری اسلامی رو بگیرن دیگه. ولی اگر نیرو در خارک و لاوان پیاده کنن، ممکنه این نیرو مورد آسیب قرار بگیره. چرا؟ موقعی که در خارک باشه، یک منطقه کوچیکیه، جمهوری اسلامی میتونه حمله موشکی و پهپادی کنه، آسیب بگیره، تلفات بگیرن نیروهای آمریکایی. ولی نیروهای آمریکایی الان در دریای عمان، در یه فاصله دورتر از جمهوری اسلامی ایستادن، در دریای عرب ایستادن.
Yeah, guys, the White House live stream started, but I don't see President Trump yet. So whenever President Trump begins, we'll switch over to that. So I am keeping an eye on the White House live stream.
و جلوگیری از صادرات رو اجرا میکنن. بنابراین لازم نیست خیلی در خارک و لاوان پیاده بشن جلو صادرات نفت رو بگیرن. در دریای عمان و دریای عرب وایسادن این کارو. ولی برای باز شدن تنگه هرمز لازمه، چون بالاخره باید لارک و هنگام و قشم و هرمز رو و حتی یک میزانی از بندر عباس رو از کنترل سپاه خارج بکنن. بنابراین اون عملیات اولی که از طرح‌های سه‌گانه‌ای که پنتاگون و ژنرال کوپر فرمانده سنتکام به ترامپ پیشنهاد کردن روز گذشته، عمدتاً میتونه متکی باشه برای اینی که تفنگدارای دریایی آمریکا و لشکر 82 هوابرد در تنگه هرمز عملیات بکنن و جزایر رو بگیرن برای اینکه کاملا اونجا رو از کنترل جمهوری اسلامی خارج کنن. این یه طرح.
So guys, that's pretty much what I've been sort of hinting at. You know, keep an eye on Harg Island, keep an eye on some of the other islands there, because that could be potentially one of the plans. And that's what Senator Lindsey Graham has spoken about in the past with Sean Hannity, right? Where he's basically said, I think it was Sean Hannity, but he basically said, you know, take Harg Island and you win the war. And again, the way that President Trump was speaking today, right before he left for Florida, the language and the messaging and his body language, very, very similar to Friday, February 27, about 12 hours before he boomed the Islamic regime and exterminated Khamenei.
طرح دومی که داده شده به ترامپ اینی که هدف ترامپ از تمام این فشارهایی که بر جمهوری اسلامی بود یک چیز بود، اینی که توان هسته‌ای جمهوری اسلامی رو برای تولید سلاح اتمی از بین ببره. این مهمترین چیزی بود که ترامپ میگفت برای حمله.
Oh, and just a quick comment. So Delphine says, all the things that Goldie keeps track of, stays on top of simultaneously. Thank you, Goldie. You're very welcome. I'm happy to do it, guys. So, I mean, basically, this is basically like doom scrolling, right? So I'm doom scrolling, I'm watching everything, and I'm just giving my analysis. So, I mean, this is something that I would probably do on my own anyway. And then I started live streaming it, and of course, Armin joined me. And you guys are here. You guys appreciate it. So yeah, like I like this is what I do 24/7 anyway. So I'm just glad that you guys also appreciate this. And like I said, you know, your presence you know, gives me energy and strength. And you know, I love reading your comments, you know, when I can, when I'm not paying attention to the doom scrolling and the videos. But yeah, happy to do it. And yeah, I am a bit of a multitasker. So I just have like, guys, you don't even know how many tabs I have open right now, just kind of constantly going through everything and monitoring everything. But no, I'm glad you guys are enjoying this. And, you know, I think we've made such an amazing, fantastic community, all of us together. So yeah. Savok's like, گشنه شدیم. بابا پس کی کتلت میدن. فکر بکنم شاید این ویکند شاید یه چند تا کتلت جدید بگیریم. So Savok is basically asking in Persian. He's like I'm getting hungry. When are they going to give us some new cutlets? As you guys know, cutlet is what we call you know, Islamic regime terrorists who have been boomed. So, and I responded, hopefully this weekend. Let's see. But yeah, no, I'm more than happy to do this, and more than happy to provide context. I mean, as long as you guys think it's useful and helpful, then yeah. Do I have a multi-monitor? Yeah, so I have my laptop, I have a monitor here, I have a third monitor on this side, but it's not currently connected. The third monitor is like it's my like portable travel monitor, so I don't usually have the third monitor set up, but you know, sometimes I do when I'm, you know, doing even more multitasking in the background. But I do have like a 2 monitor set up 100%. So whenever I'm looking here, right, when I'm looking here, I'm looking at my monitor, but I know like it kind of looks like I'm looking off screen. That's just because of like the format. But whenever like it's here, right, this here, like it makes more sense because this is where I'm looking at my monitor. And because of the layout, it kind of looks like I'm looking at what's playing on the screen for you guys. But when it's this way and I'm looking, it looks like I'm looking somewhere else. But this is my monitor. So whenever you see me looking to the left, it's basically I'm looking at my monitor. All right, let's get back to Morad Vaisi. And I am keeping an eye on YouTube.
آمریکایی‌ها تأسیسات هسته‌ای نتنز و فردو و اصفهان رو بمباران کردن، اسرائیلی‌ها این کارو کردن. تأسیسات هسته‌ای عراق هم که آب سنگینه بمباران کردن. از نظر خود اون تأسیسات آمریکایی‌ها خیلی دیگه نگرانی ندارن که جمهوری اسلامی بتونه غنی سازی بکنه. جمهوری اسلامی غنی سازی دیگه فعلا نمیتونه بکنه. در روز 22 خرداد 1404، یک روز قبل از اینی که جنگ 12 روزه شروع بشه، اونجا آژانس بین‌المللی انرژی اتمی اومد یک قطعنامه رو تصویب کرد.
Wait, that's not the right date. 22 خرداد. June 12. June 12. So when he says 22 خرداد, he's referring to June 12.
گفت که جمهوری اسلامی باید به یه سری سوالات آژانس جواب بده که جواب نداده، که یه سری جاها غنی‌سازی کرده، یه سری جاها رد اورانیوم پیدا شده، بیاد بگه که اینا چیه. جمهوری اسلامی قلدربازی در آورد. در روز 22 خرداد 1404 گفت من نه فقط به سوالات آژانس جواب نمیدم، بلکه حالا شما که این قطعنامه رو در شورای حکام علیه من تصویب کردید، من میرم تأسیسات غنی‌سازی جدیدی رو راه میندازم که فکر میکنم اون کلنگزلاس چیه در نزدیک نتنز اون باشه. این قلدری جمهوری اسلامی باعث شد که روز بعد اسرائیل به جمهوری اسلامی حمله کرد. تأسیسات هسته‌ای بمباران شد و آخرش هم دیدید که بیتوهای آمریکا اومدن با بمبای سنگرشکن فردو رو بمباران کردن و رفتن. جمهوری اسلامی الان تأسیساتی برای غنی‌سازی اورانیوم نداره. آمریکایی‌ها نگرانی نیستن. آمریکایی‌ها در موضوع هسته‌ای آخرین گامی که برای خودشون قائل شدن، میگن اگر توافق شد که توافق میکنیم، اگر توافق نشد ما آخرین گامی که باید انجام بدیم اینی که نیروی ویژه بره یا هر جوری که هست عملیات کنیم اون 400 کیلو اورانیوم غنی شده ای که در تأسیسات هسته‌ای اصفهان هست و احتمال زیاد در کپسول های نگهداری میشه، ما اینا رو از زیر خاک در بیاریم از ایران خارج کنیم ببریم آمریکا. مسئله هسته‌ای دیگه برای ما حل میشه. این چیزی که الان تو ذهن آمریکایی هست. مذاکره کردن، مذاکره به جایی نرسید در اسلام آباد. توجه آمریکایی هم روی این غنی‌سازی است. میگن جمهوری اسلامی چند تا کار باید انجام بده اگه میخوایم توافق کنه. جمهوری اسلامی مدام میخواد از این بحث غنی‌سازی فرار کنه. هی تو پیشنهاداتش میگه که بریم راجع به پایان جنگ صحبت کنیم، راجع به لغو محاصره صحبت کنیم، راجع به لغو تحریم‌ها صحبت کنیم، راجع به تنگ هرمز صحبت کنیم. آمریکا میگه نه، من راجع به هسته‌ای میخوام صحبت کنم. شما یا میایید سر هسته‌ای توافق میکنید یا اینی که هیچ توافقی بین ما نیست. همین دیروز ترامپ گفت توافقی بین ما و جمهوری اسلامی بخواد بشه راجع به هسته‌ای، ما راجع به چیزای دیگه فعلا کاری نداریم. اینی هم که جمهوری اسلامی گفته لغو محاصره کنید تا ما تنگ هرمز باز کنیم، ترامپ گفته ما این کار نمیکنیم. گفته ما محاصره لغو نمیکنیم. راجع به هسته‌ای هم 4-5 تا حرف مشخص دارن آمریکایی‌ها که در توافق هسته‌ای دنبال این 4-5 تا حرفن و جمهوری اسلامی تا حالا قبول نکرد. حرفشون چیه؟ میگن شما اول میپذیرید که دیگه مطلقا در ایران غنی‌سازی اورانیوم نباشه. دست کم برای 20 سال نباید باشه. این یک. بعد از اینی که توقف غنی‌سازی رو پذیرفتید، تأسیسات هسته‌ای فردو، نتنز، اصفهان، کلنگزلا و عراق رو جمع میکنید کامل. این دوتا. سوم اینه که بازرس‌های آژانس از جمله بازرس‌های آمریکایی میان اینو چک میکنن که شما تأسیسات هسته‌ای رو جمع کردید و بازرس‌های آژانس از جمله بازرس‌های آمریکایی همیشه باید
Oh, wait, this is interesting, guys. Look at this. Apparently, well, Tusi's on his way somewhere fancy. Look at him. Look at Tusi, all dressed up in a tuxedo.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we come to you guys with some breaking news coming from Iran, specifically the province of Zanjon in the northwestern part of the country. We've just had a huge explosion, and at least 14 IRGC members have been eliminated. The Islamic Republic state media are trying to spin this by saying that we've had our construction workers and cleaners and specialists trying to remove unexploded rockets from the US and Israel that was just somehow on the ground, and there was a bit of an accident and it was a boopsie. Of course, that's not true, because we had a huge number of IRGC operatives who have been killed in this mysterious explosion. Of course, we're going to keep you guys posted on this. It's not going to be now, it's going to be later on. As you can see, I'm not just wearing this because it's a casual Friday. I'm actually going to the Royal Caledonian Ball, the Scottish reeling, in case you don't know. But of course, eventually I'll come back and give you guys the live coverage. All right, ladies and
Does that mean the boom? Like, does that mean that the war has continued? Wait. Oh my gosh. Yeah, this is true. Okay. Zanjon tonight. An unexploded ordnance unalived 14 IRGC terrorists. Let me translate this. This is where we need Armin GPT, but you guys are stuck with Goldie GPT. Okay, so it says the martyrdom of 14 IRGC soldiers in Zanjon due to an explosion of non-functional ammunition. So the official narrative from the Islamic regime is that this was an accident due to non-functional ammunition or something. The Zanjon IRGC was threatened following enemy airstrikes using cluster bombs. Was boom boomed. Okay, so yeah, basically. So basically, what they're claiming is that they're like moving a whole bunch of like unexploded boom booms, and then one of them, like when a bunch of them were moving some of these unexploded boom booms today, they unexpectedly exploded. So today, during one of these missions, 14 of the dedicated forces were martyred and 2 were injured. It's so weird, but why are they saying they were martyred? Like, this whole martyrdom is like when, you know, you lose your life in jihad. So what? Moving unexploded ammunition is now jihad. So basically, when they say that they're martyred, they're pretty much admitting that President Trump is starting. When they say that they're martyred, pretty much admitting that there was like boom booms. All right, let's go to President Trump. I know you guys really like this song. I'm worried about getting a copyright strike, right? So that's my challenge with playing this. I don't want to get a copyright strike and then the page taken down. Right? Because YouTube is frustrating like that, unfortunately. So as much as I would love to play the song, we'll have to wait until the song is over, and then I'll bring the audio back. Yeah. No. It's okay. You know what? I'll play our own song. I'll play our own song during this part.
Iran's formally
Kind of fitting. Okay. Okay, I think he's starting. Wait. Here we go. Okay.
Thank you very much, everybody. And it's great to be here. I'm thrilled to be back in the home of a great place. I love Florida. We love Florida. With all of the very proud, great American patriots of the villages. Are we happy with the villages? We like the villages. Now, you know, I shouldn't be here. There was just an attempt. I won't use the word, an attempt, they say, on my life. I should be indoors at a secure facility where I can quietly, beautifully, and safely play out my term, destroying everything that comes in our way, like bad countries that want to get nuclear weapons. We'll take care of that. So they want me to be in a secure place. I said, what's more secure than the villages? Now, I heard the seniors were waiting at the villages, and there's no way we got like 97% of the vote. Remember all those frauds? They said, whoa. Remember Sleepy Joe and Kamala? They came up, oh, we love you more than Trump. And you said, no, you don't. You don't. You don't love us more. You're a bunch of phony bastards. But as you know, this is the single largest community of seniors anywhere in the world. And frankly, it's the largest crowd you've ever had assembled. You know, it's very interesting. They built this, but when I first started, they didn't have this. We had a little tiny room. So we went outside. We had a tremendous crowd, but I don't know if you see what's going on. They have an overflow room that's bigger than this. Why the hell didn't I go there to start off with? What's going on here? And then they have outside, they have thousands and thousands of people, and we love them all. We love them all. So we're here to celebrate a policy that benefits every American senior all across this land, and it's called no tax on Social Security. It's done. It's done. You know, I took a poll at one of the events. I said no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, or no tax on Social Security, all of them. So let's do it now. Let's do another poll. No tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax. So what you do is you're going to cheer for the one you like the most of the three, all right? No tax on tips. No tax on overtime. No tax on Social Security. I'm telling you, Dr. Phil, that's the one they like. This Social Security, I thought that was maybe a sleeper. This is more than a sleeper. No tax on Social Security for our great seniors. That's what we like, right? So our great, big, beautiful bill was the largest tax cut in American history. And as a result, more than 51 million American seniors now pay a federal tax rate of 0. 0. And this isn't talk. This is an I'm going to get it for you. Look, these guys up here, front row Joes, they're all over the place. I can't get rid of them. What are you, 219? I think they're 219 rallies. They are sick individuals, but we love them. I don't know what the hell they do, but they have money someplace because they do a lot of traveling. Look at the front row Joes. But we provide seniors, and we have a record-setting average tax deduction this year of more than $7,500. Think of that. You know, it's been amazing. And on all of them, people, and I've seen it even on the fake news. Look at all the fake news back there. What? That's a lot of fake news. That's a lot of fake news. That's a lot of fakers. Did you see where they had a study done and Trump on the evening news gets 93% bad publicity? 93. And yet I won in a landslide. Now, you know what that means? Now think of it. 93%. And, you know, like with Kamala, she made a bad statement on CBS 60 Minutes, and they had to pay me a lot of money, $38 million. You know what she did? Her statement was so bad the night before the election, it was so bad that they took another answer that she gave, which was not bad. It wasn't good. It was nothing. And they put it in where she, and we found out they did it. They changed the answers. BBC has me AI saying about hate. We hate, we hate. I said, that's not me. They changed my lips. I couldn't even tell myself. I said, I didn't know. This gets very, but think of it, 93% bad stories, only bad. And if it's a good story, they make it bad. You know, you can make anything bad. You could have a baseball team won 21-2, and the writer says they should have won by more. That's where we are. We're winning 25-0, and they say we should be doing more. There's never been a first term of a president, they say, and even the radical left lunatics say it, that's accomplished more than we have. It's never happened. Never happened. But just to finish off, you know, I love the weave because the weave is great. You go out, Pa, go out. You always have to come back. Someday I won't come back, and they'll say, all right, he shot. That's it. The weave, I call it, the weave, because you get a lot of stories into one little sentence. But when you have 93% and you win in a landslide, you know what it means? It means that the media has lost total credibility. Nobody believes them. That's what it means. Very simple. But thanks to the massive tax cut, American seniors just received your largest tax refunds of all time, by far. And here in the Sunshine State, we've issued 2.5 million Florida seniors over $13 billion. Now think of that. Now, I don't happen to be a senior. I'm much younger than you. I'm a much younger man than you. Look at you old guys. Wouldn't you like to be my age? It's young, vital, vibrant. No, I'm much, much younger than the people in this room, but I feel I can relate to you anyway. See, now the fake news will go tonight and they'll say, he's claiming to be younger than the people. You understand? That means more money to visit your grandkids, bigger budget for taking a trip to someplace that you want to go, or extra dinners out with your family. You're going to do a lot. You're going to do a lot. You know what to do with the money. But I saw it recently. People are being interviewed. And yeah, why don't you sit down here? Come on, front row Joe, sit down. Get them all to sit down. You know, it must be good when front row Joes still stand up after 300 or something, whatever the hell. They're still standing. That's pretty good. But it's been an amazing period of time. Our country is hot again. We have a great country again. We're respected as a country again. So these are your golden years, but these are really beyond your golden years. This is the golden age of America. This is where we are. We're in a period of time, and you've lived, and you're going to live a long time longer, but you're going right now through the golden age of America. The crooked Joe Biden people, these are radical left lunatics that almost destroyed our country. I'll tell you what, if we didn't win this election, I believe our country was dead. I don't think it could have sustained the open borders, transgender mutilization of your children. I believe our country, men playing in women's sports, they say that's an 80-20 issue. It's not. It's a 99-1 issue. The mutilization of your children, that's a 99-1 issue. These aren't 80-20. They say that's a 70-30 issue. It's not a 70. It's every one of them and so many others. Frankly, look, they have the worst policy in history, but they stick together. Republicans have to stick together. If we stick together, we can't be, because we have great policy, common sense policy. Under crooked Joe Biden, American seniors were ravaged by the worst inflation in the history of our country, devastating the budget, senior citizens. You know, when I say the history of our country, I'm always criticized because they correct me. They say it was 48 years. It wasn't history. It was 48. And I think that sounds pretty bad, too. I actually think 48 years, it sounds more specific. It actually is better. So they say the worst inflation in 48 years. I say the history of our country. But you had the worst inflation we've ever seen. Prices soared. Healthcare costs skyrocketed as Biden and the radical left Democrats in Congress allowed 25 million illegal aliens to pour into our country. This was an invasion of our country. Tell them to turn up the microphone, will you please? Turn up the mic. You know, I hate it. You pay these guys a lot of money, and then you get up and the mic isn't on properly. And then they want their money, and I don't believe in paying people to do a bad job. I only like to pay people. I pay early. And I'm screaming my ass off because the mic is no good. Turn the mic up, please. Amazing. But all of that changed the day I took the oath of office on January 20th, 2025. Under the Trump administration, we're standing up for American seniors like no president has ever stood up before. And just as I promised, we're strongly protecting Social Security and Medicare, and we always will. We have a man here who knows more about Medicaid, Medicare, medical crap than any human being. Where's Dr. Oz? Where the hell are you, Stand up. He's great. It's the most boring trip I've ever made. He's telling me about Medicare, Medicaid. All I want to do is take care of you. I don't care. I said, you work out the details, but I did say, give them the max. That's all I care about. Give them whatever the hell the max is. But Oz has been great. You have been great. And Bobby's been great. He's a little different. Do you agree? We needed somebody a little different, and we got him in Bobby Kennedy, right? But they work together. And it's great. You know, I brought somebody else with me. He's central casting for a Treasury Secretary. If you're casting a movie, look at them. They're already excited. You know, a lot of people didn't know him. He was very successful, great success, actually. But people didn't know him. Now he walks down the street and people are asking for his autograph. It's crazy. Scott, stand up, please. Scott Bassett. They wanted to be here. You know, I gave him an option. I said, I can meet you guys later. No, you're going to the villages. We want to be with you. So it's sort of cool. We got a lot of celebrities here, actually. But together with the Republicans in Congress, we've removed nearly 300,000 illegal aliens from the Social Security roll. And we've removed more than 100,000 migrants from Medicare eligibility, 100,000, and the number's going up. What we're really doing is saving Social Security because It was so rife with fraud, and the Democrats didn't care. They couldn't care less. All they care about is Trump derangement syndrome. They are sick. They are lunatics. We're dealing with lunatics. You can do, but I've learned, with time, I've learned if I want something, I go the opposite. In other words, if I want the wall, I say, I will not, under any circumstances, build the wall. And they give me all the money I want. True, just go the opposite. They're crazy. They're crazy. It actually is a disease. I think they're going to register it next week. Trump derangement syndrome. They're going to TDS. It's commonly known as TDS. This man has an incurable case of TDS. To further stop Medicare and Medicaid from being looted by criminals and thugs, we've launched a war on fraud. You've been watching it in the papers. We're all over Minnesota, California, all over the place. They're taking down hundreds and hundreds and even thousands of people a week and a day. It's led by our great Vice President, J.D. Vance. He's doing a great job. I said, J.D., I want that job. I want to do it as president. They said, you better, let's do a little delegation, please. But J.D.'s done a great job. Thousands and thousands of people are it's a fraud. I mean, look at the wonderful country. It's a beautiful country. You should try it sometime. Somalia. It's a beautiful place. It's got no government. It's got no military. It's got no anything. It's got one thing that's really strong, crime. It's got a lot of crime. They have no police. All they do is run around shooting each other. It's filthy dirty, disgusting dirty. It's a horrible place. They come here, and Ilhan Omar, you ever hear of her? She heads it. And think of it. They have nothing but crime, poverty, pollution. Everything is horrible over there. Nothing good.
Guys, also just keep in mind how he speaks about Somalia versus how he speaks about Iran and the Iranian people, right? Like President Trump has only ever spoken about the Iranian people with like respect, right? It's a great nation, very cultured, very civilized, great people, right? So just keep that in mind. Like the way he's comparing like Somalia to Iran, right?
They say it's the worst country anywhere in the world, that we got some beauties out there, but it's the worst. And then she comes here from Somalia, and she tells us how to run the United States of America. She says, the Constitution gives me certain rights, And I demand that I be given these rights. Get the hell out, what a phony. And then she married a brother to come in. I don't know, you're not. But I would imagine they're looking at her. I have nothing to do with it. I would imagine. Of course I have nothing to do. I have nothing, but I believe she married her brother, which is totally illegal. Although it's a lovely couple, actually, but it's a little bit on the illegal side. Darling, I love you very much. Good night, brother. Let's go to bed. Good night. Isn't she despicable? I can't stand watching her. I can't stand. Did you see last month, she accidentally checked the wrong box. It said she was worth $38 million. And law enforcement came after her for that. And then all of a sudden, she was worth less than $80,000. And she said it was accounting. It was an accounting error. That was not a very good accountant, was it? Huh? No, their whole life is based on fraud and a scam. The whole thing is a scam. And we ought to get those people the hell out of our country. To get better care to our seniors much more quickly, my administration has dramatically accelerated Medicare prior authorizations, a big deal. That's what used to take days and weeks and months to get. and now you're getting it done in a matter of minutes. Really, I mean, unbelievable job you've done. Minutes. And we have a big search for fraud. Very little. You know, when people get arrested all over Minnesota, all over California, wait till you see what we're coming up with in California. Gavin Newsom is not good. But he gave the worst interview a month ago. Did you see it? Where he said he was incompetent. He can't read. He can't write. He can't do it. He said he's horrible for testing. We should give him a cognitive test. I took 3 of them. Aced all of them, by the way. You know, I'm the only president to take a cognitive test because I don't think Obama could pass it. I don't. Didn't he get into Harvard with a C average? I don't know. What's that? I don't think he could pass it. I don't think, well, Biden isn't. Give me a break. You know, the first question is very easy. It's a lion, a giraffe, a bear, and a shark. They say, which one is the bear? And everybody says, oh, 30 questions. Everyone says, very standard. It's a very standard test, but very tough around those last 10 questions. Not too many people, even in this very room, unlike Newsom, I'll say, this room of geniuses. He said, I'm in a room of dumb people. That was not good. That was not good. You know what happened to him after that? It wasn't a pretty, but I'm in a room of brilliant people, but a lot of you wouldn't have been able to answer those 10 questions. And when I got the score in the test, the doctor said, wow, I've never seen, you know, you have 5 doctors lined up. They're all over the place. I said, should I take it? You know, I've had different phases. They've said, he's a mad genius. I didn't mind that too much. Then they said, he's a horrible human being. I don't like that much. Then they said, he's really not a smart person at all. I really hated that. So I took a cognitive test, and I said to the doctor, first doctor is Dr. Ronnie. You know Doc Ronnie. We all love Doc Ronnie. But he had a whole team of doctors at Walter Reed, a great place. I said, so should I do it? He said, well, it's a tough exam, actually. You know, those last 20 questions, they get tough. A lot of people can't do them. I said, well, what do you think? He said, well, if you do it, they're going to find out because it's essentially a public, you know, it's a military hospital. If you do badly, they're going to find out and it won't be pleasant. I said, well, I do well on things, so let's do it. And I got everyone right. And these are tough questions. These are tough questions, you know. They say, take a number, any number. Okay, I'll take 99. Multiply times 9, okay? Divide it by 3, good. Add 4,293, that's good. Divide by 2. Subtract 93. Divide by 9. What is your answer? Now, they go a little slower than that, but not much. I don't want to waste a lot of time. But there aren't a lot of people that get it right. I got it right. You know, it was actually longer and more complex than that. But no, it's a tough test. So I took it. And then, everyone said, all right, good, he's smart. He's smart. It's not really smart. It's like, you know what we are, really? We have common sense. We're people with common sense, right? We like strong borders. We don't like open borders for the world to pour into our country, right? From prisons all over the Congo, all over South America. The Congo, I tell you what, the Congo, they just used to think that we were just an open cesspool where they take all their prisoners and dump them into our country. Parts of South America, the same thing. It's terrible. So, as you know, we've done a fantastic job. But I just felt, and I put out yesterday a statement, I think anybody running for president or vice president should be forced to take a cognitive examination. Right? I mean, you get a guy, he gets in, he's got a good line of crap, he gets in, and all of a sudden you're stuck with a man who's a moron. You know, this is not good. This is not good. We went through 4 years of it. It's not a good situation. But we also dramatically increased coverage for outpatient clinical care known as site-neutral payments, stopping seniors from being ripped off by billions of dollars of outrageous fees that they charge, billions and billions of dollars, right? Oz. And on top of these major Medicare improvements, I'm pleased to report today that we have authorized $210 million in rural health care funding for the great state of Florida. 210. we're taking some of the money that they scammed. You know, we're catching billions of dollars, billions. Minnesota, it's like you ever hear the expression, shooting fish in a barrel? It's like shooting fish in a barrel. And that governor and that attorney general are so crooked. It's so horrible. It's so horrible. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. Well, stranger things have happened, I will tell you. By the way, and our attorney general is doing a very good job, isn't he? Todd Blanche, she's doing a very good job. A lot of action. There's a lot of pent-up action. Perhaps most importantly for our great seniors, I've secured the largest reduction in drug prices in American history. You say it. Under my most favored nation agreements, we are delivering you the record-setting discounts with price differences of 400%, 500%, and 600, 700, and even sometimes 800% reductions. Now, some people would say it's 80, 90, 70. It depends on the way you phrase the statement, but it could be 500, 600%. It could be 90%. It doesn't matter. We've gotten you the largest reductions in history, the largest reductions. We were the most overpriced. We had the highest price for prescription drugs anywhere in the world, and now we have the lowest prices anywhere in the world. That's all you have to know. And to get that, because Oz said to me, you know, it's going to be very tough. The drug companies are going to be bad, but we had to get the approval of other nations. As an example, I talk about the fat drug. The fat drug, a friend of mine who's extremely fat and very wealthy and very obnoxious. He's a very unattractive individual, actually, but he's extremely smart, very, very successful. He's a highly neurotic person, semi-controlled. I would say, you know, usually I like to say I like a neurotic person, but it has to be controlled. This guy's only semi, but he's in London, and he calls me, he goes, President, in New York, I'm paying like $87 for the fat drug. He called it the fat shot. I've given it that name, the fat shot. And I said, well, it's not working too well for you. But he said, I pay $87 in London. In New York, I'm paying like $1,300. So I'm paying $1,300 and $87. What's that all about? And other people would call me the same, but he made a big imprint because he's a very smart guy. He said, you know what, I had it traced. It's made in the same factory. It's made by the same company. Everything's the same except the price. One's $87 and one's $1,300. He said, this is ridiculous. And it did hit me the right way. And we went to town, didn't we, Oz? We went to town. And we shamed the drug prices because they were for years saying, well, you know, it's research and development. I said, well, it's research and development for them also, right? But we got them. They weren't easy, but we got all of them lined up. But they said it didn't matter. The reason we got them because they said we'd never get the other countries. We had to get approval of the other countries where they'd have to double their prices and triple their prices because we come way down. They go up a little bit because the world is bigger than us, right? So they go up a little bit. So I'd call up, like, as an example, France. I spoke with Macron, right? You know Macron, he's a wonderful guy, president of the country, nice guy. So I say, Emmanuel, your drug prices are a tiny fraction of ours. We can't have that. We're going to have to raise it. No, Donald, I will not do that. No, you will do that, Emmanuel. No, you do it. 100% you're going to do it. No, I will not do it. And this went on for about 2 minutes. I'm saying you will. He's saying he won't. So most people would say he won't do it. Then I said to him, Emmanuel, if you don't do it, I'm going to put a 250% tariff on all wines and champagnes that you ship into our country. And he said, Donald, how dare you? You should not do that. You cannot do that. And I said, no, I'm going to do it. Okay, you have a deal. That was it. And I told Oz couldn't believe it. He couldn't believe it. And we had the same thing with Germany. We had the same thing with the other countries. I said, look, you're not going to do it. We're going to tariff the hell out of you at double the number that you're talking about. And they all agreed. Every one of those countries agreed. And now you have the lowest drug prices anywhere in the world from the highest. And that alone should win us the midterms. But, you know, the fake news doesn't like to write about it. They don't even like, I noticed a couple of the cameras went off when I was talking about it. When I'm getting to a really juicy subject, to me, that's a juicy, think of it. I mean, you talk about healthcare, it's all around medicines and everything else. And Byron, how big a deal is that, right? By the way, this guy's going to be a great governor. Okay. Going to be great. Ag commissioner, you just stand up. What a job he's doing. What a job he's doing. My ag commissioner, who I endorsed a long time. So I just want to thank you all. You guys are doing a great job. Byron, you're going to be fantastic. We have somebody named Ashley, who's very respected. Will you please stand up? Senator, our great senator. I suppose you're all leading like a lot. But remember, make it too big to rig. You got to go out and vote. Don't assume anything, you know. We did great in the second election. It was a rigged election, but we did great. And I said, well, I had the ultimate poll because we won the second election by a lot. So that's a good poll. So we did it again. And I said, too big to rig. You got to make it too big. They showed me leading by a lot. I said, don't be fooled. Just go out and vote because they are cheaters. They cheat like hell. But all of you have to do, and really what you want to do is Trump, and I didn't name it. This was named by Bobby Kennedy and Dr. Oz. I did not name it. Is that right? I said, what is that? TrumpRx.gov, okay? I said, everyone thinks I put my name on it. I don't think I'm going to put my name on medical things. I mean, you know, medical things can be very dangerous to have your name on, to be honest with you. But it's setting, I guess, records from what I understand. There's never been anything like it. So TrumpRx.gov, go to it and buy your medicines for very little money. Very little money difference. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. And I wish the press would talk about it, but the word is out, and it doesn't probably matter that much. The word is out. They don't want to talk about. They only want to talk about the bad. But this is really something that's special. I'm very proud of it. Today, I'm thrilled to announce that starting on July 1st, we will also provide Medicare patients with the coverage for weight loss drugs like Ozempic, Zepbound, Wegovy. It will be available for $50 a month. $50. Wow. Now think of that, $50 a month. So if it was $1,300, now it's $50, and the $1,300 doesn't cover a whole month. So it's really even more than that. So it's now down to $50. So that's where you get it. And also, and you remember when I cut insulin and I got it down to $25 insulin, it was $2,000. And that was before this. That was before this. I'm so glad you mentioned insulin. You know, when I got insulin done, it was at the end of my term and I got it done, but it doesn't kick in statutorily for 2 years. And I said, I better win the election. This is going into the second election because what a job I did. And, you know, insulin was at like $1,000, $2,000, $3,000. I got it to $25, but it kicked in about a year and a half, 2 years later. Statutorily, you had to wait a period of time and all of that nonsense. So,
okay, guys, just a quick update, and then we'll go back to President Trump. So Shin, who is usually pretty accurate about these things, Shin is reporting. Shin is like one of my favorite Iranian OSINT accounts, right? So Shin is saying SHIT is about to hit the fan. And if Kalshi and Polymarket were not a thing, I would elaborate. So this stays a vague post. There we go. All right. Let's go back to President Trump, and I will continue monitoring the situation.
I said, boy, I better win because if I don't, some guy is going to take credit for something that I did that they could have never done. Lo and behold, the election was rigged. And I saw Biden a year later standing up there saying, I did a great job on insulin. He doesn't even know what the hell, he had no idea. And I was standing there seething I was watching television. You know what it is to seethe? I seethe a lot. But this is one of the times I was seething. Oz knows that. I was so angry. I said, I did it, and I didn't get credit for it. We did a lot of things we didn't get credit for, but I guess I did because here I am, I'm president. I guess I did. Not only are we taking care of your physical health, we're also taking care of the financial health of our seniors. As you have probably seen, the 401ks and retirement accounts of millions of American seniors are skyrocketing like never before. You know, we're in a war because I think you would agree we cannot let lunatics have a nuclear weapon. Do you agree? Whoa. Because if you read the fake polls and things, it says, well, it's only a 20% or 25%. It's nonsense. Look at this. I'm talking about all these things you're getting, and you stand up when I talk about you can't let Iran have a nuclear weapon. We can't. But I did something that was, I don't know, foolish, brave, but it was smart. I would do it again, but I thought the numbers would be much worse. I thought the stock market would go down much more. I thought the oil prices would go up much more. I said, but we have no choice. Whether it does or doesn't, I have to do what's right. We can't let them have a nuclear weapon. So I called in. Scott Bassett and all of my people, mostly my financial people. And I said, all right, folks, congratulations. We just hit the highest price in the history of the stock market. So they said the Dow would never hit 50 during my 4 years because it was too much of a raise. They thought 6, 7 years out, maybe it could hit 50,000. They said the S&P could never hit 7,000, right, Scott? That would be even more unlikely. Maybe at the end of the 4th year, but probably not. It would be 5, 6 years out. And we hit 50,000 on the Dow before the end of my first year. We hit 7,000 on the S&P before the end of my first year. The stock market is rocking and rolling. Your 401ks are at the highest they've ever been. I don't have to listen. I don't know how the hell you could be doing badly. But your 401ks are setting records. I have people coming up to me and saying, you've made me a hero to my wife. You've made me a hero. I've had numerous policemen. I had one guy from years ago because I did the same thing. We had the greatest financial markets in the history of our country in my first term. We're blowing it away now. We're blowing everything away. There's never been a country this successful in that sense before.
Sorry guys, just I'm getting major deja vu because President Trump, you know, he did this quick like press conference on, you know, today. And then when you look at the White House live feed from, you know, from previous videos, he did the same thing on February 27. So remember, February 28 is when these the United States and Israel boomed the Islamic regime and exterminated Khamenei. And President Trump did a short press conference where he said, you know, I'm not happy. You know, let's see what happens. And then he also did a huge rally. Remember, we were watching his rally. He did a huge rally on February 27 in the afternoon. It was like on energy or whatever. And he was like kind of mentioning, you know, Iran here and there. And now we're, you know, like pretty much the same thing is happening. The same thing is happening.
But yeah. But now I said, okay, you ever do this? Well, you're doing so well. I said, so we just set every record. We have the highest stock market in history. We have things that just go. And by the way, there are more jobs today in our country than at any time in the history of our country by far, right? So, but we have to think a little long term. And I said to Scott and Howard and all of the people that work for me, great people, Jameson, Greer, all of them, I called them in. I said, fellas, congratulations. We have the highest stock market we've ever had. Everyone's doing great. Oil prices were very low. They were 60 and 70. You were buying oil for $2 and even less. Remember, just a couple of months ago, you were at $2 and $1.85 in Iowa. It was $1.85 a gallon. I said, congratulations. Now I'm going to upset the apple cart for you because we have to take a little journey down to a beautiful country known as Iran. And we have to make sure that they don't have a nuclear weapon. We stopped them with the B-2 bombers. If we didn't do that, we would have had a nuclear weapon. Israel would have been blown to pieces. The Middle East would have been blown to pieces. I think Europe would have been blown to pieces. But under what we were doing, I said, look, we're going to have to make this journey. So it's almost like we built up this great thing. And then I said, now we have to break the eggs a little bit and we have to go and do it. And the only thing that I'm surprised is that I really thought oil would be, Dr. Oz, we talked about it. I thought oil would be much, much higher than it turned out to be. I mean, it's not low. It's certainly not low. It's going to come crashing down as soon as this war is over. And they're getting decimated. They have no Navy. They have no Air Force. They have no anti-aircraft equipment. They have no radar. They have no leaders. Their leaders are all gone. Very sad. Very fine people. But with all of that, I said, we have to do it. So I think you understand. But I am surprised. I thought the stock market would go down by 25%. I thought that oil prices would be at much higher than they are right now. They're not nearly as high as I thought. And we're going to, look, we're winning so big. We're winning again. Their Air Force is gone. Their ships are gone. They have a Navy, 159 ships. That's a pretty good Navy. Within the first week, 159 out of 159 ships are right now lying at the bottom of the sea. Their Navy is gone. And we're discussing, I spoke to them today, we're discussing, it's a little hard to figure out who their leaders are, frankly. You know, their leaders are gone. The first set is gone. The second set is gone. Khomeini was gone. And they were pretty evil people. Not pretty evil. They were evil. They killed 42,000 protesters. 42,000. And in a period of 2 weeks, they killed 42,000 protesters. But we had to get this done, and we're really doing well. We're just winning. If it were a fight, they'd stop it. If this were a fight, they'd stop it. You know that expression? It's true. But they're not coming through with the kind of deal that we have to have, and we're going to get this thing done properly. We're not going to leave early and then have the problem arise in 3 more years. Under 4 years of Crooked Joe, I go crooked and sleepy. Which is better, Sleepy Joe or Crooked Joe? Ready? Sleepy Joe. Crooked Joe. I love it. It's free polls. You know, if I went to a pollster, they're all phony. If I went to a pollster, I'd pay $1 million for that question. Give me $1 million, sir. And then they don't go to interview. They just put it down, whatever they want. You know? They say, we scoured the countryside. They didn't scour. They sit in their room watching television. They say, oh, let's give Trump a little bit of an advantage. It makes him happy. Under 4 years of crooked Joe Biden, the average 401k rose at the rate of $875 a year. Okay, that's something, a little raise. But you know why he rose? Because of me with the 4 years that we had. Because after that, there was nothing. He would have gone down. They took over the momentum of what we created in the first 4 years, which was incredible. Under Trump, so it's $875. Under Trump, the number 875 is the rise, $30,000. So it's 875 versus $30,000. For seniors, that number is $50,000, $60,000, even $70,000 or more a year. That's what you went up. And just yesterday, I signed an executive order that will, for the first time, expand matching IRA contributions to the millions and millions of Americans who lack employer-sponsored plans. Obviously, some of you. And starting next year, every citizen will be able to go to TrumpIRA.gov and sign up for a high-quality, low-cost IRA so that everyone can benefit from the rising stock market. Go sign up. These are all things that people have been talking about for years, right, Scott? They've been talking about them for years. In 4 years, the Biden administration got less than $1 trillion of new investment. So in 4 years, he got much less than 1 trillion people investing in the country, other countries, other people. In my first 11 months, we secured commitments for more than $18 trillion now pouring into our country from all over the globe. Think of that. Think of that. Less than $1 trillion in 4 years, and 11 months of 12th month hasn't come out yet. We've been there not long enough. But in 11 months, $18 trillion. So that's 18 times more. But think of it. It's really almost 100 times more if you really multiply it out properly. A short time ago, we were a dead country. Now we're the hottest country anywhere in the world. Congratulations. Core inflation has dropped to a 5-year low. And I tell you, the only thing, we got a little raise with gasoline. It's going to come down lower than what it was. Don't forget, we had that gasoline down to $2 and below $2 in many cases. It's going to come tumbling down. There is so much oil out there. It's pent up. It's all locked up in the Strait of Hormuz, a beautiful place. It's, I think they have close to 400 ships loaded up with oil. When all of that gets released, when all of that comes out, these people tried to hold up our country for years and years, the world, by closing up the Strait of Hormuz. When all of that stuff comes out, you're going to see prices dropping on gasoline like you've never seen, and all of that, electricity, gasoline, anything having to do with energy. Grocery prices are way down. Used car prices are way down. Look at eggs. Eggs are down by 4, even 5 times. Remember when I took over, eggs were so high? Remember my first news conference as president of second term? 2 days in, I said, ladies and gentlemen, do you have any questions? What about eggs? I said, what? Eggs, egg prices are 4 times higher than they were a year ago. I said, I just got here. I've only been here for a day and a half. And we had a problem with eggs. The prices were through the roof. I got them down to now they're lower than they were at the lowest point 4 years ago. Think of that. But I got them down. Does anybody write about it? No. That's why I like doing speeches. You know, they don't write about it, so I do speeches. That way I can talk about it. Sometimes you got to do it yourself. Earlier this year, I directed Fannie and Freddie to buy, you know what that is? Well, where's Bill? Where's Bill Pulte? He's around here someplace. He's done what a great job. He's created $1 trillion value. Look at him over there. He's jumping. Smart guy. During my first term, I was offered, sounds like a lot of money, but it's very little compared to what, less than $100 million to buy Fannie and Freddie. And I said, nope, I don't want to sell it. Don't sell it. They wanted to sell it so badly. And now it's worth over $1 trillion. If I would have sold it, I would have felt like a schmuck, you know, to be honest. It's worth over $1 trillion. What is it, about $1 trillion now, right? He says higher. No, we could have sold it. We could have given it away for nothing, practically nothing. So I directed Fannie and Freddie to buy $200 billion in mortgage bonds, bringing interest rates plummeting down from nearly 8% under Sleepy Joe and 6% even lower. And don't forget, we had a hostile Fed guy. We had a guy, too late. We call him too late. He's too late with interest reductions. Jerome Too Late Powell. We had I haven't figured out, is he a bad guy or dumb guy? But it doesn't matter. The end result, he's either dumb, bad, maybe he's a combination of both. But in any event, because rates, we would have had them even lower, but we've done great considering that we're fighting. Now we have a great Federal Reserve chair coming in, and he's going to be fantastic, Kevin Warsh. We've reduced the annual cost of a typical new mortgage by $4,000. Think of that, $4,000 a year after decades of other countries stealing our jobs and plundering our wealth, taking advantage of our country like we're a bunch of fools. Thanks to our strong policy on tariffs, I love those tariffs. We cut our gaping trade deficit by 55% this year alone. So we had a trade deficit with massive when I took over. And if you cut it by 1%, 2%, you're considered like a genius. I cut it by 55%. And next year is even better. And that's despite the Supreme Court making me do the tariffs a different way. I cannot believe they did that, but they did it. They shouldn't have done that, but it doesn't matter. I'm doing it a different way, a little more work, a little more time. Pay back 159 billion of the money that you got in. But we're doing it. It's actually very solid. It's 100%, can't be challenged. And we informed the very beautiful country of Germany that because of the fact that they and other European nations have not adhered to our trade deal, they haven't adhered to our trade deal. We have a trade deal that Scott and me and Howard and all our great people, Jameson, we all did a great trade deal, but the European Union has not adhered to it. So we've increased the tariffs on all cars coming into the United States by 25% and trucks. Knowing that if Mercedes and BMW and the truck companies and all of the people out there that send stuff in and didn't pay anything for years, they ripped us off. They took our jobs away from us. Not anymore. It's the opposite. They're all coming back. You know, factories are pouring back into our country, but they're all coming back. But we informed them that we're going to charge them, we're going to increase their tariff to 25%, knowing that if they build their plants in the United States, there is no tariff. They have to hire our great American workers, and there is no tariff. Think of it. And we've added now, we are now building AI plants, all of everything. But we have part of that $18 trillion. But we have more construction going on and what they call plant and equipment than we've ever had before in car plants. We had a period of time that for 25 years, we didn't build one plant. They took our car industry away. It went to Germany, Japan, Mexico, Canada. It went to the European Union like crazy. Germany, think of it. It went to the European Union. We went for a period of almost 30 years with barely building a plant. Now we're building more plants for cars and trucks than we've ever built in the history of our country, including prime time from many years ago. They're all coming back because they don't want to pay tariffs. Very simple. Very simple. They don't want to pay tariffs. If you don't want to pay tariffs, that's fine. Build your plant here. Build it in Florida. I don't think of you too much as you don't need the cars, but build it in Florida. Any place in the United States is okay with me, but they're building them all over our country. We added 186,000 private sector jobs in March. Jobless claims just hit the lowest level since 1969. Think of it, jobless claims. So since 1969, the lowest level since 1969. And more Americans are working today, as I said, than at any time in the history of our country by far. It's not even close. And with our no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security, we're doing something that has never been done. And the consumer, which is you have more money to spend than you have in many, many decades. Very importantly, for our great seniors, I hate to mention this, it's so negative. It's called the estate tax, because nobody in this room will ever die. But just in case you should, if you have children that you love, it's very important. If you don't love your children, then it doesn't matter too much. Who cares? Oh, I know some that won't leave their kids. They hate their kids, but these are bad people. They're usually very wealthy too. I don't know what that's all about. But we have no inheritance tax. We have no death tax. Who really affects is the farmer, the small farmers, medium-sized farmers. They're called land-rich, cash-poor. That beautiful land is very valuable, but they don't make tremendous income. And they die, they leave it to their children. Their children goes out to the local banker, borrows money to pay the tax because the tax was 50% and more. And they end up losing their farm. In many cases, they love their life. They commit suicide. It's a crazy thing. They lose their whole life and they commit suicide. There's no more of that. So when you die, you leave your farm or your small business to your children. You have no estate tax. You have no death tax. I think that's a big deal. I think, to me, that's a big deal, right? Byron, that's a good one, right? That's good. You know, you want to lead your way of life. You don't want to be forced to sell your farm. Sometimes you can't sell your farm for what they think it's worth, and you have nothing but trouble. What a problem it was. You don't have to worry about it anymore. We made interest on new car loans tax deductible, but only if you buy a car that's made in America. Otherwise, we couldn't care less. That's a big deal. So that you go out and you borrow money to buy a car, and you paid interest, you didn't get, now you get a deduction. That's like 40, 50%. It's like a phenomenal thing. You get 100% deduction on interest. So the interest payments that you make to the bank for the car loan, you're able to deduct that from income tax. Now, it has to be made in America. So go buy American cars or cars that are made in America. And we also created the brand new Trump accounts along with a really fantastic family, the Dell family. Have you used their computers recently? Susan and Michael Dell, well, they're amazing people. He put up $6,250,000,000. A lot of people said, I'm going to match him on the 250, but even the 250 is a lot. Think of it. He was the first one. He bought $6,250,000,000 of these accounts for children all over the country. And it was just announced this morning that it's setting records, so that, when your beautiful baby, we have an automatic $1,000 contribution for every newborn child, and it allows everyone to contribute to a tax-free savings account for your grandchildren. A lot of people are buying it for their grandchildren to benefit them, so that after they turn 18, they could have $100,000, $125,000, $150,000, depending on what goes on. And they can be sort of rich. And it's an amazing thing, and it's like a wildfire. It's doing so great, right, Scott? It's been really an amazing thing. And with us today is a grandmother who lives in the Villages named Mary Alice. After a long career in the Michigan real estate and automobile industry, she and her husband retired to the Villages. And thanks to our great, big, beautiful bill, I love that bill. We have 4 years worth of stuff. That's why we call it the great, big, beautiful bill. We were going to have 19 separate bills. And I said to Mike Johnson, John Thune, I said, fellas, the Speaker of the House, head of the Senate, I said, let's try for one big, beautiful, because I don't know, these Democrats are crazy. And it was early. We had a little bit of a honeymoon, just a little tiny bit. I said, let's see if we can get everything in one bill. And everyone said, no way, you're not going to do it. It's the greatest. It's the biggest thing ever passed in the history of our country, the great, big, beautiful. And it should be called the great, big, beautiful tax cut bill. But also we have tremendous regulatory cuts. And that's why your jobs are so good, because all of these people, small businesses, medium-sized businesses, everything, they're able to take regulations with a little bit of a grain of salt. It's not going to put you out of business. There are tremendous regulation cuts. And it's really been amazing. So they just received a tax refund of double the size of anything that they've ever gotten. Think of this, Mary Alice, for years she's gotten peanuts, and now she's gotten a tax of double the size, and in many cases 4 or 5 times the size of anything she ever got before. So Mary Alice is now considered a rich person. Come on up, Mary Alice, say a few words. Come on up. Oh, look at her. She looks good. She's a rich woman. Come on.
Thank you, President Trump. It's such a pleasure to meet you.
Hey, wait, let me get this out. You want me to get that out? Wait.
Oh, yeah, because I'm really short.
I think you'll be good.
Hi, everybody. First of all, I would like to thank President Trump for everything he's done for all of us. And the big, beautiful bill helped my husband and I so much this year. We were so shocked when we picked up our tax return and the accountant told us how much money we were getting back. We were just thrilled. It was double what we thought we would get. We ended up using some of that money to pay for a new roof. Now, we all know we live in Florida and we all need roofs. So we were able to use some of that money for the new roof, and we're thrilled that we were able to do that, and we didn't deplete our savings account. So and this is all because of the no tax on Social Security. And, you know, we live on a income that's fixed. And so we have to be careful how we spend our money. And thanks to President Trump and his administration, we've been able to live a great life here in Florida. So thank you, everyone. Thank you, President.
That's better than I can do, I'll tell you right now. No, it's a great story. Thank you, Mary Alice. You're really something special. Thank you. Congratulations. But never forget, every single Democrat in Congress voted against no tax on Social Security. They voted against it, every single one. We didn't get one vote positive because they're just like a sick unit of people. Just like the State of the Union speech. I introduced people, the mother of somebody who was slaughtered by an illegal immigrant that came in, slaughtered so horribly, and please stand up. And the mother stands up. She's beside herself. The Democrats are sitting here. They didn't move. They're just sitting here. No, they're sitting here long fast. The Republicans are going crazy. They're screaming, and they love, they love the woman that they wouldn't clap, or the helicopter pilots that did so well in Venezuela, a great, incredible military achievement. And he was shot in the legs, bringing down a lot of men in the helicopters, a big Chinook. And he was shot in the legs, and you operate those things with the legs more than anything else. And he was very badly hit hard in the legs, and he brought that helicopter down, and then he says, take over because I'm going to be passing out now, after it was perfectly landed in exactly the location they had to be. Otherwise, we could have had a problem like Jimmy Carter had. You remember that problem with helicopters crashing back and forth? It was not good, but that was Venezuela. How good did that work out, right? And we introduced him, handsome guy, beautiful looking guy. We introduced him. We gave him the Congressional Medal of Honor. That first time it's ever been done in the State of the Union. We gave him the Congressional Medal of Honor. And the Democrats sat there like a bunch of dead people. They didn't move. And I called them out. I said, you people are crazy. There's something wrong with you. But they voted against income tax cuts for seniors. They voted in favor of the largest tax hike in the history of our country. They wanted the largest tax hike in the history of our country. They also created the catastrophic inflation that I told you about, worst really in our history. If congressional Democrats had their way, Florida seniors would be paying higher taxes, higher prices, while Republicans have given you much lower taxes and much lower prices. You know, they use the word affordability, but I was the one that received these high prices. You know, it's amazing. I come into office and I say, wow, look at how high these prices are. And the Democrats start screaming, affordability, affordability. They're the ones that caused the problem. I'll tell you one thing. They got one good line of bullshit. That's one thing I'll say about it. They are so bad. They are so bad. It's true. Affordability. It's the first time I heard the word. I'm 2 days in, and I watch this sleazebag, one of these crazy congressmen, get up, and he's being interviewed. He said, affordability, prices are too high. I've just got there. But we brought prices way down. They gave us tremendously high prices, and they'll give them to you again. If they take over, you have to get out and vote in the midterms because they'll give them to you again. And we're pleased to be joined today by some of those great warriors from the House and Senate, including someone who is representing your great state really well. And I introduced her just briefly before, but she's fantastic. She's a great person, a great senator, Ashley Moody. Thank you for being here, Ashley. Thank you, Ashley. And I also want to introduce Randy Fine, who's back there, Kat Kamek, who's over here, Daniel Webster, who, by the way, is retiring. I don't like that. Where's Daniel? You're around here someplace. Daniel, stand up, Daniel. What a career. He's retiring. And I know we have a good Republican taking your place, if that's possible to take your place. Thank you, Daniel. Great career. We appreciate it. Long time. How many years? Long time. He's been there a long time. Great gentleman. And a man who never stops fighting for the state of Florida. I know it. He is a fighter. Byron Donalds. Byron. Special. Special guy. Thank you. Thank you. He's so far ahead in the polls, I don't have to ask him to come up. I would ask him, but when you know, my theory is when you're up by more than 20 points, I don't want to waste the time. Okay, is that all right? He's killing him. Another great friend of mine, Florida Agriculture Commissioner Wilton Simpson, who's running and going to be great. He's a great guy. And the Florida CFO, Blas Ingolia. Blas, where are you? Yes, Blas, thank you. Thank you, good job. We're also joined by very much of a legend. He's really an amazing guy. He straightens you out mentally. Probably has his own problems, but we don't have to know about that. But we've all grown up watching him. I've watched him for so many years. I did a show before the election, and I thought I was sort of doing him a favor by doing him the show. I said, I'm hotter than he is. Why the hell should I do a show? But I did it, and I have never had such a response as I had on that show. Where's Dr. Phil? Are you here? Come here. Come here, Dr. Phil. No, I did a show. Wow. Come on up here, Dr. Phil. Get up here. Give them a little lecture, but very short. Give them a little lecture on life. Talk about life for 2 minutes or less.
Well, hello. I had a different reaction than the president when I told my wife I was coming to the villages. She said, oh, no. No. Not without me, you're not. Those people are crazy partiers. She says, Robin says, give you her love. She really wanted to be here, but we have grandchildren, so I'm now 5th in line. By the way, Mr. President, I've given that cognitive test that he took. I used to administer those, where you give them 9,000 divided by 2, 6, 7. I recall one guy did that about the president's age. Took about 6 minutes to go through it. I said, so what's your answer? And he said, a small wire-haired terrier. So great that he got that done. No kidding. Listen, I really do want to take a chance to talk about this a little bit, because what the president is doing here is really something you got to think about differently. He's restoring trust between Americans and the government, because you understand you understand that this was, your benefits were never supposed to be taxed to begin with. That was the deal the American government made with the American people. And from 1935 until 1983, that was the deal. And then they changed the deal. That wasn't what you started with. That wasn't the deal. And President Trump is trying to bring the deal back and say you can trust your government to do what they tell you they will do. President Trump is fighting to restore trust between Americans and the government. And he's trying to right a wrong here. One of the things that President Trump does is he tries to solve problems that nobody else is even working on. They're not even working on this stuff. And he's solving those problems. He's solving the problems other people, they're not even working on. This taxation is double. It's double taxation. Workers pay their 6.2% with after-tax dollars and then are taxing them again, which is patently unfair. You're paying taxes twice. And he's not willing to say that. And seniors are vulnerable because you have fixed incomes and no ability to earn your way out of a broken tax promise for a tax burden. And he's fighting for that so you don't have to do that. And I think everybody should recognize he's fighting for something you can't fight back for. And that is so important. And it's really critical that this simplifies everything. And you know, people will say, well, it's going to cost money. That was the deal. That was why they changed the deal. It didn't have anything to do with taxes. It had to do with trying to increase revenue. If we'll just let him go track down the fraud money, it'll more than pay for this 10 times over. It will more than pay for this to stop the fraud in America. Stop the fraud in America. And here's a little reminder. Here's a little reminder in case your mind is playing tricks on you. You matter. You are important. And you are important to this president. I know him, and you are important to this president. And I will tell you a quick story. We win. The end. You know, I've spent most of my life, certainly as a professional, actually since I was 12 years old, studying why people do what they do and don't do what they don't do. And I can tell you that in studying that, I have found out what makes people champions. And I know what makes him a champion. I can tell you, people that are champions play the game with passion. They play the game with passion. They surround themselves with like-minded people who understand why they feel so strongly about what they do. They tell themselves the truth. They deal with the truth when it comes up. And I didn't come down here just to stand up and say a few things and get a little golf clap from everybody and say nice speech. I wanted to come down here because I want you to remember what I'm saying about President Trump and not getting taxed on your Social Security benefits and about his leadership. I want you to remember that on May 1st, the bald guy came up and told you that this is important and we've got midterms coming up and you need to make sure that not only you vote, but find 10 people and make sure that they vote. Because we have a president that stopped apologizing for America and started taking pride in this country. I don't want you to just hear me. I don't want you to just hear me and give me a little golf clap. I want you to hear me and say, on this day, we decided we are marching for the USA. We are marching for the USA, and we are marching for this president. March for the USA. March for the USA. Thank you, guys.
That was a good job. Thank you, Phil. That was great. So just in finishing up, I just want to say, Phil, that was fantastic. Thank you. So true. You weren't supposed to be paying those taxes, but now you're not. So today we delivered the huge win for our great fishermen and anglers here in Florida. I don't know how many people fish. Does anybody fish? We've just officially approved something they've been looking for a long time, all state permits for the 2026 red snapper recreational season. For years, our great fishermen have been punished with very short federal fishing seasons despite record high fish populations, and the states are begging, they're just begging, and the people are begging to get going. We want to go fishing, and the incompetent Biden administration tried to shut down the oceans for our fishermen. We love and respect our fishermen, and unlike the Democrats, will only do them good. So to all of those who fish red snapper and other fish, Trump and Noah are delivering for you. So just enjoy it. We're all set. It's all done. You got fish. If you catch some extra fish, enjoy it. You got plenty of fish. There are a lot of fish in the ocean. I don't know where they came up with that one, but there's a lot of fish. You know, the environmental catastrophes that they've done to this country is just terrible. Starting on day one, we took the most dangerous, unsafe, violent, and open border and created the most secure border in the history of the United States of America, with 0 illegal aliens having come into our country in the last 11 months. 0. In 2025, we achieved the largest drop in the murder rate ever recorded. I hate to even say it. It sounds like sort of terrible, but think of it, the murder rate. Who talks about that? But crime has gotten so bad during the Biden administration. It was the largest number of murders that we've ever had. Now we had the lowest number of murders in our country in 125 years. Think of that. All the way back to 1900. We cut the flow of fentanyl across the border by 63%. Think of that. And it doesn't come in at all by water. I wonder why. By water, we're down 97%. And we're all looking for the 3% because we consider them the bravest people anywhere in the world. You saw what we had to do. For years, they would get a boat, they'd bring them in, they'd book them, and they'd let them go. And he'd go back, and they'd go back to wherever they came from in South America. They'd be taking a boat in the next day. No, we stopped it. It was enough. We're down 97% in fentanyl by sea. Think of it. And we unleashed American energy with those beautiful words, those gorgeous words that probably helped me get elected. It's lucky we have all that oil because we're selling a lot of it now. Those ships are coming up instead of the Hormuz Strait. They're coming up. Those ships are coming up by the hundreds. They're loading up in Texas, Louisiana, Alaska. But we had those beautiful words. We have plenty of oil. We have more oil. We have double the oil. If you add up Saudi Arabia and Russia, we're more than double what they produce together. Think of that. The words are drill, baby, drill. And as you can see, we rebuilt our great military in my first term and spent over $1 trillion of investment over the last very short period of time. And despite the fact that they embarrassed us in Afghanistan by leaving a lot of equipment behind, those fools, but it was still a lot of equipment, but not a lot compared to what we did. But we rebuilt it during my first term and my first year. And I didn't know we'd have to use it this much, but if you look at what we've done, I mean, Venezuela is considered one of the greatest military movements in history. There's never been anything like it. And frankly, we're doing just about as well in Iran, but I don't like talking about it until the jobs are finished. Let's not talk about anything until it gets finished. But think of it, their Navy's gone, their Air Force is gone, their whole place is gone. And then we get people to say that we're not winning. You know, we get the radical left to say, we're not winning. They don't have any military left. It's unbelievable. It's actually, I believe it's treasonous. Okay, you want to know the truth? It's treasonous. So we rebuilt our military. We have the greatest military anywhere in the world, and we've proven that. In Venezuela, we're proving it right now in Iran. They're looking, they're saying, what the hell is this? This should have been done, Iran, by other presidents long before me, and it should have been done by other countries too. And we got no help from NATO. We got no help, zero from NATO. You know, we spent trillions of dollars on NATO. We got no help. We didn't need it, but we got none. I said, would you like to come? Yeah, you're fired. He said, fire him. No, they know they got problems. No, it was a paper tiger. We got critical race theory out of our schools. We abolished DEI all across our federal government. Our people are prospering again. Our country is winning again, and America is respected again, perhaps respected more right now than ever before. And if you go back 1 year, 1.5 years, we were a laughing stock all over the world. We had a president that couldn't walk up a flight of stairs. The whole thing was ridiculous. Couldn't walk upstairs or downstairs. Now, I'm very careful when I say this because there'll be a day when I may go down, and I don't want to be too strong on that because if it happens, I want to just pop up and say, hi, everybody, how you doing? But he fell excessively. He fell more than any human. I think he set a record. Most falls in history. Nah, he was a laughing stock. The falls were the least of it. He was an absolute, what they did to our country. I'm telling you, we wouldn't have a country. We couldn't have stood another year of it with the borders. Our borders were that wasn't people coming, that was an invasion of our country. 11,888 murderers, 50% of which, more than that, killed more than one person. These are the people they allowed into our country. The good news is we're getting them back and we're getting them out. We're getting them out. And I want to thank Border Patrol and I want to thank ICE for the abuse that they have to take from the Democrats. That's nice. They'll be happy to hear that. That's very nice. Thank you. They'll be happy to hear that. They watch. I mean, ICE, the job they have, Border Patrol, the job they have. Think of it, the border, 11 months. 0 people came through our border. 0. And those charts are made up by Democrats. They don't even try. The answer is, that used to be thousands, hundreds of thousands of people lined up trying to break into our country. Now there's nobody. You have these plazas. There's nobody in them. They don't, because they know they're not coming in. But the job that Border Patrol and ICE, and then they get ridiculed and defunded. They will defund your police. If they had free reign, the Democrats will defund your police. We cannot. This is what they're doing with ICE. This is what they're doing with Border Patrol. With the help of our Republican majorities in Congress, we will pass the great health care plan, stop all payments to big insurance companies, and give the money directly to the people to buy their own health care, which will be a much better health care at a much lower price. And Oz, you're working on that. It's one of the most popular things. The problem is the Democrats will not vote for it because they're owned by these big insurance companies. They're owned, lock, stock, and barrel. We want to pay the money not to the insurance company, but to the people directly to the people, a health savings account, directly into that account, and you go out and buy your own much better health insurance at a much lower cost. Money left over will crush violent crime. We have done an unbelievable job on crime. Impose harsh new penalties for repeat offenders, crack down on Marxist prosecutors and rogue judges, and end deadly sanctuary cities, which is basically only to protect criminals. It's a sanctuary for criminals, and we will end one of the worst things that's happened in our country. It's just absolutely hurt our country so badly. No cash bail. They go in, they murder somebody, they're out on the street in another 15 minutes after going into a court. No bail, no cash bail as a disaster. We'll end it, and we will defend America's borders. We'll pass the Save America Act to protect our sacred American election. Because all voters must show voter ID, all voters must have proof of citizenship. And there will be no mail-in ballots except for illness, disability, military deployment, or travel. And we will also enshrine in permanent law no men in women's sports. And Did you ever hear of something like that? You know, I'm just, as I say it a lot. Can you imagine 15 years ago saying that? There will be no men in women's sports. People would say he's crazy. There's something wrong with that guy. It's a real fight. I watched one of these local congressmen the other day saying, we must have men and women's sports. The whole thing is crazy. You ever see the weightlifting records? It's like a 112-pound difference. A record stands for 19 years. And a woman, great athlete, beautiful woman, slightly muscular, slightly, a little bit more than normal, but she's a great weightlifter and stood for 19. They put an eighth of an ounce on one side of the barbell, an eighth of an ounce on the other. She's going for Olympic gold, and she wants to qualify. It's easy. It's going to be easy. She's better than the other women. And she gets up and she works and she works. And my wife hates when I do this. My wife, our great first lady, how about it? She's a movie star now. Can you believe it? Terrible. I don't know if I'm happy about that or sad about that. But no, she had the #1 movie. You saw that, Melania. And then it was #1 streaming. And I said to her, no family can have 2 stars. What do you think about that, Dr. Phil? No family can have 2 stars, Dr. Phil. This is not a good situation. I don't like it. Dr. Phil would tell me I'm right, but don't say it. No, she's done a great job, but she hates it when I do the thing on weightlifting. She says it's so unpresidential. And she hates when I dance, too, at the end, too. She hates when I dance to what's sometimes referred to as the gay national anthem. You know that. She hates it. You know, that song was #5 32 years ago, and it went to #1 32 years later. There's never been anything like it. It never hit #1. It was #5 32 years ago, and it went to #1 for months during the last months of the game. We love that song. But she goes, darling, please. You know, she's a very elegant woman. She goes, darling, please don't dance. It's not presidential. I said, it may not be presidential, but I'm leading by 20 points in the polls, so something. But she particularly hates the image of me showing sweat and strain of the young woman trying to win the weightlifting contest against a group of women and one gentleman who decided to go on to the other side. He transferred to the other side. And transgender anyone? And she got up. And her mother was down there. Oh, her mother was so proud with the American flag, a little American flag, like remember George Foreman, the great George Foreman, had that little tiny flag when he went. She had one of them too. And she was screaming for her child, who was a weightlifter, a real good one. And she got up and she grabbed it. She grabbed it. Oz is a big physical fitness guy. And she got it. Come on, baby, you can do it. The mother's screaming. The father didn't care because he doesn't believe that his daughter can beat the person that's coming up next. The father's saying there's no way she's beating that guy. So she gets up and she puts, and she's ready. Now she's just got to do that fun. She's almost home. 1/8 of a pound more on each. 1/8, just a tiny little bit. Come on, darling. The mother's screaming like crazy. Darling, I love you, darling. Mom, I can't do it. Well, couldn't do it. I was devastated. And then a young lady comes up who was a young man just a little while ago. And he was actually a very poor, he was a weightlifter, but he was at one of the worst in the country. He was the lowest rung, about as low as you can get. So he transferred over to the other side. And he stood over that big barbell. And he looked at it. The guy could have lifted another 150 pounds. The whole thing is crazy, okay? But the Democrats want men to play in women's sports. And I won't go into swimming or anything else, but the whole thing is ridiculous. And we want no transgender surgery and mutilization of our children. So with the help of everyone in the villages, I only got 97% of the vote. You know, we're still looking for that 3% also. Could all of those that voted for, don't forget, I had to run against two candidates. One was Sleepy Joe, and then he petered out. You know, typically when you're 30 points down, you're not going to win. Think of it. It's like you're in a fight. UFC, the great Dana White, you're in a fight. The fighter's being just absolutely killed, and they take him out, give you another guy to beat. That's not. So they gave me another guy by the name of Kamala. And they said she'll have a 6-week honeymoon period, and then they'll get to know her. And it's true. Remember, she had a little honeymoon period, and she wouldn't do interviews. She wouldn't do. I said, there must be something wrong with her. Why wouldn't she do even favorable interviews like Dr. Phil? Dr. Phil would have done an interview. I don't know if he would have been so nice to her. Actually, he might have been tough. He might have been tough on her, Phil. But so then I had Kamala. We beat Kamala by a landslide. Think of it. We won every swing state. We won all 7. They said Trump could win 3 swing states and still win the election. He's leading by so much he could win. We won all 7 swing states. We won the Electoral College in a landslide. We won the popular vote by millions. We won the popular. You know, I hated the first time. We won the popular vote the first time, too, by a lot, by millions. But they had me down a little bit in the popular vote, and they'd always introduce me. Donald Trump, who lost the popular vote. This is the way I got to always introduce. That's why I said, I got to win the popular vote. You know, it's all about the Electoral College. But every time they introduce me, they'd say, ladies and gentlemen, a man who lost the popular vote, but he's president. This is the way I got introduced, you know? So I said, I don't like that. So we won the popular vote by a lot. With all their cheating, that was popular vote AC. You know what AC means? After cheating. We still won it. Because they cheat like hell. That's what they do best. They cheat on elections. Look, if they did, in all fairness to them, if they didn't cheat, it would be impossible to win. You don't win when you have open borders, when you have men and women's sports, when you have the transgender, think of this, transgender mutilization of your children. Oh, please vote for me. I'm all in favor of transgender mutilization of your child. You don't win the kind of things, weak on crime, high on taxes. They voted against all of these tax cuts that we got here. They voted against. They didn't vote against because they thought they were doing something good. They voted against because I was in favor. Anything I'm in favor, I'm telling you, I'm going to run a much different campaign. I'm going to oppose all of those things that are really, really good. We're going to win. We're going to get such Democrat support. You're not going to believe it. They have no clue. But we're going to keep on fighting for American seniors. We've done more for the senior than any other person ever in this office. And we're going to keep on winning for America. We'll honor 250 years of independence, liberty, and freedom. We have it coming up. And we've made our country great. You know, we'll never, ever disrespect MAGA, Make America Great Again. But, you know, when you think about it, make America great again, America is now great. So to say make America great again, but I'm still not getting rid of MAGA. We're not getting rid because MAGA is the greatest slogan, the greatest branding, the greatest anything in the history of politics of any country. You remember last time, because we were doing so well, I had a potential slogan, keep America great. So instead of make America great again, it was keep America great. Here's the problem, CAG. I said, that doesn't work, CAG. And I just couldn't get away. And then I did polls. Would you rather have MAGA, make America great again, or CAG? Keep it. And everyone says, we want MAGA, we want MAGA. But what we do have is a new kind of a thing. It's America is back. And that's really true. America is back. Bigger, better, and stronger than ever. It's back bigger, better, and stronger than ever. And just to put it in some words that you've heard before, together we will make America powerful again. We will make America wealthy again. We will make America, Dr. Oz, healthy again. We will make America strong again. We will make America proud again. We will make America safe again. And we will make America great again. Thank you. Thank you very much. The villages. Thank you. Thank you. God bless you.
Wait, we can't do the copyright strikes, so we'll add our own music instead. Okay, there we go. Yeah, sorry guys, we can't play the YMCA because we might get a copyright strike. So don't worry, I have like copyright free songs ready to go. So we played that one instead. Wow, guys. Wow. What a speech. Oh my gosh, Armin, there were some really good parts in there.
Tell us, what was your take?
I think the boom booms are starting soon. Wait, there was one part here. I think it was around 53. Like he spoke a lot about Iran, but there was one part. Let me go back. I think it was around the 53-minute mark. Let me see if it was here. Where's the play?
Maybe at the end of the fourth year, but probably not. It would be 5-6 years out. And we hit 50,000 on the Dow before the end of my first year. We hit 7,000 on the S&P in my first year. The stock market is 401ks are at the highest they've ever been. I don't know how the hell you could be doing badly. But your 401ks are setting records. I have people coming up to me and saying, "You've made me a hero to my wife. You've made me a hero." I've had numerous policemen. I had one guy from years ago. The greatest financial markets in the history of our country, my first term.
Right.
That we're going to show it. No, that's why I like to contribute. A couple of months ago, you were at $2 and now I'm going to upset the apple carts. Iran, take a little journey down to a beautiful country known as Iran, and we have to make sure that they don't have a nuclear weapon. We stopped them with the B-2 bombers. If we didn't do that, we would have had a nuclear weapon. Israel would have been blown to pieces. The Middle East would have been blown to pieces. I think Europe would have been blown to pieces. But under what we were doing, I said, look, we're going to have to make this journey. It's almost like we built up this great thing. And then I said, now we have to break the eggs a little bit and we have to go and do it. And the only thing that I'm surprised is that I really thought oil would be, Dr. Oz, we talked about it. I thought oil would be much, much higher than it turned out to be. I mean, it's not low. It's certainly not low. It's going to come crashing down as soon as this war is over. And they're getting decimated. They have no Navy. They have no Air Force. They have no anti-aircraft equipment. They have no radar. They have no leaders. Their leaders are all gone. Very sad. Very fine people. But with all of that, I said, we have to do it. So I think you understand. But I am surprised. I thought the stock market would go down by 25%. I thought that oil prices would be at much higher than they are right now. They're not nearly as high as I thought. And we're going to, look, we're winning so big. We're winning again. Their Air Force is gone. Their ships are gone. They have a Navy, 159 ships. That's a pretty good Navy. Within the first week, 159 out of 159 ships are right now lying at the bottom of the sea. The Navy is gone. And we're discussing, I spoke to him today, we're discussing, it's a little hard to figure out who their leaders are, frankly. Their leaders are gone. The first set is gone. The second set is gone. Khomeini was gone. And they were pretty evil people. Not pretty evil, they were evil. They killed 42,000 protesters. 42,000. And in a period of 2 weeks, they killed 42,000 protesters. But we had to get this done, and we're really doing well. We're just winning. If it were a fight, they'd stop it. If this were a fight, they'd stop it. You know that expression, it's true. But they're not coming through with the kind of deal that we have to have. And we're going to get this thing done properly. We're not going to leave early and then have the problem arise in 3 more years.
Did you catch that? So he says, we're not going to leave early and have the problem arise again in 3 more years.
Under 4 years of Crooked Joe, I go crooked and sleepy. Which is better, Sleepy Joe or Crooked Joe? Ready?
So Armin, he says a lot of things about Iran in this speech, but that's sort of like one of the main things. Also, in the last couple of hours since you've been gone, 14 IRGC terrorists were cutlated in an explosion.
Yeah, I saw that.
Okay.
They were trying to, they were working with this thing that didn't explode. They tried to.
Well, that's their story. That's their narrative. Whether that's true or not, we don't know. But that's the narrative that the Islamic regime is putting out. And then Scott Bessent also put out a really interesting statement. So he said, it is very difficult for rats in a sewer pipe to know what's going on in the outside world. So he's using the same language as King Reza Pahlavi. Some color for the Iranian leadership as they literally sit in the dark. The United States has complete control of the Strait of Hormuz. There is a hard currency, i.e. US dollar, shortage. Food and gasoline rationing are in place. The entire international community has turned against you. The blockade will continue until there is pre-February 27 freedom of navigation. So there's that. We also should go back to President Trump's press conference from, the one you were playing earlier, because apparently he says some really important things in that as well that we still haven't aired. But on top of that, I also just wanted to say that there are reports of boom booms as well. Where was it? Shin is reporting some things. Can't remember. Wait, let me go to Shin. I think Shin was reporting some stuff, but so Shin says poop is about to hit the fan, and if Kalshi and Polymarket were not a thing, I would elaborate. So this stays a vague post. And then an hour ago, he said 2 UAVs hovering over Shiraz, and then explosions in Erbil, Iraq. So I'm definitely getting February 27 vibes. And one thing that I shared with everyone that I want to share with you as well, Armin, is I was looking at the White House videos from February 27. So on February 27, this is 12 to 24 hours before the explosions began, the military operation began, and Khamenei was exterminated. President Trump did, this sort of press conference with, media before going on a plane. Then he went and he did like this big rally. Okay. He did a big rally. And then afterwards, like 12 hours later, the boom boom started.
So what do you think is the reason behind all of this? What do you think is happening?
I think he's gonna go finish the job.
When do you think it's going to happen?
I think, I mean, again, like I can't confirm, I can't predict, but I have a feeling it might happen sometime this weekend.
Yeah.
So
I mean, everything that we're saying suggests that military operations are coming, like from Sentcom, from General Kane, from President Trump's behavior being the same as what he did before he started Operation Epic Fury, from the messages that we're getting from Israel, from Israel Katz, the defense minister. So everybody thinks that military operations are like that's what the science suggests. So it would be surprising if that doesn't happen.
wait, what's this? On an event where Tutsi participated in London, everyone was evacuated. What? Tutsi was going to a ball. Are you talking about the ball? I don't see what the Caledonia ball or something. What are you talking about? Royal Caledonian ball. Is that what you're talking about? I hope this is like not a troll or something. Yeah, I don't see anything about that. I have no idea what this is. I don't see any news about that, so I can't confirm. If you have like a link or something, you can share it, but I don't see anything about that. All right, I don't see anything on that. I mean, if news comes up, I'll let you guys know, but I can't confirm that. So I have okay, fine. Okay, hopefully 2C is safe. Hopefully we'll get some news on that, but I don't see anything on X right now relating to that. Let's go back to this because there's some interesting things that President Trump speaks about here. Where were we at? 11 minutes or something?
Let's go to 11.
Started. But, you know, we're all over the world. We're in many, many different countries, many different places.
Wait, I do want to share one thing before we do this. I don't know if this is recent or not, but it was recently posted. And I don't know, Senator Tommy Tuberville, I don't know how to pronounce it. He shared this, which was kind of interesting. Just wanted to watch this as a senator.
You know, in America, women are allowed to dress, go to school, work, and marry whoever they like. Iran used to be like this too before they were taken over by radical Islamists in 1979. This is them post 1979. Sadly, under this...
You're muted, Goldie.
All I said was good for him for sharing this.
Yeah.
Sick leadership of these terrorists, women are treated like dogs. Do you hear that? Women are treated like dogs. They are forced to cover every part of their body, of their skin except their eyes. They aren't allowed to leave home unless they're with a male escort. They aren't allowed to get an education or work a job, and they are forced sometimes to marry young as 6 years old. Pedophilia and inbreeding are rampant And women are lucky if they are allowed to drive. Hell, we have a U.S. Congresswoman from one of these third world Muslim countries who is married to her brother. Where are all my Democrat colleagues who claim to be feminist?
Oh, you know what? I appreciate the effort, but I think he confused Iran with
Saudi Arabia.
Saudi Arabia and Afghanistan. I mean,
to be fair to him, that's what the Islamic Republic wish it could do. But the problem is that the Iranian people are too fierce to allow anything like that to happen.
Yeah, we're too westernized, and we fought back. So I mean, the pictures are right, but women are allowed. So women are allowed to drive cars, but
they don't need a male escort.
Yeah, they don't need a male escort. So women are allowed to drive cars, but they are not allowed to drive motorcycles or ride bicycles because that's un-Islamic. So he gets part of it right. But the other stuff like the inbreeding, that's not as rampant in Iran as it is in other places, and that inbreeding usually just happens among the Durkas. Like we've kind of gotten beyond marrying our cousins. We don't do that. We haven't done that in a long time. There are still like certain sects of the population that do that. Those are usually in like rural areas that are very like Islamic, and the Shah of Iran worked very hard to like ban all of that and get rid of all of that. So that's not a thing as much in Iran as it is in other places.
And also when it comes to bikes and motorcycles, that's against the law, but like you often see women violating the law.
Yeah,
you see them on bicycles, just like they violate the law, and you see them not wearing the hijab all the time right now inside Iran in many places.
But I do appreciate the effort, and I will give him an A+. I will give him an A+ because his heart is in the right place. His heart is in the right place, and we appreciate that. So we see him as an ally.
He cares. Unlike most people.
That's what. Yeah, he cares, and we appreciate that. So he's speaking up for us. Yeah.
Yes. Also, I saw this update from President Trump regarding the weapons and the separatist groups.
Yeah, so that's why I just want to go back to the actual press conference and just continue playing the press conference instead of just like out of context quotes. So if we can just go back to the press conference, I would appreciate that.
Well, this part is not out of context because it goes from the beginning to the end. I just wanted to highlight this area. It's just 1 minute, and then we'll go to that one. Just give me a second. Yeah.
Mr. President, Mr. President, you, Mr. Kurdish,
you like him? This guy?
I love you, Mr. President. Mr. President,
I like him too.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, you said you sent weapons to help Iranian demonstrators. Some sources claim these weapons are in Soleimania, in Iraqi Kurdistan. Do you confirm that? And as you said, they will pay a big price?
I'm not happy with the delivery of the weapons. I'm not thrilled with it. But a small amount of weapons were sent, and we'll see who has them. But I'm not happy with what happened with the Kurds. The Kurds did not deliver the weapons like that.
So that was that. So now let's go back to this. But I just wanted to emphasize that part because we're getting another confirmation that event that we said happened. So
yeah. And remember, we were getting like so much hate from people. They were like, "Oh, the Kurds are our allies," and we're like, "Guys, the separatist Kurds in Iraq are not your allies. They are they're your enemies. They're just basically taking advantage, right? And they're actually more allied with the Islamic regime and the Kurdish like separatist militia groups. They're actually like they originate from communism and Marxism. So there you go.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. And Kurdistan as a country is as delusional as Palestine as a country.
Yeah. Like Narnia is more real than Kurdistan. No. Although we do have a Kurdistan province in Iran, which is a part of Iran's historical heritage, which we love, right? So again, Iranian Kurds, very, very different from the communist paramilitary Kurdish Iraqi terrorists.
Exactly. Yeah, somebody's saying, what's Palestine? Exactly. That's it. That's exactly that. Yes. What's Palestine? It's a disease. That's what Palestine is. All right.
All packed up. Now, what happened is Biden came in like a stupid fool, and he gave a lot of what we had to Ukraine. And $350 billion they spent. We don't do that. Everybody has to pay. The European Union pays us, but Biden didn't get money. He got nothing. But he gave a lot of the inventory away. Now, relatively speaking, it's not that, but it was a lot of inventory. He gave it to Ukraine. We filled it up, but we have inventory from all over the world.
Are you going to go to the G7? The G7 is in France in June. Will you go to it?
Probably.
Mr. President, will the Lebanese and Israeli leaders be meeting here soon? Mr. President?
President NATO.
What about NATO?
Did the king change your mind? King Charles?
No. King and I had a great, he's just a great person. He's a high quality person. I love the job he did in Congress. He actually got the Democrats to stand. He's a wonderful person. She's a wonderful lady, a wonderful queen, and we had a good time.
Mr. President, will the Lebanese and Israeli leaders be meeting here soon at the White House?
Yeah, they're going to be coming.
And President Trump, when you go to this is going to be your first big public event since somebody tried to kill you on Saturday. Do you feel safe going to something like this today?
I don't even think about it, Peter.
You still support a pardon for Pete Rose, sir?
Oh, I think Pete Rose was great. I think Pete Rose should have been in the Baseball Hall of Fame a long time ago. A long time ago before his death. I think baseball did a great disservice by not respecting his achievements on the field. He was a great player. I knew him.
Mr. President,
well.
sir.
He was a great player.
Will you pardon him? It seems like you don't have to repeal blockade, and you don't have to restart the war, or you don't have to make a deal. Is that correct? Are you happy with the blockade?
The blockade has been unbelievable. Powerful, 100%. It's been actually unbelievable. If we left right now, we had a great victory, but we're not doing that.
So you don't have to do
we're
anything
negotiating with them. Their teams are unbelievably disjointed, but we are negotiating.
Mr. President, the NASDAQ and the S&P 500 posted their biggest monthly gain since your first term, sir. Can you talk about what this means to you, the stock market performance, and do you believe that this is going to continue throughout the rest of your term?
Thank you. The stock market is hitting record numbers. We have more people working in the USA today than we've ever had working, as you know. It's in many ways. Now, when this war ends, gasoline and oil and everything, it's going to come tumbling down. But right now, as of this moment, the stock market has hit record highs. We have more people, again, working in the United States today than at any time in the history of our country. We are really doing well. Now, gasoline's high. Other prices are way down, but gasoline's high. But when this is over, you'll have a world without a nuclear weapon with Iran. If you allow Iran to have a nuclear weapon, the world would be in great jeopardy. So it's not going to happen. As soon as the war ends, the gasoline prices will
You're going down to the villages. You're going to be talking to our seniors. You've delivered for seniors, no tax on Social Security, most favored nations. Can you talk about everything that you've done to help our senior population, sir?
Well, no tax on tips. We have the largest tax cuts in the history of our country also, and regulation cuts, and it's one of the reasons we're doing so well. So we have no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security for our seniors. We have no tax on overtime. And you know, we something that nobody talks about, if you buy a car, if it's American made, you get a deduction on interest for income tax purposes. And by the way, very importantly, right over there, the greatest, you're going to have the greatest ballroom ever built. It's on time, on budget, and it's doing great.
Mr. President, you're going to be hosting the first ever UFC fight at the White House in 45 days, sir. Can you preview the event? Can you talk about the card and what this will mean?
They have some of the greatest champions in the world. The arena, they're going to start building it over the next week. It's right here. It'll be about 5,000 seats. They'll have 100,000 people down by the ellipse with screens, and it's all free. It's going to be great. I got to go.
What's your message to Americans who are thinking of paying high gas prices?
Well, it was just announced we have more people working in the United States today than ever before in history. Outside of the gasoline, prices are way down. Prices have come down. Groceries, and I inherited that. We inherited the highest inflation in the history of our country, 48 years. But in the history of our country. And prices are down. When the war ends, which shouldn't be too long, they want to make a deal so badly, but they're not there yet. They're not there, in my opinion, they're not there. When the war ends, gasoline prices are going to tumble because there is so much right now on the sea already loaded into tankers. Tankers that can't escape the strait. There is so much, like Rector said, but when the war ends, gasoline prices will go down to below what they were. The stock market just hit an all-time high. And again, more people working today than at any time ever. And we just got the largest tax cut in history with the no tax.
Mr. President, you, Mr. Curtis,
you like him?
I love you, Mr. President. Mr. President,
I like him too.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, you said you sent weapons to help Iranian demonstrators. Some sources claim these weapons are in Soleimania, in Iraqi Kurdistan. Do you confirm that? And as you said, they will pay a big price?
I'm not happy with the delivery of the weapons. I'm not thrilled with it. But a small amount of weapons were sent, and we'll see who has them. But I'm not happy with what happened with the Kurds. The Kurds did not deliver the weapons. They're all coming up. They're loading up. The biggest ships in the world are coming up to Louisiana, Texas, and to Alaska, and they're loading up. So what do you think? I don't want to say it, but our country is getting stronger and stronger. This has been amazing. The amount of oil and gas that we're selling now is at a level that nobody's ever seen before.
Would you consider Ron DeSantis for a cabinet position?
Well, I like him a lot. So
I like him a lot. Can you tell us why you're not satisfied? Mr. Ron, can you tell us, you said you're not satisfied with the plan right now. Can you tell us what specifically you're not satisfied with?
They're asking for things that I can't agree to. Okay, we can't hear him anymore. He's on the other side. Those are not journalists. Those are his fans.
Yeah, I was just going to say hi.
So I think we should move on from that one. I think he said he responded to the journalist. Or
Okay.
maybe let me make sure there was no.
I think that's pretty much it.
Yeah. I wanted to watch this. I don't know what this is, but it's about arming the Iranian people and preparing the situation for an uprising. So I think it's important to watch this. So let's just do this for a
I
second.
could find the full clip if you want. We'll play that, and I can find the full clip.
Okay. This part is about the Iranian people. That's why. Let me see.
I would like to get arms in the hands of the Iranian people. It's easier said than done, but it's possible, is it not?
Oh, it's 100% possible. You know, that's a fine knife edge you have to walk on to do that. Do it too early and it falls apart and people get killed for no reason. What President Trump has been doing is creating the conditions for the people of Iran to change their own government. It should never be a U.S. regime change, but 70% of the people there hate that government. So I think that
more than 70.
It should never be a U.S. regime change, but 70% of the people
Yeah, try more than 90.
there hate.
Hey, Armin, listen, 70%, that's a win. We've been struggling just to like we've been struggling for years just to let people know that, you know, over 50%. So, I mean, obviously it's over 90% now, but I mean, 70%, that's a win for me because this is the first time we're hearing that. I mean, obviously it's way closer to 90%, if not over 90%, but 70%, that's a win. But the support is actually, sorry, the support to overthrow the regime is about 95%. So only about 5% of the population actually supports the Islamic regime, and that 5% are affiliated with the regime.
Yeah. I just have to like, even if
No, I
that's
know,
the
I
win, I
agree.
do have to mention it. Yeah.
No. I listen, I 100% agree with you. But what I'm saying is that even the fact that he's saying 70%, to me, like, even though it's not as accurate, that's still a win because in the past it's been like, oh, there's some opposition, but we don't know what the numbers are, right? So now that they're actually coming out with like these sorts of facts and figures, I appreciate that. But you're right, it is definitely over 90% of the people who are against the Islamic regime.
Yeah. Okay, here. Ooh, oh my God, I have something after this regarding arming the Iranian people after this as well. Let me just finish this.
people there hate that government. So I think the conditions are very close to where they need to be. And the mullahs either have to make a deal now and accept the fact that they're never going to be a nuclear power, or they're never going to be a power of any kind. That's the alternative.
So, Mark Levin just quoted Tusi TV saying arm the Iranian people, all the Persian people. So
yeah, he's been saying that for a while.
Yes. And let's see what Mahir Tusi said that made Mark Levin.
This was just the news about the explosions, but you can play that.
Yep. And yeah, it says here, breaking 14 IRGC members killed in explosion in Iran. And Mark Levin is quote tweeting that, saying, arm the Persian people. I mean, to be clear, it would be better if it's Iranian, but, you know, not complaining, just wanted to always say that. Iranian is better to say than Persian.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we come to you guys with some breaking news coming from Iran, specifically the province of Zanjon in the northwestern part of the country. We've just had a huge explosion and at least 14 IRGC members have been eliminated. The Islamic Republic state media are trying to spin this by saying that we've had our construction workers and cleaners and specialists trying to remove unexploded rockets from the US and Israel. That was just
I assume that this is Garda Javidan putting some explosives there. That's what I mentioned in the group discussion, but maybe, I don't know.
Somehow on the ground, and there was a bit of an accident, and it was a boopsie. Of course, that's not true because we had a huge number of IRGC operatives who have been killed in this mysterious explosion. Of course, we're going to keep you guys posted on this. It's not going to be now, it's going to be later on. As you can see, I'm not just wearing this because it's a casual Friday. I'm actually going to the Royal Caledonian Ball.
He looks good.
Is reeling, in case you don't know. But of course, eventually I'll come back and give you guys the live coverage. All right,
looking good, Mahir. Okay. Go. Do you wanted me to play? Did you send me? Did you find a big? You wanted to play the longer version of this, or?
Yeah, I think I found it. So here you go. I think it's this one. If I'm not, because who is he speaking to here? Can you go forward a bit? Who is he speaking with? Is it Sean Hannity or someone else?
Yeah, it's Sean Hannity with Jim Henson. It was Sean Hannity. Yeah.
I'll see if I can find the full version. I thought I saw it, but maybe not.
I have some. President Trump reportedly briefed on new military options. We already covered that. So while you were looking for that,
I think I found it. I think I found it.
Okay.
Let's see if it's this one. I'll send it to you.
Okay. I also made some slides to explain the effect of the blockade. I use AI to make some slides if you guys want me to go over that.
Yeah, I think that sounds great.
Yeah? Okay.
Yeah.
So guys, I'm trying to experiment more with slides. I'm trying to get better at this. Let me know if this is if these slides are a helpful way to get a better grasp of everything that is happening. So because I was looking for some visuals to make people better understand how the blockade is affecting the Islamic Republic, and nobody was making the visuals, so I was like, I can make the visuals. And see, you tell me if you guys want more of these. Okay, so the 60-day deadlock, the Islamic Republic's crude storage crisis. So as you guys know, because of the blockade, the Islamic Republic is running out of places to put the crude oil, and to evaluate how much storage capacity that they have and what the effect of this is, we'll go through over some data. The intelligence briefing on capacity exhaustion, maritime evasion tactics, and the impending geopolitical fallout. So, this is a good visual for you guys to understand what's happening. Let me remove the chat so you guys could see it. All right, so the U.S. blockade has halted 85% of export volume. The reason why it's not 100% is because the Islamic Republic has found other ways, like through land, through shadow fleets, and other ways to try to avoid the blockade. But 85% is really, really high already, right? So intensified U.S. port blockades have choked Iran's oil lifeline, creating a severe physical backlog. All extracted oil must now be diverted entirely into finite storage. So we have two types, guys. Look, we have two types of storage. We have the onshore silos. We can see here at the top right, and then we have the tankers. These are the floating maritime assets. They're filling them as well, right? So because the oil is not leaving the Persian Gulf, they have to fill these as much as they can. Okay, so let's go here. So diverted production relies on finite floating storage. To manage the backlog, Iran is relying heavily on maritime vessels anchored offshore. So these are what are called VLCCs. Okay, so VLCC is basically very large crude carriers. So they could carry around 2 million barrels of crude, right? And there's onshore storage as well, and then these are the floating storage on vessels. They're supposed to be carrying crude oil to deliver it to their destination, but right now they're being used as storage, right? So here's the interesting graph that explains why you see such a great variance between the estimated time that the Islamic Republic is going to when the Islamic Republic is going to run out of time, because you hear the 15-day number, but you also hear the 2 months number. Why is there such a 45-day difference between these two numbers, right? So the countdown exhaustions, 15 to 60 days remaining. So 15 and 60 are very different. So what explains this difference? Western intelligence confirms Iran will run out of storage within a maximum of 2 months. However, a massive 40-day variance exists based on Iran's willingness to risk its crude quality. By the way, sorry, if it says Iran here is because that's how other people, whenever I say Iran, we mean the Islamic Republic, right? So in 15 days, the 15 days is where the guaranteed capacity, but there's a 14-day risk gap that could stretch it all the way to 60 days. So what explains that? Common practice dictates avoiding tankers older than 25 years to prevent oil degradation. The actual remaining timeline depends entirely on how far Iran is willing to go in using these degraded vessels. So the reason why we were saying 15 days, but now it's 60 days, is because now we're witnessing the Islamic Republic is willing to actually use these very old tankers that they're not supposed to be using, but because they're desperate, they're using them, so they could maybe stretch this deadline all the way to 60 days. Does that make sense, guys? In the chat, let me know if this is helping understand this. And then we have the sanctions anomaly, tactical AIS spoofing. So these are AIS, the AIS digital broadcast is basically the ship signaling who they are and what they are. But many of the sanctioned Islamic Republic tankers, they use the AIS digital broadcast to act like they're Iraqi vessels. And that's a way that they try to avoid the sanction, the blockade, and go through. There are other ways, like through land and other ways, right? But this is one way they try to avoid the blockade. So despite the blockade, millions of dollars worth of Iranian crude is successfully evading sanctions through digital maritime deceptions, temporarily easing storage pressure. The United States is like making the blockade more and more effective. So even though 85% of it is blocked, they're trying to increase that to close to 100%. But these are some ways that the Islamic Republic is using to go through. So Windward Intelligence reports a cluster of 10 U.S. sanctioned tankers utilizing this loophole. And then we have this. We have so day zero, storage exhaustion forces well shut-ins. So shut-in is when you basically shut down a well, and that damages the well. I mean, it's supposed to damage the well. We'll see. There's somebody who disagrees with that, and we will analyze that as well. So the idea, so oil wells is not something that you could just turn off without damaging the well, right? This is why the Islamic Republic has to continuously find storage spaces for the oil. And many people are saying that they're going to eventually run out of storage within 15 to 60 days. But I also mentioned this is something that I've still not been not seeing anyone discussing this, because I suggested that maybe they would just dump it into the sea once they run out of all storage instead of doing a well shut in. But we'll see if this is like I don't know, maybe I'm missing something, but I don't know why other people are not discussing this as an option, right? But let's focus on the wells. So it says, assuming the port blockade holds and the spoofing loophole cannot scale to meet total production, both land and sea storage will reach 100% capacity. The mechanical result is unavoidable. Extraction must halt, and again, the wells could be damaged. So once storage capacity is exhausted, the impact would likely extend to oil production itself, not just storage, right? So here are the two theories, and after that, we'll go to the video Goldie sent us. So there's some disagreement. The strategic debate forecasting the cost of shut-ins. Okay, so Western analysts are starkly divided on the long-term impact of forcing the Islamic Republic to halt production. So the left one is what we're seeing most. I just wanted to include this Joseph Webster analysis as well, even though I'm not seeing that many people agreeing with him, but it's good to include that. So the left one is what we're hearing. So the vulnerability paradigm. So people like E.L. Hashkis from the Sword of Economy, so that's a publication. They're saying that the infrastructure impact is severe degradation. So after a well remains inactive for a long time, it often cannot simply be turned back on. The damage would be massive. And to recover a well like that, some wells cannot be recovered at all after that, right? But for other wells, it will take years of required rehabilitation for them to get it back. And again, that requires billions of dollars that the Islamic Republic doesn't have, and also the technology that the Islamic Republic doesn't have. But there are other people like Joseph Webster, who are from the Atlantic Council, who are saying that this is their resilience paradigm. They are saying that this is exaggerated. The infrastructure impact is limited. There's limited damage. And their argument is that the Islamic Republic actually has a history of restarting production quickly, even under heavy sanctions. So somebody needs to evaluate whether Joseph Webster is correct here. And he suggests that the recovery timeline is much shorter because the Islamic Republic has a proven ability to bring output back online rapidly. I don't know. I think this. I agree with this, Joseph Webster. I mean, I don't know. He's an expert, and I'm not on this. But But what I do know is that the Islamic Republic has never experienced a blockade like this ever before. So I don't know what Joseph Webster is referring to when it comes to the Islamic Republic's history. All right, so guys, let me know if this is helpful. Like, if you want me to turn more into like slides like this, if this is like a good way to cover this material, because your feedback, because I enjoy making it like this. I think it's a lot more digestible if we take some of them, you know.
Why don't you do a poll?
Oh, okay, poll. Okay, let's do a poll widget. Start. Okay, new poll. What should I say?
Do you like Armin's visuals? Do you like Armin's slides? Or are Armin's slides helpful and useful? Do you like them? Yes or no?
But then people don't want to hurt my feelings, so they will say yes. So I want to say, should we have more slides? That way, it wouldn't be about me, and then people wouldn't be upset about hurting my feelings, right?
Okay.
How about that? Okay.
Sure.
Okay. So yes, no. So okay, should we have more slides?
Guys, don't vote yet. Wait until the poll goes up, and then you can put, 1 or 2 in the chat.
Okay.
All right, guys.
People are voting 3 and 5.
I am cardboard Tusi, standing tall and flat. Don't need food or coffee, don't get sweaty or fat. Hair locked tighter than a government line. Not one strand moves, not even in time. Flick, no blinking, no stress, just stand and stare. Meanwhile explaining things no one prepares. I am cardboard Tusi, hey! Same speech, new day on replay. Cut me out, take me down, still run the show. Explaining it again, real slow. Every live stream, it's the same old show. Same 5 questions, IQ below. Faux! Wait, can you say it one more time? Bro, I just did. Like 8 times, dope. Do. Surrounded by chaos, lost in the fog. Explaining basics like it's dialogue with a log. If patience was money, I'd own the street. Instead, I'm cardboard on repeat. I am cardboard Tusi, yeah. Hair still perfect, don't need a mirror, oh. Flat but famous, loud and clear. Even cardboard gets it, why you still here? Yeah, still explaining it. What?
Okay. So our poll song is done. And Armin, look at that. 94% said yes, more slides. There you go.
Okay. We'll do more slides then.
There you go.
All right. Hi, Paul.
Wow. See,
I just want
the perfect music for the poll as well. Not too long, not too short, just the right length of time, about 2 minutes.
I just want to go on record one more time. I know Goldie will deny this, but I did not. I'm not behind this. I did not.
Yes, you are. You are 100% behind the song.
I'm not behind the song.
100%. You're behind the song. I know you're behind the song. You also trolled me into thinking that it was Tusi's birthday, even though his birthday is in June.
I did do that.
Yeah, so you're
Every
also
day is
behind the
Tusi's
song.
birthday.
You're also
But
behind
the
the song.
song, I'm
100%.
not, because this song, I was gonna take responsibility for it, but this song is too mean to Tusi. Okay, and I just don't want Tusi to hate me, guys. It was too mean. Okay, so I did not do that.
So it was your idea. You just lost control. I see. It was you. It was, see?
I would be nicer to Tusi if I was behind it. Okay?
No, he actually liked the song. It's all in good fun. But yeah, this is all Armin.
Oh,
all Armin.
All Armin. Okay.
Yeah. Don't deny.
If here's a hint. If it was me, I would be more fit. If I was behind it, I would look more fit, because that music video added a few pounds to me for some reason. I don't know. Okay. I don't know. Okay. All right. So let's go to this video. I call this.
Here with analysis, U.S. Army Special Forces veteran Jim Hansen. Reading the tea leaves, listening to Donald Trump, I hear impatience growing. He's happy with the blockade. He sees that they are destroying Iran from within economically. However, he's not taking military options off the table. And knowing him as well as I do, I would think that probably it's more imminent than not.
I think at some point, more things are going to turn into smoldering rubble just to make a point. And I think the advantage he has is our blockade is so much more painful to them than it is to us or to our allies. And I understand. I just drove cross country and bought diesel at about $6 a gallon. It hurts everybody in America to pay for that gas, but that's a short-term thing. Iran is in the situation where they're about at the tipping point where their currency is worthless. They can't pay the thugs in their military, and they have no idea who's going to take over, when the next guy kicks the bucket. So President Trump has all the cards. He's patient. He'll play it, so that it ends up the way we want it to end.
All right, it's short term, yes. It's still not the $5.03 a gallon that we had under Biden. It's about $1 less than that. It certainly is short-term pain. Nobody wants to pay more for gas. Diesel is even more expensive, as you point out. However, in exchange for not giving our children and grandchildren nuclear weapons, again, in the short term, I think I'd take that deal every day of the week.
And President Trump knew he would take a political hit.
Goldie, this is Pucci. I showed you Nella yesterday. This is Pucci.
Oh my God, baby Damish. Oh, so cute.
She loves me.
Oh, look at her giving you kisses. خیلی دومشون نگاه چقدر خوشحاله تو بغل باباشه. So cute. Oh, Poochie, what a cute name.
Sorry, just had to.
No, never. Listen, never apologize. I'm always up for like a puppy break.
Okay. All right, let's go back.
For doing what no other president had the guts to do. They all kicked the can down the road. And he said, I will not be the one who allows Iran, a country that is run by a apocalyptic death cult, to have a nuclear weapon. He took the hit. He's going to see it through. And again, this blockade for us allows us to stop any ability they have to fund their government and to feed their people at some point. So we don't want the people of Iran to suffer, but at some point they're going to get restless again and they don't have, food for their families. That's going to be a major push to potentially topple this government.
Look, if I had a wish list, it would start this way. I would want to take out as many IRGC leaders as possible, number one. Number two, I would like to get arms in the hands of the Iranian people. It's easier said than done, but it's possible, is it not?
Oh, it's 100% possible. It's That's a fine knife edge you have to walk on to do that. Do it too early and it falls apart and people get killed for no reason. What President
That's actually very important. A lot of people are saying, why are we not just dropping weapons in the middle of Iran? Because if you do that, you're going to arm the IRGC. Sorry, I'm trying to pet my dogs and talk at the same time. Because if you do that, you're going to just be arming the IRGC even more. Yeah. So you can't just do that. You need to liberate an area and create a vetting process. 1, 2, have a training program. You don't want to just give drones and guns to people who don't know how to use them. That's going to cause like a lot of people getting hurt. And then you give them weapons. So vetting to make sure you're not arming the wrong people, training to make sure that the weapons that you're giving people is going to have the effect and intended effect. And then 3rd, arming. And the training needs to be with guns and drones. And I think there is a huge opportunity for Ukrainian soldiers to get involved here, because we already have the experience of them working in Syria, helping the opposition against Assad, and it was very, very effective there. So that's what we need. So yes, we can't just drop weapons in the middle of Iran for the Iranian people.
Trump has been doing is creating the conditions for the people of Iran to change their own government. It should never be a U.S. regime change, but 70% of the people there hate that government. So I think the conditions are very close to where they need to be, and the mullahs either have to make a deal now and accept the fact that they're never going to be a nuclear power, or they're never going to be a power of any kind. That's the alternative.
They've been decimated. Can you explain the lack of logic that they have? Is it that they cling to their radical Islamic fascism so much?
No, it's not that it's not illogical. It's that mostly they understand that if they do anything like that, they would lose all legitimacy among their own supporters, and they will have to deal with the double uprising internally.
That they actually believe what they say?
They follow a strain of Islam called 12er Shia, which believes they need an Armageddon-like event to bring the return of the 12th Imam, who then will take over and rule the world with them. So that's a pretty strong motivator, and it leads...
Armin!
Is he?
He watches you. Guys, confirmed. He watches Iran Revolution live, because that's what Armin has been trying to explain to you guys for the last 125 days. Now we're hearing it. Honestly, the only reason I'm laughing is because I never actually thought that I would hear this on Fox News, right? Because people who are not familiar with the Islamic regime, they're probably watching this going, what in the holy hell did I just listen to? Go back, because guys, if you're not familiar with the regime of with the mentality of the Islamic regime, what he's saying right now, it'll sound insane. Now, obviously, everything that he's saying is 100% accurate, 100% true. You guys know this because we've been exposing you to the Durka. But now this guy is exposing Durka on Fox News. And for people who are not familiar with this, they're going to be this is going to be so trippy for them.
Yeah.
They're never going to be a nuclear power, or they're never going to be a power of any kind. That's the alternative.
They've been decimated. Can you explain the lack of logic that they have? Is it that they cling to their radical Islamic fascism so much that they actually believe what they say?
They follow a strain of Islam called 12er Shia, which believes they need an Armageddon-like event to bring the return of the 12th Imam, who then will take over and rule the world with them. So that's a pretty strong motivator, and it leads them to do irrational things like they're doing right now. They are long past the point.
Okay. Oh my God. Goldie, do you want me? Should I give a more detailed version of what he just said?
Why don't we finish this, and then why don't we go into you explaining it in full detail? Because I'm sure you're going to have some videos and clips you want to share as well.
Oh no, I was just gonna speak
Okay.
on top of my head.
So let's
Actually,
just,
I could turn it into slides for next time.
or you can
The-
well, I want you to explain it now too, because I think people want your explanation. But let's just finish this, and then let's go with your explanation.
Okay.
Or they have any way to win this, but they can go dead end because in their minds, all of that could lead to the one thing that brings them paradise. And I think that's something that President Trump took into the calculation when he decided they are not a regime that we can trust with nuclear power and certainly not nuclear weapons.
Well, and the president at any moment, and he told me this personally, that he could wipe out their infrastructure. Probably would take less than 5 minutes. However, there would be such long-term consequences for the 90+ million people in Iran. I don't think that's his first option. If it was, he would have done it already.
Yeah, and I think he's doing that, although I don't think some sort of display of pain, and it'll be calculated to hurt the regime as much as possible and shield the people to the extent he can, is imminent. But the main pain is coming from the fact that they can't sell their oil. They have no way to pay their troops. And if they don't get a way to get that oil out, they're going to have to stop pumping it, which will destroy their oil fields and oil wells for an indefinite period of time. They're in deep, trouble, and President Trump holds the ability to
deep. You know why he paused there? Because he was going to say they're in deep, like SHIT. And it was like, they're in deep, trouble.
That was like when Murad Baisi said,
Right.
and then he changed it. Remember?
Yeah. Yeah. Look at this here.
Which will destroy their oil fields and oil wells for an indefinite period of time. They're in deep, trouble, and
trouble. Okay.
Go back one more time.
Yeah.
Period of time. They're in deep, trouble, and President Trump holds the ability to...
You have to think of another word. Okay. Phrases like, are basically thinking words. Like, basically, it gives you time to think of something.
Filler word.
Like, yeah.
I do it all the time.
Either stop that if they make a deal or continue it until they crack.
Yeah, my patience is running thin with these people. And if they want more pain, they're going to get more pain. If that's what it takes, that's what will happen. Jim Hansen, thank you.
All right. Oh, should I do the explanation now? You're muted. What is it?
Yes, I'll put on some background stuff for you.
Oh my. Okay. As Durka-san.
It's on mute though. Now you can explain the Durka.
Oh, okay, so B-roll, you mean? Okay.
Yeah, it's B-roll.
All right.
B-roll.
Okay. All right. So, guys, historically.
Oh wait, what's going on here?
Oh.
Wait, let me just see something. I want to see if this will work. Give me a moment.
رفتم بغیبت.
Oh my gosh, wait. Oh wait. Hey Baba.
غیبت هم سغرا بود.
Sorry. All right, we'll just stick with this because that one doesn't work. All right.
Okay. I'm back. Zuhur Imam Armin. Okay, what was I saying? Okay.
Imam Zulfaqar
Zulfaqar. Yes. So, guys, Shia Islam was created as a rebellious act against Sunni Islam. Okay. So, during the Umayyad and Abbasid caliphates, they were basically the Quran was being canonized. Unlike what Muslims will tell you that the Quran was delivered to Muhammad, the Quran was it was a work in progress during the Umayyad and Abbasid dynasty, right? So the way that the Quran eventually got canonized is that they came with the idea through trial and error to make Muhammad the last prophet, the seal of prophets, which means Khatam al-Anbiya. The reason why they did that is because they didn't want anybody else to start rebelling against the Islamic Empire by make by coming up with other prophets, right? So they're like, nope, you can't do that. This is the last prophet. Okay, so they put it in the Quran that Muhammad was the seal of the prophets. In fact, they made sure that his so-called son was mentioned in the Quran as like an adopted son instead of a real son, because they didn't want any other figure to be claiming to have prophethood. This is why in the Quran, if you read where they make it clear that Muhammad's adopted son is not his real son, it actually follows up by saying, and Muhammad is the last prophet. So you think like, how is this relevant? That's how it's relevant. Anyways, but then the people who wanted to rebel against the authorities at the time, which eventually were called Shias, they came up with this idea of creating this new concept called Imam. So Muhammad is the last Rasul, the last prophet. So given that we cannot have any more prophets, let's invent this new concept of Imam, which would be a spiritual leader that is not a prophet, but is still a spiritual leader. So the Shias argue that God would never let its community without a spiritual leader. So if if there's no prophet to be a spiritual leader of their time, there needs to be imams that are spiritual leader of their time. And even though Muhammad had no son, they wanted to make sure that the imam had a connection through bloodline with Muhammad. So they went with Muhammad didn't have any living sons. His son died. So they went through with his daughter, right? So Fatima, Muhammad's daughter, they made Fatima and Ali, like the stories were written in the way that Fatima and Ali married with each other.
Wait, Armin, sorry. Okay. If you can wrap up in like 2 seconds, because apparently in the news, they're exposing like people's tweets in English again.
Oh, I was just getting started. So
okay. Can we just play this really quick so that we can record it and then we can go back? Because I can't really pause. I'm sorry, I can't really pause. Okay. And I just want to see if they're gonna like expose anyone. Sorry, guys, just give me one moment here. Because
I'm going to do this another day because I'm going to do it from the beginning. No, I can't. I'm going to do it from the beginning because I wanted this to be a one.
Okay, no, then just continue. That's fine. Just continue.
No, do this.
No, that's fine. Continue. It's okay. You continue. Sorry.
Okay. That's okay. What was I saying? Oh, what was I saying? Guys, are you following? Let me know if you're following this. So they have there's different segments within Shia Islam, but the most famous one, the biggest one, is the one that has 12 imams, right? So it's called 12er Shia Islam or Ethna Ashari. Ethna Ashari basically means 12er Shia Islam, right? So we have Imam Ali, go Hassan Hussein, Zain al-Abidin, will go all the way to Baqir, Sadiq, all the way to 12 imams, right? So Imam but the most important imams are Imam number 1, Imam Ali, who married Muhammad's daughter Fatima. Imam number 3, Imam Hussein. And one day I'll explain to you why these imams are very important. Then 4 is not that important. 5 is not that important. 6 is important. Imam Sadiq is important. 7 is not that important. Imam number 8 is important. Imam Raza. The reason why he's important is because his burial ground is inside Iran. So 8 is important. And 9 is not that important. 10 is not that important. 11 is not that important. And 12 all of a sudden becomes very important. Because many religions need this end of times messianic segment within them. Because what the religions, what they need to do is they need to give you a father figure, they need to give you a mother figure, they need to give you a human figure on the ground, but they also need to give a savior figure that comes at the end of time. So a religion is not complete if it doesn't have all of these elements. You need a daddy in the sky, you need a mother figure, you need a human that walks on earth, and then you need somebody that comes at the end of times and saves everything and helps you. You need to give hope. That there's one day everything will be the way you want, right? To the people who are following their religion, right? And also because Islam didn't have the mother figure, Fatima became. So for Sunnis, the mother figure became Aisha. For Shias, the mother figure became Fatima, right? So the 12th Imam, because that he went missing, he fell in a well and probably died, honestly, when he was 4 or 5 years old. then they came up with this narrative that, oh, he went missing and he's going to come back. So he fell in a well once, they say, and then they found him. They took him out. That's Qaybat al-Sughra, which means the smaller hiding. He went into hiding in a small, and then he's fell in a well twice, I guess, like again, and then he went missing for the past, let me check my watch, 1300 years. So he's missing for 1300 years, and he's going to come back, and he's going to kill the infidels, and he's going to save the world, and he's going to make the whole world Islamic. He is what we refer to as the hide and seek champion of the world. There are signs that people spot him here and there. He's kind of like Bigfoot in that sense. People see like, oh, there was a sighting of him or here and there. But anyways, the point is that Shia Islam believes that you cannot rule until the Mahdi comes back, okay? Because rule belongs to the spiritual leader of your time, right? So either a prophet, and now that we are the end of the era of prophets, an imam, the spiritual leader of your time, imam zaman. Imam zaman means the imam of your time, the imam of your time. So when Ali was alive, he was the imam of your time. When Hussein was alive, he was the imam of your time. And now they're all dead, but Imam Mahdi, which is the 12th Imam, he is alive. Like he never died. Like he has been walking as a young person among us for the past 1300 years. You know, sometimes he's in, Iran, sometimes he's in Uganda, sometimes he's in Taiwan. He has like normal jobs here and there. Sometimes he's like cleaning the streets. Sometimes he's like a shopkeeper, but he just goes around the world, and he has been the same young person walking among us for the past 1300 years, right? And you're not supposed to, no Islamic rule only belongs to him, right? Belongs to the Imam of your time. So the reason why Shias, like the proto-Shias of the time, were saying that is because they were saying that the Sunni caliphs should not be ruling. They shouldn't be ruling because they're not the Mahdi. So if you look at it historically, whenever we had a Shia ruling, like the Safavid dynasty, the first founder of the Safavid dynasty, he claimed to be the Imam Mahdi himself. When we had the Ismailiyun in Egypt, they also claim to be, the Mahdi. So because you can't have Shia rule unless you're the Mahdi yourself, right? So in the same sense, when in 1979, so this is why when Iran became Shia, the mullahs, they were okay with the monarchy because the mullahs are not supposed to rule. You're not supposed to have Islamic rule. You need to have the king follow Islamic law, but it can't be Islamic rule until the Mahdi comes back. So this was, even though after the Safavid dynasty, Iran became Shia, it became this understanding that, okay, we'll have a king who's not a mullah, we don't have like a theocracy, and the mullahs will be there to give legitimacy to the king, and the king will also, make sure that the mullahs are happy as a way to, give him support. So this was like the king and the mullahs had this, sometimes tense, sometimes okay relationship with each other. And there was a symbiotic relationship between them. But the mullahs didn't want to rule until 1979, when we had the Islamic Revolution. And then the mullahs all of a sudden were in charge, right? But here's the problem. According to Shia ideology, you cannot have the mullahs ruling because they're not the Mahdi, right? So this is where Khomeini comes into. Khomeini and his Velayat al-Faqih book. He wrote a book even before the revolution called Velayat al-Faqih, which means the guardianship of the jurist. So he changed Shia Islam. He created a new version of Shia Islam. So we have 12-er Shia Islam, but 12-er Shia Islam all of a sudden gets split into two types of 12-er Shia Islam. Okay, so we have other Shia Islams that is not 12-er Shia Islam, right? Like the Alawites or like the Houthis. They have their non-12-er verse Shia Islam. But the 12-er Shia Islam themselves get split into people who believe in Khomeini and his concept of the guardianship of the jurist, and the other people who are like, what the hell is this? Like This is new. Like, we can see that this is new. Like, if you actually look at Islam, Shia, 12-verse Shia Islamic theology and jurisprudence and fiqh for the past 1300 years, nobody mentioned velayat faqih. Nobody mentioned guardianship of the jurist, right? How did Khomeini come up with this? But anyways, Khomeini was successful in making this become like a major part of modern Shia Islam. So what is this new concept? This new concept is Khomeini stole this from this other guy who came up with this velayat, with this concept, but it wasn't meant for politics. It was meant for orphan children who didn't have somebody to take care of them. And the Wali Faqih was just the person who, the mullah who basically accept their guardianship, right? Become their guardian, right? Khomeini took that and he basically suggested that in his book Wali Faqih, or the guardianship of the jurist, he came up with this idea that a whole society, when the imam of their time, when is not available, the mullahs need to be their guardian of society in the absence of the imam of our time, right? So when Mahdi is in hiding and we don't have any imam of our time actively ruling, the society is like a child that needs guardianship. And the fuqaha, the jurists, the religious jurists, the mullahs, like not all mullahs, the mullahs who are like ayatollah and above, they're supposed to basically be a proxy for the Mahdi and rule on his behalf. Is this making sense? Let me know, guys. This is like some really detailed stuff. And let me know if it's like, if I'm explaining it in a way that you're understanding, right? Maybe I should turn this into a slide. So is this helpful? So Khomeini came up with the Velayat Faqih version of 12-verse Shia Islam, or the guardianship of the jurist. So for simplicity, we could call it Khomeinism. Khomeinism is a new version of 12-verse Shia Islam, right? And that means that the fuqaha, or the jurist, will rule on behalf of Mahdi until he shows up. But not only that, Na'ib Imam Zaman, which means the proxy of the Mahdi, the proxy of the Imam of your time, is the Wali Faqih. So the jurist that is acting like the guardian, okay, he is the proxy of Mahdi. And not only that, he's in direct communication with him, right? So Khomeini, when he was the supreme leader, is in direct communication with the Mahdi. And then Khamenei, when he was the supreme leader, he's in direct communication with the Mahdi. And now Mujtaba, the third Wali Faqih, he's in direct communication with the Mahdi in hiding. By the way, I hope you guys understand how ridiculous this is, because Islam is like 1400 years old. And somehow Khomeini and Khamenei and the Islamic Republic has managed to convince many Shia Muslims that this new thing that we came up with 47 years ago has been how Islam is it has been Islam's message on how to rule for the past 1400 years. So not Muslims around the world have not figured this out until 47 years ago. And even today, most Muslims have not figured it out. Not even all Shias have apparently figured this out. So it's actually retarded if you think about it, that Shia Muslims who support the Islamic Republic believe that God's plan for Islamic rule has been this new thing that we only have been doing for the past 47 years. It's a very ridiculous claim. And not only that, this thing that apparently this way of ruling, which apparently the entirety of the universe has been created for the sake of this type of ruling, right, has been hard-coded in the fabric of the universe that this is how it's supposed to be. Like, I'm not kidding you guys. This is what they say, right? Here's a question to them. It has not been mentioned anywhere in the Quran. So this idea of you needing to support Wali Faqih, the supreme leader, this being the most important, because guys, in Islam, the most important part of Islam is Islamic rule. Okay, you need to have Islamic rule. This is the point of Islam, is to have Islamic rule. So for the Islamic Republic to say this is how you have Islamic rule is a ridiculous claim, because there's nowhere in the Quran that mentions this. Given how important Islamic rule, how fundamental Islamic rule is to Islam, you would think if this is the way to do Islamic rule, if this is the way that you're supposed to do Islamic rule until the end of times, you would think there would be a slight hint to it somewhere in the Quran, even a tiny hint to it. Like the concept of the Wali Faqih, where is that in the Quran? So some Shia Muslims try to like use like voodoo, like some figure, like some, I don't know, gymnastics to make certain verses in the Quran show like, oh look, it's here. If you put this verse and connect it to here, and then connect that dot to that word over there, like they do the most flexible, weird stuff that to show like, no, it is in the Quran, okay, but it's not in the Quran. Anyways, so what does this mean about the Islamic Republic? Okay, so we have the understanding, and they use hadith to say that Muhammad and others already showed us that Iran will become the base of operations for the Mahdi. And the duty of every Muslim is to prepare the world for the coming of Mahdi. Okay, that means that you need to use the resources of Iran and hopefully other regions, other countries eventually, right? So the expansionist policy of the Islamic Republic is to gain maximum resources to strengthen the army of the Mahdi, and the goal is the 12 Imam. The goal is for the Mahdi. Look, that's the Mahdi right there. Like I was going to say exactly this. Oh my God, this is a miracle. I was going to say that the goal is to give the flag of the Islamic Republic and hand it to the Mahdi. And exactly when I was going to say that, it showed up on the screen. It showed up on the screen when I was going to say this is an atheist miracle, okay? So I was going to say the whole point is to have the army ready, have the resources ready, have the Islamic Republic flag ready, and when the Mahdi to come, the honor is to be the supreme leader who gives the flag of the Islamic Republic to the Mahdi, and then he will see it through after that. And exactly when I was going to say that, it showed the Mahdi holding the flag of the Islamic Republic. Unbelievable. Guys, this is a sign. This is a sign. Let's become all Muslim, okay? Ashhadu anna la ilaha illallah wa ashhadu anna Muhammadan Rasulullah. I almost became a Muslim. If I finished that sentence, I would have become a Muslim, but I stopped, okay? Almost became. You know what? I could actually become a Muslim and leave Islam, so become a double ex-Muslim. How about that? I could become, yeah. Oh, hold on, let me see. Okay. Ashhadu anna la ilaha illallah wa ashhadu anna Muhammadan Rasulullah. Guys, I just became a Muslim. I just went from being an ex-Muslim to being a Muslim, okay? Now, I'm going to leave Islam. Guys, I renounce Islam. Islam is crap. Islam is garbage. Islam is poop. I just left Islam, okay? So now I'm a double ex-Muslim, okay? See, I became a Muslim for like a few seconds right there. All right? All right, it's okay. All right, now I'm back. Like, don't worry, guys, I'm back. Or no, you say we lost Armin. I'm back. Don't worry. I'm back. You want me to do triple? I can keep going back. All right, so, but that was a miracle. Right? But by the way, guys, according to many people who believe in the Islamic regime and this version of Islam, you're not actually a Muslim if you believe in Allah, believe in Muhammad as the last prophet, but don't believe in the 12 Imams. Okay, many of these people think that you're not actually a Muslim. Okay, so you have to believe in Allah as the only God. You have to believe in Muhammad as his last prophet. You have to believe in the Quran as a direct word of God, but that does not make you a Muslim. You also have to believe in Ali, Hassan, Hussein, all the way down to Mahdi. And guess what? That is still not enough. If you believe in all that and you don't believe in the guardianship of the jurist, if you don't believe in the wali, like the wali faqih, meaning if you don't believe in the supreme leader as the Na'ib Imam Zaman, as a proxy of the Mahdi, then you're not a Muslim. So the requirements are Allah, believe in Allah as the only God, believe in Muhammad as not just his prophet, but his last prophet, believe in all the 12 Imams as the Imams of their time, of the spiritual leaders of their time, the Imam of time, the Imam Zaman of their time, right? And then believe in the wali faqih of your time. So meaning that if Khomeini is the supreme leader of your time, you have to believe in him as a wali. If Khomeini is the supreme leader of your time, you need to believe in him as a supreme leader. And now Mujtaba, you have to believe in Mujtaba as the wali faqih of your time. You have to believe in that as well. If you don't believe that, you're not a Muslim. One thing else that I want to add to make this even crazier is that the point of the wali faqih was for him to be somebody that is in direct communication with the Mahdi, but not with God, right? That is a whole new layer of lunacy, which Khomeini apparently decided to introduce to us. Okay, so Khomeini, the first supreme leader, he came up with the idea of wali faqih as a proxy of the Mahdi, but Khomeini escalated things to a whole other level that didn't just change Shia Islam. He basically committed blasphemy in accordance to all versions of Islam, whether Sunni or Shia. So Khomeini, when he was alive, he came up with the claim that Allah himself uses his mouth to speak. You might think that is just ridiculous to us, but guys, that is ridiculous even based on Islamic standards. That is ridiculous even based on Velayat Faqih, Ethno Ashari Shia Islamic standards. That is so for example, if Islam is, at level, 20 retardation, and then Khomeini, and then Shia Islam is at level, I don't know, 50, and then Khomeini somehow managed to increase that to 60, and then all of a sudden Khomeini just goes to 1,000 all of a sudden, right? Even Muslims of all sects should theoretically agree with me that this is what the hell just happened here, because Khomeini just increased his position within the universe by claiming that above where Muhammad was, above where anybody, above even Angel Gabriel. Because guys, even Muhammad only spoke to Allah directly once, okay, during the Mi'raj. So the vast majority of the time, even Muhammad was not good enough to talk to Allah directly. You need to go through Angel Gabriel. But one time, Muhammad did a space mission, and he did the Mi'raj. He went up into the heavens, and he went to a place in heaven close to Allah, where Angel Gabriel was surprised that Muhammad continued getting closer to Allah, and Angel Gabriel was like, "What the hell? I can't actually go closer. How are you getting this close?" And Muhammad went to places where Ancient Gabriel couldn't even go, and apparently he get closer to God than anybody. Okay, so but that was just one time. Most of the time, Angel Gabriel had to be an intermediary, right? And all other prophets have never been this close to Allah. All other prophets like Noah, Moses, Adam, Jesus, they always had Angel Gabriel or a burning bush as an intermediary, right? But Muhammad went all the way. He met Allah. But Khomeini all of a sudden came out and said, Allah actually you need an extra, he used my mouth to it wasn't even that I was talking to him directly. I was speaking, Allah was speaking through my mouth. Guys, Muhammad had the Quran, Muhammad's way of communicating Allah, connecting us with Allah was through a book. It wasn't through his body. But Khamenei came out and said, like, no, it was my mouth and tongue moving, but it was Allah that is speaking. That is blasphemy, punishable by death according to the rules in Iran. Like, if you actually wanted to enforce Iranian, like the rules in Iran by Islamic Republic, they should have hanged him for saying that. But he said that. So this is a new thing. So, but this is a new thing. But and I bet you, so many mullahs inside Iran, inside Qom, were pulling their hair out when they were hearing that. They're like, "What the hell is this?" I bet you that so many of these mullahs wish they could, takfir him, like, what is takfir? Excommunicate or whatever. But they can't because they would be killed if they did. So, anyways, that was my Durka TED Talk. Did you guys enjoy that? Was that helpful? Was that educational? Let me know. I could turn all of this into slides. It sounds so pretentious. Yeah, you don't say. Durka TED Talk, yes. Anyways, this is what we have been dealing with for the past 47 years. Oh, someone saying, I love you, Professor. Oh, Mystic Minix is saying, I love you, Professor Erman. Well, thank you. Please, any questions? I could read some super chats. Okay, fine. I'll read some super chats. Wait, where did we leave off? Testing. Okay, I did read that one already. Okay, read that one. Okay, let's. Have you heard about Epic City in Texas? A Durka city in Texas exclusively for Durkas? No. Have you heard, Goldie?
Yeah, it's the whole thing. The Muslims want to build a Muslim-only city in Texas.
Oh, yeah, I heard about that. I didn't know
it's called Epic City.
I didn't know about the name.
Yeah.
That's lame. Are there teenagers?
No, it's literally jihad. It's literally jihad. A whole bunch of them have immigrated to the United States, and now they want to build like Muslim-only communities in the United States.
Yeah, I saw that, but I
guys,
didn't know
that's
the
how
name.
it starts. That's how it starts. You go nip it in the bud. Nip it in the bud. Kick them out.
Okay. What is this? It's or Tejo, a character in one of the series I write, Javisha. Okay, so it says, I don't understand this.
Yeah, I mean, it's how to pronounce his name.
Oh, okay. It's Tejo Fei.
Or just Tejo.
Teo. Okay,
A
Tejo.
character in one of the series that he writes. Very cool.
Right. Oh,
Javisha,
cool.
thank you.
Javisha. Okay. Rus Maga is saying, some are asking if we are a select club. Haven't you guys shown them the secret handshake yet? Free Iran, keep up the great job. Goldie, do we have a secret handshake?
Secret handshake.
Is this
one? or it could be this.
Yes, it could be this.
No, but Armin, for you it's this. So guys, the secret handshake for men it's this. And then for women, remember, women, we have to be more like demure. So for women, we just go like this. This is the secret handshake for women. One hand. But for men, it's the whole, there you go.
Goldie, one day we will have a live event with all our audience, and we will make our entire audience, we will play a Durka song, and we will have like a full Sinazani in a live event with our audience. How about that? Okay.
We'll have to do it in like your discussion group or something. Get everyone to like turn on their cameras or something.
Yeah. Oh my god.
It's the Hey Dad handshake. The Hey Dad handshake.
Yes. Oh my god. Imagine if we had like a physical live event. I'm just kidding, by the way, guys. We're not gonna do that. But like we came and we had finally we all were meeting each other in real life, and like we had cameras and everything, and then everybody was going like this. And people were like, what is this? Were these people supposed to be anti-Islamic? This is like a Durka invasion. Oh my god. I think they would call the cops on us. All right. The regime is crying Mayday, Mayday. Yeah.
Yeah,
Sure,
that's
there
true.
should be. Yeah. Iran's Day of Freedom is coming, Javid Shah. Well, yeah, hopefully soon. Thank you for your support. On an event where Tutsi participants in London.
That's not true.
You
That's
already read
not
that.
true because I mean, I just looked up Tusi, and Tusi is having the time of his life. Like he posted well after that, and he's just like enjoying his time at the ball. So like this is Tusi right now. Or like this was posted after. So he's fine. There's been like no indication of like some sort of attack happening there. So I don't know what's going on with that.
And then somebody saying, if they say the real number, the anti-regime people in Iran, 95%, the Marxist media will say it's impossible.
Yeah, that's true.
And then we have drilling a parallel well if one goes bad is the and possibility the cheaper one. Well, I don't know, because I've heard it's like the well gets like the poisoned with water or something. So even if you do a parallel, like it gets like you lose the pressure. I don't know exactly how that works. I just know that it takes like billions of dollars and like really advanced technology to fix it. Okay. And thank you for the super chat. And then we have Nima Far saying, use this to buy a treat for Armin's dogs. Oh, okay. Well, thank you. Okay. I will treat them extra today. The best way, the number one thing that they like the most is belly rubs. Okay. And I think like I have actually given them so much belly rubs that they expect long belly rubs. So every time I see them, I'm like stuck. Like, because I don't want to disappoint them. Like when I see them, they just like drop on the floor and they show their belly because they see me. That's how they react to me. Like they just show me their belly every time I'm passing by because they know that they have trained me. They have found my weakness. They know that if I'm passing by and they show me their belly, I cannot pass them. So they know that I'm such a, they have taken advantage of my weakness, and then I get stuck. And then the problem is that there's two of them. So I have to like put my phone on something educational, because once I put my because what if I do a belly rub on one of them, then the other one is like, hey, what the hell? What about me? So I have to. There's two of them. I have to give belly rubs to both of them at the same time, and now my hand I can't just control my phone. I can't do anything. So there's a problem.
Armin, can I share this video with you?
Yes.
So whenever I miss my dog, I just watch like dog videos on Instagram. Look at this one.
Butt smacks coming. Butt smacks coming.
Oh. Oh.
Snacks coming.
Why is it screaming?
I don't know, but the dog likes the butt smacks.
What?
Butt smacks. I don't know.
Why is he screaming?
I don't know, but it's so cute. And then the thing is though, like he also like apparently the dog like sometimes before he actually like before the dog goes out. Okay, it's this one. So sometimes before like he can convince his dog to go out, the dog will like want butt smacks first. So watch this.
It's walk time. We have to go for the walk. Seriously, right now? Butt smacks right now. That's the only way you'll walk. Okay. Butt smack! Oh, it's walk time. We have to go for the walk. Seriously, right now?
Oh my god.
Butt smacks right now. That's the only way you'll walk. Okay. Butt smack!
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god.
The dog
Teacher, this
wants it. The dog is like, I need butt smacks before I go. I'm convinced to
Go
go
for
for
a
a
walk.
walk. And then even before like the butt smacks come, it starts
It's walk
screaming.
time. We have to go for the walk. Seriously, right now? Butt smacks right now. That's the only way you'll walk.
Unbelievable.
Butt smack!
Oh, why is he screaming? Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay. All right. I don't need more of Armin's AI teddy bear. Do we have an AI teddy bear?
No, they're referring to Poochie, I think. Poochie and
Oh,
Nala.
okay. They're real though. Okay, but thank you. Okay, thank you. And then we got a $20 super sticker from Effie. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. And then Roman Viking gave us a super chat saying, why did Sunnis and Shia split? Why did the Shias accept Muhammad as last prophet? Where did the need for the imams come from? Okay, so there's the official story and then there's the real story. The official story, the fake official story by Islam is that there was a fight over, a succession, like regarding the Sunnis wanted to believe that Abu Bakr, Omar and Osman and Ali are the four righteous, the rightfully, the righteous, like how do you say it in English? The Khulafa, the four Khulafa, the rightly guided ones, right? That they're the successors of Muhammad, and then after that we don't have any. The other Khulafas that come after, they're not as important as those four. They're not as rightly guided as those four because those are the Sahaba. They were the people of the companions of Muhammad, so they're the ones who came after Muhammad's death. They were the four people who were supposed to rule, and the Shias disagree, and they think like Imam Ali, the fourth Khalifa, shouldn't have been the fourth Khalifa. He should have been the first Imam, and they believe in the 12 Imams instead of the fourth Khalifa. So that's the fake official story, but the real story is that all of the stories are made up, and this was just a political power play between the Umayyad dynasty and then eventually the Abbasid dynasty and the people who wanted to take over. So when you say why did so that's the reason they're split. So because the rulers were the people who wanted to challenge the rulers, they needed a military challenge, but they also needed soft power, right? So when it comes to authority, you have military strength and then you have soft power strength, right? You have the narrative, you have the branding, you have the religious story that goes with the reason behind the legitimacy for why you should be ruling over the other people, right? So obviously religion being the main branding power back then, anybody who wanted to challenge the authority of the Umayyad and then eventually the Abbasid dynasty, which were basically what we now call Sunni, they needed to the best way to challenge that is to go with the more and more popular narrative that the Imams, the Ali was wrong, Hussein was wrong, and they should have been the leaders. And that is the way, that narrative is a way to, it's a revolutionary narrative. Oh, actually, this is a very good point, actually. I should have added that. The Shia stories of Ali and Hussein and the other Imams are revolutionary stories. The reason why they're revolutionary stories is because the people who came up with these stories were trying to do revolutions against the Umayyad and Abbasid dynasty. This is why during the 1979 Islamic Revolution, Shia Islam was a very effective way of doing revolution against the Shah, against the Pahlavi dynasty, right? And this is why even after they won the revolution and the Islamic Republic came into power and the Pahlavi dynasty fell, the Islamic Republic continues to be revolutionary against the whole world, because being a revolutionary is in the DNA. And even though they're ruling a country, now they're revolutionary against the entire world, because being a revolutionary is part of their ideology. And this goes back to how Shia Islam was created. Shia Islam was created as a revolutionary act against the Umayyad and Abbasid dynasty. And now that's why within the Islamic Republic, they can't stop being revolutionaries. and they have to basically revolt against the whole globe. Even though they ended up finishing the Pahlavi dynasty, they have to continue to be revolutionaries. This is why the Muslim Brotherhood ideology that is Sunni didn't have as much of a success in the Sunni world, but then when it made it through to Iran through Nawab Safavi, the Shia narrative was a lot more in line with what Sayyid Qutb wanted to do when it comes to waging war against the whole world. The Shia framework made the Muslim Brotherhood goal of people like Sayyid Qutb a lot more effective. So the second part of your question, why didn't the Shias accept Muhammad as the last prophet? So guys, these were not Shias. These are proto-Shias. These are people who eventually will refer to them as Shias. So a lot of these is dynamic, right? So you have a winning narrative that Muhammad is the last prophet, and the competing narrative, instead of trying to challenge that, is to come up with this new concept of Imam, right? And use the stories of Ali and Hussein to create this new concept of Imam is a more effective way of creating new spiritual leaders rather than challenging the narrative that has already been dominant, that Muhammad is the Khatamul Anbiya and the last prophet. This is not about one person or two people accepting this. This is about a trial and error, organic, Darwinian, competitive narrative versus narrative, and whatever narrative wins. The society will just go with that. So it's more organic than active, conscious decision-making process, right? And then, does that make sense, guys? Let me know if that makes sense to you guys. But that was a very good question. If you guys want to ask me about this in a lot more detail, come to the discussion group that I have, and you could ask me about this in more detail. If this interests me a lot, by the way. So if you want me to go more nerdy with this stuff, come and get nerdy with me in the discussion group. The next super chat is saying, "Oh my God, it's the Mahdi, Armin Navabi." Okay, that makes me sound so Durka, but thank you. All right. I did say that when it showed up on screen. You caught me. Then the next super chat is saying, "Have you heard about the what is this? Ziyarid who almost reconquered Iran to Zoroastrianism in the 1900s? Love you guys, Javid Shah." I have not heard about that. I should go look into it. Thank you for. Let me see. Let me write that down. Is that real? I don't, guys. I'm not confirming this because I need to go check this later. But I will look. But thank you for. I have not heard about that. I'm more of it into Durkheim, but I need to. You know what? Something that if I had time, would love to spend more time in is to study, ancient history, pre-Islamic history of Iran. But I have no time for that, and I feel like I missed out because I grew up in Iran, and I think the education system there failed at actually informing me about the ancient rich history of Iran. Many Iranians know the pre-Islamic history of Iran so well, and I'm really jealous of them. One day when I have time, I will go and study that in much more detail.
I've done a lot of reading on the pre-Islamic history of Iran, and there are some really, really good, what's the word I'm looking for? There's some good documentaries about this. Here,
We should watch documentaries. More documentaries.
I mean, I do that as part of the Goldie show anyway. So, I mean, I haven't done it in a while, but part of my live stream is I would just pick a documentary, watch it with my viewers. So, I just really haven't had time to do that recently. But that's a big part of just my individual live stream for my viewers, and we just have a conversation about it. But
yeah, some Iranians tell me Armin, how come you know all of this Islamic stuff and you don't know about our ancient culture? I'm like, okay,
because Armin's been fighting jihad.
Yeah.
Armin's been fighting jihad. But Armin, here you go. Here you go. Let me share this with you. It's an episode of Ancient Aliens. It's only 3 minutes long, but you want to know about ancient Persian history? Here you go. This is how apparently our ancestors are connected to aliens. Here you go.
Oh, what the hell?
Here, 30 miles northeast of the city of Shiraz, lay the ruins of an ancient capital. Built by the Persian conqueror Darius more than 2,000 years ago, Persepolis was once a mighty city that legend says was protected by a powerful god named Ahura Mazda. And etched in stone atop the crumbling remains of a building called the Tripolon is a depiction of this ancient god, seated inside a winged disc. Ahura Mazda was central to the ancient Persian religion Zoroastrianism and the experiences of a prophet named Zarathustra who lived 2,600 years ago.
Zarathustra was the founder of a religion. He was in the area near Persia, of modern-day Persia or Iran, and he had a visitor, Ahura Mazda, a divine encounter that led to the major form of monotheism in the entire area, preceded the Egyptian
that's the
form of
Farvahat.
monotheism. And
Yeah, why is
beyond
it calling the
Hebrew
Farvahat
and
Ahura
Christian
Mazda?
forms.
Because he's also claiming that the Farvahat is an ancient alien that came down to the Persian Empire.
Oh my god.
We're
Guys,
watching-
these people know nothing. Like, guys, I know that that's a Farvahat. That's not Ahura Mazda.
Whatever, they're talking about aliens. Come on, Armin.
Okay.
We're learning about our history. Guys, it's alien.
Okay, educate us.
Revolution live.
AJ.
According to ancient Zoroastrian texts called the Avesta, Zarathustra's first meeting with Ahura Mazda occurred at the top of a mountain that was shrouded in clouds and bathed in an eerie light.
Zarathustra carries this idea that there is this one true God. It is literally the God of truth, and truth is a great central principle in the Zoroastrian worldview. Right and wrong, good and evil, black and white, very strong contrast, and you are to identify with the good and search the truth.
It's the History Channel, yeah.
Some researchers believe these divine prophecies provide proof that the prophet Zarathustra was following commands from an extraterrestrial being, one who perhaps came to Earth to sow the seeds of what is now known as civilization.
What the hell? How is that proof?
When we look at Zarathustra encountering Ahura Mazda, what we are confronted with here are human beings who are encountering.
Guys, this is not Durkha. This is pre-Islam. Think of like the ancient Egyptians, right? This is like ancient Egyptian type stuff, right? These are the ancient Persians. This is like 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 years ago. Islam was only invented 1,400 years ago. Our civilization has been around for like 6,000, 7,000 years.
Is there anything that is not aliens according to the History Channel when it comes to Asian history? Has there any, I don't know.
No.
The History Channel is such a joke.
Everything is aliens. Everything is aliens, including the Persian civilization. Yeah, guys.
Non-human intelligences.
Right, let's go back.
Being encountering Ahura.
The seeds of what is now known as civilization.
When we look at Zarathustra encountering Ahura Mazda, what we are confronted with here are human beings who are encountering non-human intelligences. These are indicative of physical encounters. These are encounters with something which is otherworldly, yet physical.
We have to ask ourselves, were they just a figment of our ancestors' imagination, or
that's
did
an
they
expert.
exist?
These are extraterrestrial or alien entities who come here and provide some kind of information exchange and guidance program between cultures and entities who are willing to help that culture.
There you go.
Oh my god. Wait, I have the meme for this. Oh my god.
Maybe on Alien Revolution Live, we'll watch some theories about how the Persian civilization is connected to aliens, or I don't know. So because So according to like the History Channel, the pendant around my neck is an alien. So I've been wearing an alien around my neck for the last like 10, 15 years.
Oh my god.
Guys, see
Wow.
that right there? That's proof. That's proof that aliens created the Persian civilization. There you go.
I thought it was the Egyptians. Is it both? Is it both the Egyptians and is it different aliens or the same aliens?
I have no idea. It could be the same aliens that went all around, right?
Maybe there's maybe we could come up with a theory that different parts of the universe, different aliens from different parts of the universe are responsible for different civilizations, and that's why we had different civilizations. Like the aliens who built the pyramids are not the same aliens who are, the Ahura Mazda.
There's also another documentary.
What? Sure.
It's called "What is Hidden in Iran: The Lost Stargates of the Anunnaki."
Oh, what the hell? What? No.
It's
Who
like
makes these?
I don't know, but apparently it's like an hour-long documentary.
Oh no, please.
But apparently there's a theory that like Iran is like hiding stargates that belong to the Anunnaki.
Oh my god. How many views did that get?
150,000 views.
Oh my god. That's so retarded.
Oh my god.
Who believes this stuff? Oh my god.
So yeah, guys, at some point, if we go far back enough in like Persian history, even before the modern Persian civilization, we will literally get to alien theories about the Persian civilization from like 5,000-6,000 years before Islam was invented. Yeah.
You know what? Let's just
We'll
go
watch
with
that
this.
at some point.
Let's try to motivate the entire world to liberate Iran so we could get, I don't know, Stargates.
Yeah, I'll go for that. I mean, Stargate is my favorite like TV show anyway. So
Right.
yeah. I mean, you know what? This person is right. So Ayora is right. Aliens are more believable than the Durkha narrative. I mean, that is true. I agree.
I don't know. Pretty close for me.
Okay, well, it's like aliens versus demons, right? Like I prefer the alien narrative. Yeah, the lost stargates of the Anunnaki. Apparently, they're hidden in Iran. So there you go. Yeah. So at some point, guys, we'll do Alien Revolution live and we'll watch these. So there you go. Yeah. I mean, that's pretty much the main news. Armin,
let's finish the super chat.
Oh yeah. Sorry, I forgot. I thought we were finished. I got distracted with the alien theories.
Yes. I don't understand the super chat.
Okay, I understand it. I understand it. So this is when I was saying, women have to like be demure when they're like, doing the hey dad handshake, the secret handshake. It's because it's like a TikTok meme. It's like a TikTok inside joke where they're like very demure, very this, very that. So I get it, Lord Bogart.
Okay. Casey saying excellent discussion group today. Oh, thank you. I appreciate. I'm happy that you enjoyed it. Thank you. And then we got a super chat. Thank you so much for the support. Saying by Dominic Spencer, saying, Armin, you are a mastermind. Oh my God, I like that. One of the most brilliant people I have come across. Oh my God, thank you. Absolute respect for you, my brother, Javisha. Well, thank you. Oh my God, what a confidence boost that was. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you. Okay. Lord Bogart, saying, guys, I just walked into some
I think it's like Sad Kobe content, like good boy. So he took
Good,
he took a good boy and he translated it into Persian, I'm assuming. So he's like, guys, I just walked into some good boy content, some
Good boy
content. Yes,
Yeah,
you
okay,
did.
okay.
All right, here's one more. I haven't seen this one, but this video has 121 million views on Instagram. So let's watch this one.
Butt
Oh, that's
smacks
the one I've already-
coming. Butt smacks coming. Butt smacks
There you go. There you go.
God.
You walked into some Sagrube content, some good boy content. There you go. All right.
My God. That's so strange. Okay, 2 more super chats. Alex is saying, I'm sorry I forgot. Could you just say again the situations with Petito's fund? Is it to help him personally or is it to a medicine fund for Iranians?
So
Or
it's
Goldie, you're
both.
familiar.
So it helps him personally, and then with whatever extra and whatever remainder he has, he's also helping other political prisoners with like posting their bail, getting them supplies, like whatever the case might be. So yeah, it's going to a good cause. And he sent me a lot of photos of like the things he's done. Obviously, like I can't share anything because, you know, for security reasons, but he always gives me updates and messages from the people that we've been able to help out.
And then last super chat is by JMGWKSTR saying, on a more serious note, on the Monkey Works channel, there is a concern that China is rearming the IRGC. I mean, we already saw they have been. We don't know to what extent, but we have seen them helping the IRGC with weapons. He shows flights between China and Iran and indicates the IRGC are still very dangerous. I mean, guys, the American plane going down, remember that? That was the manpad that was used to bring it down was probably an advanced Chinese manpad. So yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if that's the case. And the IRGC is still very dangerous to the Iranian people. It might be less dangerous to, you know, United States and Israel right now, but the IRGC is still very, very dangerous to Iranian people, and it will continue. And it still has some danger. You're right. You shouldn't underestimate the IRGC, even though they have suffered a lot. It doesn't mean that they're not dangerous anymore to everybody, actually. So yeah. And China needs to be punished for this at some point. Yeah. All right. So, Goldie, that was all the super chats. Guys, thank you so much for the support. It really does help.
Sorry if you tuned in expecting to hear if America was bombing Iran and instead are getting alien conspiracy theories and weird talk. I mean, it is a fair point, but you know, like it's been almost 7 hours of live streaming. So, you know, I mean, what's worse? Alien conspiracy theories and weird dogs, or going full "Hey Dad"? Right?
Yeah.
Oh man. Oh, I have a feeling tonight's going to be a long night, though. So.
Yes.
And Armin going on a full-on like Durka rant. Like he literally converted to Islam and then like left Islam all over again.
Yes.
Like that's what happened.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
There you go. So okay.
Goldie, do you want to convert to Islam for half a second?
No.
Do the shahadatay? No. Okay.
Nope.
Not worth
You
it.
kidding me?
Not even once. Because you could become an ex-Muslim.
I don't want to be an ex-Muslim.
I'm just kidding.
I mean that would like if I was going to be an ex-Muslim, I mean that would imply that at some point I actually literally believed that Muhammad rode a flying donkey with the face of a woman to the moon and back. Like I can't believe that ever happened.
You don't believe in that. You could just believe in Allah and Muhammad. Well,
yeah, no.
I guess acceptable. No, okay. I'm kidding, by the way. I'm kidding. Don't take it seriously. Anyways. Oh, we got another super chat. Okay, so Mystic Minx is saying, please forward this to Patipto. Guys, if you want to support Patipto, use the link in the description. The super chats are for supporting the channel. But thank you for the support. Yeah,
That's
please
really
forward this
helpful.
to,
Thank you. We
yeah,
appreciate that.
thank you. Yeah, we appreciate that. Please forward this to Patipto's fund. I don't have much. I am a what?
Stay-at-home mom, aspiring writer. But I thank you so much,
Okay.
guys. It's very generous, honestly, guys. Even if you can't, like, if you're not able to donate, listen. Just by virtue of watching the channel and being with us, that in and of itself is a huge help, because by being here, you're helping contribute to the algorithm. So please don't feel like pressured or obligated to donate. You absolutely do not have to. We appreciate every amount, obviously, but there's no obligation to do so. Especially, and guys, I've always said, especially if finances are an issue, please don't do it. I would rather you focus on your own finances, because that's more important. But just honestly, just being here, being with us, typing in the chat, liking, sharing, subscribing, that in and of itself is a huge, huge help. So just that in and of itself is really amazing. So thank you.
Yeah, so guys, liking the stream is free, and it makes a huge difference. Okay, it's free and it makes a huge difference. And anybody who's it's important to take care of your finances financially yourself. So and if anybody's financially struggling, please focus on commenting and liking and sharing the stream. But I should finish reading this, by the way. So because she says, "I love you, Goldie and Armin." Oh, we love you back. Thank you. And says, "I can't tell how grateful I am for this live Javisha." Well, we are very grateful to you for being here. So thank you. Thank you. By the way, Mystic Mix, I always see your comments. Your comments are always very supportive, and it does motivate me. So thank you for that. But sorry, go on, Goldie.
I was just gonna say, let us know when your book is done. I'd love to get a copy of it and read it. So let us know about that.
Yes.
And then, guys, another way that you can help, and please only do this if you have unlimited internet, and only if you have a good internet connection and unlimited internet. But one of the ways that you can help people in Iran, like Patipto and others, is by downloading Conduit, right? So Conduit, right? It's free, it's secure, it's safe. I have it running 24/7 on my laptop, and I don't know the exact technology behind it, but we've spoken about it before. It's like a peer-to-peer or like a B2B thing, and you can download it onto your computer or a laptop, and you can share your gigabytes, like you can share your data on from your internet with people in Iran. So that's another way that you can contribute and help Iranian people, is by helping get them internet access as well. So I just wanted to mention that, and only do it if you have, like, of course, unlimited data. But it's one of the fastest, easiest, and obviously cheapest ways to help the Iranian people, and it makes a huge difference. So.
And then last super sticker from Idaro goes in. Thank you for the super sticker from Israel. Thank you from Israel. I appreciate that. I always like when we get supported from Israel, because I was accused of being Zionist funded for years without it being true, but now it's true. So now every time somebody says that I'm funded by Zionists, I tell them, you're actually correct. And I'm proud of it. So
there you go.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. All good?
Yeah.
Oh, wait, can I hold on? No, I'll show this tomorrow.
You can show it now.
Okay. No, because I'll show it tomorrow because it's serious, and I want to end it because we had fun. I don't want to do something serious at the end. I'll show it tomorrow.
All right.
Okay.
Armin, keep an eye out on your phone just in
Okay.
case something happens tonight. I have no idea, but I have a feeling, I don't know, something might happen tonight or tomorrow. I don't know. But yeah, I'm going to be up for a while. I mean, I'm going to end this live stream and take a break, and then I'll probably do a documentary watch party. So guys, for those of you on my channel, I know a lot of you have been asking me to do a documentary watch party, and I haven't done one in a long time. So I'll be back in a little bit. Yeah, I'll go. I'm gonna take a break, and then I'll go live again in a little bit for a documentary watch party. Goldie show, whatever. And I don't know. We might pull an all-nighter and see if anything happens. So see you guys in a bit for that. But I do need to take. I know you guys really enjoy the document because that's what we used to do. We used to do documentaries every night. So we'll do that tonight. So okay. Well, Armin, thanks for everything, and guess we'll see you tomorrow. But make sure your phone ringer is on in case something happens, so I can call you.
I need something. I don't know, because when I sleep, there's nothing that wakes me up until I get my full sleep. But I'll try. Okay. I'll make sure it's on. Okay. Sorry. Oh my God! Wait, Goldie, look at this! I got a big giant super chat right at the end of the stream.
Wow!
Thank you, Steve. Steve saying, "You guys think I'm kidding, but it's for real. I am 52 years old, never set foot in Iran, but I'm going to live on Amiri Street in Tehran, where my grandparents lived." LOL. Oh, well, that's so sweet. I hope you when that happens, you come back here and tell us about it and send us some pictures. Okay, what a beautiful dream. I hope it becomes true soon. Thank you, and thank you so much for the big support. Oh my God, that's very generous. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate that. Okay, all right, Goldie.
All right.
I know something.
What?
You're gonna rickroll us, aren't you?
No.
Oh, okay.
I'm waiting for you to say Israel.
Oh, okay. Oh, wait. So sorry. Okay. All right, guys. I was like, she's gonna rickroll us. I'm Israel Chai. Long live America.
God bless America.
Javid Shah. Payandeira.
See you guys tomorrow.
All right. Bye.
غرق انقلاب است. کشور ما، تاریخ ما ترسید گر فرا گرفته، گویی اهورا مستا دوباره در نور خود مرا گرفته. اکنون سرودی سر میدهم باز فارغ از رنج و تشویش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. هن ای پدر هن ای پسر، برخیز و باماش و هنگام، تا درد آن تجربه تلخ ما را نکشیده در آب. بگذار هر دم بغرند گرگ‌ها دم لباس میش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ای کارگر ای برزگر، راحت کنون ادامه دارد در این زمان که پرتو یزدان از هر سو بر تو میبارد. پس پیش به سوی آزادی از بحر خزر تا کیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب پا به پا بهر دفاع از استقلال و آزادی تا بشکنیم پشت ارتجاع تیریزی ویران آبادی تا زنده سازیم سنت‌های ملی از فرمانیم و چیز ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش
با امید روزی که تمام این دلبشو و انقلاب تموم بشه و ما در روشنایی، نور و سعادت مردم کشورمون غرق بشیم.
نه خارجی نه بیگانه نه مستشارهای ویرانی نه چیر خاران نه کاسلیسان فقط هم رزمان ایرانی
ما با شرافت میهنی بسازیم بهر فرزندان خویش
ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش
ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش
مردان بیایید داخل صف ما اکنون که آغاز رویاست دشمنان بدانید ما زنده هستیم بعد از ما هم ایران پابرجاست آن روح شیطان ما را فریب داد با صد شعار مردمیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش
ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش
پرچم ما پرچم ایران غرق خون شهیدان روی شانه هامان حمل میکنیمش در هر خیابان و میدان تا ماسک دلقکان را برداریم از روی تسبیح و ریش